There is no way that these veteran, trained, aggressive prosecutors would have left him with any dignity once he was done. So you couldn't have called him. The best chance you have is for the attorneys to argue this was self-defense, hope that not all would agree unanimously to the murder verdict, and hope maybe, just maybe, they'll come up with manslaughter.
Maybe. I doubt it. They never explained where the knife came. One of their witnesses didn't fully recant, but he definitely changed a lot of what he was saying. Well, maybe he wasn't surrounded. They did tell him to leave on, a dozen times. I mean, you see where this is going. The question is going to be, now you're just hoping, okay, can we get some sort of opportunity where there's a hung jury? Probably not. I would say at this point in time, I have a feeling he's going to be convicted. And the question is how long? And then on appeal, because there's no black jurors, does that work?
I'm not saying that the facts fit squarely within premeditated first-degree murder, but there's certainly enough to go to the jury. And I think by prosecuting it that way, I think the state definitely wants at least manslaughter, right? When you're presenting self-defense, if it's perfected, it is an acquittal. It's a walk. I think ultimately maybe that was what was offered here. We don't know, obviously. But if you're going to go to trial, you're going to throw the kitchen sink at a defendant, anything that's readily provable, and I think there's enough for first-degree murder in this case.
Yeah, I think so, too. That's Neiman Rami, former federal prosecutor. So we will see. A lot of stuff to get today. Our buddy Mike Lyons, military analyst, going to join the program coming up. Yesterday, Nithya jumped ahead of Pratt. It's over. Pratt's dream is no mas. We'll talk a bit about that. But first, Omaha Steaks. Father's Day, not too far away. Still opportunity for you to take advantage of a massive sale going on with Omaha Steaks. Over 50% off, and you save an extra $35 when you use my code Benson at checkout. So you go to omahasteaks.com, use code Benson, 100% unconditional money-back guarantee. Since 1917, nobody's done it better than Omaha Steaks. Now, if you want the best burgers around, let me tell you something. Nobody delivers like they do. If you want the best, and I'm talking about the best in steaks wrapped in bacon, nobody delivers like they do. From top sirloin to fillets and everything in between, they are the best. You make memories with this. We did this weekend with my family before they had to go back to Arizona for a little while. I'm telling you guys right now, give Dad what he wants. On top of that, not only is it the best in meat and protein, it's the best in memories. OmahaSteaks.com right now. Save big. OmahaSteaks.com. Use my code Benson. Save an extra $35 off at checkout. OmahaSteaks.com. Code Benson. OmahaSteaks.com. Code Benson. Terms apply. See site for details. Chad Benson Show. Ever been stuck in a bad relationship? You know the one. It drains you, wears you down, and somehow you stay, even though deep down you know this isn't how it's supposed to be. That's what living with daily aches and pains can feel like. You stop expecting to feel good. You start thinking, maybe this is just life now. No, it's not. With Relief Factor, you can break up with pain just like Anthony did. He says, I was dealing with debilitating pain and fatigue. I've been taking Relief Factor for about 2 months, and now I'm back to running my business, fishing, gardening, doing the things that really matter to me. That's the difference. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free, and it targets the inflammation that causes pain. So now you can move better, feel better, live better. To commemorate America's 250th, Relief Factor is offering their 3-week quick start for just $17.76. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. That's 800, the number 4RELIEF, to get their 3-week quick start for just $17.76.
This is your ticket to high school football.
Grayson up the middle and into the end zone. Touchdown. Lem Grayson runs over the defense. He takes it right up the middle.
Basketball.
Dakota East can take their first lead here with 3. Oh, got it. Bowman from way downtown. A star is born.
And baseball.
Swung on the rip to right field. Going back is Gallus looking up, and he caught it on the warning track. What a catch by Gallus.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Start saving this summer at AE Door and Window. All through June, save up to 15% off Provia entry doors and sliders, as well as select Clopay garage doors. Save up to 20% off windows by Pella and Provia. Combine and save for another 5% off your total order and get up to $100 off a next generation LiftMaster opener. All with zero down, zero interest for 2 years. Learn more at aeDoorSales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
Now is a great time to schedule a back-to-school dental appointment. Dr. Kyle Bogan, president of the Ohio Dental Association, is here to tell us more.
Your child's teeth and gums need the right food, nutrition, and vitamins to grow strong and stay healthy. Help them maintain good oral health by brushing every morning and night, flossing, visiting the dentist twice a year, and developing good eating habits. As kids head back to school, it's important to know that foods and drinks high in sugar, acidity, and other cavity-promoting substances are often low in nutritional value and have the potential to create plaque capable of damaging tooth enamel. A back-to-school dental appointment can diagnose any potential problems and improve your child's oral health. Ohio Dental Association member dentists are located throughout the state, are dedicated to providing the highest quality dental care, are bound by the highest ethical standards, and obtain superior ongoing education and training. Ask if your dentist is a member of the Ohio Dental Association so you know you're being treated by the very best. To find an ODA dentist in your area, visit ODA.org.
This is Dana Lash. Join me today at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
It happens quietly. No warning label, no recall notice, no breaking news alert. Dog food recalls happen more than you think. Salmonella, aflatoxins, vitamin D levels toxic enough to cause kidney failure. And most owners never find out until it's too late. Right now, today, you could be feeding your dog something already flagged, and you'd have no idea. You can't control what's already in the bag, but you can control what you add to it. That's where America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens, comes in. Rough Greens is packed with live probiotics, enzymes, omega oils, and over 20 vitamins and minerals. All natural, made in the USA. You just sprinkle it on top of whatever you're already feeding them. Thousands of dogs are feeling younger, more energetic, and healthier than they have in years. Your dog could be one of them. Get a free Jumpstart trial bag today. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. Use the discount code MikeG. Rough is RUFF. Roughgreens.com. Discount code MikeG. Rough Greens makes any dog food better.
It's the Dana Show.
This is what is wrong with the left. You know why their birth rates have fallen? Because look at their damn men. Look at the men. Do you think the men could storm beaches? No. Do you think the men could fight off like a horde of invaders? No. Hell, they're tucking and calling themselves ladies. No. That's why the birth rates are falling, because the men are ugly. They're weak, and they're thin little arms, little noodle arms, and then the women are bigger than the men.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see showers and thunderstorms today with a high around 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Chance of thunderstorms on Wednesday, hot and humid with a high 90, heat index 103. Chance of thunderstorms late Wednesday night with a low 72. Sunny with a chance of thunderstorms Thursday, high 90. Cloudy, chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Partly sunny on Friday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 86.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
You're listening to The Chad Benson Show.
California has voted, but California is still counting. Spencer Pratt not going to participate in November. Not a shocker. Southern California, Los Angeles in particular, said, hey, we love hookers in front of elementary school. We love fecal matter everywhere. We love that. We love drug addicts and homeless problems. We love it all. That being said, that's what you chose. Does it mean it's illegal? In the way that you chose it, and the way that this thing has gone down, Trump?
The results already are shocking, that the leader is no longer even going to be in the race based upon what was just announced. He was leading, and it's a rigged election.
It is not a rigged election. It is not. It is frustrating, but this is not rigged.
This isn't something that we're caught off guard by. This is something that even California officials have said, by the way, it's going to take us a couple weeks before we get those final results. That is kind of the result of the way they have set up their entire system. And a lot of Republicans, of course, are deeply frustrated by this because they have been watching some of their candidates lose leads or even get passed in the case of Spencer Pratt. But it was something that we were kind of anticipating to happen.
And we've been talking about it. Jim Kennedy, Kennedy Institute Public Policy Research, comes on. We do midterm Mondays. We've been talking about it. We expected this. Interesting to see what happens with Hilton when all is said and done. This isn't shocking. It isn't. And everybody's like, oh, they got what they wanted. Karen Bass didn't. She didn't. If the establishment really, really, really wanted Karen Bass, they would have made sure she won, right? She's not happy about this because, according to the polls, Nithya beats her right now. But it should be frustrating. It's embarrassing the way they go about doing what they're doing, the way they're counting. How long does it take? Why do you guys only count for a certain amount of hours during the day? What the hell is going on? I get it. We want them to be correct, right? We get that. But why is it everybody else seems to get it right? And the problem here also goes to our distrust now with the voting process. Every time Trump comes out, and every time now everybody loses, Stacey Abrams, even Hillary the first time, you put that out there, what ends up happening? It chips away at the trust that we have in the system. It does. And at the same time, when it takes what seems to be forever to get something done, people also have questions. And they ask these questions, which are fair, because it feels like this takes way too long. What's going on? It's like the wizard behind the curtain. What do you think? Let me know. Love hearing from all of you right here on the Chad Benson Show. And the system, it's so important. You know, one of the reasons when we always do those happiness, why are nations happy? Why aren't we happy? Well, one of the big things is across the board, they trust their government. We inherently don't trust our government. Algorithms and outrage have split us up so much. I'm going to tell you right now, come November, if the Republicans get what they want, voter ID everywhere, no mail-in ballots, if they get what they want, only day of counts outside of very special circumstances, this is what is going to happen. The left is going to say they try to suppress the vote, disproportionately hurt people of color, etc., etc. If it's the status quo as it is now and the Republicans lose, Trump and everybody's going to scream, it was stolen, it was rigged, etc., etc. We've seen this play out time in and time out, and it's going to continue to do so, unfortunately. Let me know what you think. Love hearing from all of you. Coming up, our good buddy Mike Lyons, military analyst extraordinaire. We're going to talk about what is going on in Iran. What's the latest? What does he think will happen? How much longer does he think this will go on? Plus, we'll get the latest what's happening in Russia as well. Chad Benson Show.
Every June, T-Mobile turns up the perks for Member Month. And this year, they're going bigger than ever as T-Mobile celebrates 10 years of T-Mobile Tuesdays. What started as a bold new way to thank customers has grown into one of the biggest customer appreciation programs in the country, delivering billions of offers, savings, and experiences to members over the last decade. This year, T-Mobile is introducing even more value with new benefits like free premium in-flight drinks on Delta flights, the return of free Dash Pass by DoorDash, expanded travel and dining rewards, and weekly Shell gas savings. Throughout Member Month, customers can also enter weekly sweepstakes for cash, Amazon gift cards, and VIP travel experiences. Customers can check the T-Life app every Tuesday throughout June for new offers, experiences, and surprises. To learn more about Member Month and T-Mobile Tuesdays, visit T-Life app or T-Mobile.com/benefits. Sponsored by T-Mobile.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. The death of a Hamilton man has officially been ruled a homicide by the Butler County Coroner's Office. 65-year-old Vincent Singletary was found dead from a gunshot wound on the 400 block of South 12th Street Friday. Butler County State Senator George Lang was a yes vote on the $3.7 billion capital budget bill.
There are many things in this bill that I really like. I like the impact this bill is going to have on the long-term future and viability of our business community.
Lang says 16 Butler County projects get funding, including $1 million for the Advanced Manufacturing Hub in Hamilton, $800,000 for the Middletown Community Foundation Park, and $500,000 for the Butler Tech Aviation Hangar. Protecting firefighters from cancer-causing carcinogens. Fairfield City Council applying for a FEMA grant, which would help the city buy 71 sets of new turnout gear. I'm Steve Vaughn.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
At Bigby, we know it's more than a bagel. It's love at first bite. Cue the fireworks. Bigby makes it better. Whew. At Bigby, we know it's more than a matcha latte. It's your midday MVP. You got this. Bigby makes it better.
Your local Big B Coffee, 2874 Joseph Drive, right off of Princeton Road near Bridgewater Falls in Fairfield Township.
Mark your calendar for June 13th through the 21st for the Friendship Flea Market. The Friendship Flea Market is very unique with nearly 500 vendor spaces selling a wide variety of new, used, primitives, and specialty foods. Bring the whole family. Roads are blacktopped and are stroller and wheelchair accessible. Admissions free, parking $3, and camping is available. Located in Friendship, Indiana on State Road 62, just a mile east of town. Call 812-667-5645 or visit friendshipfleamarket.com.
The Cal Thomas Commentary is brought to you by Values Through Media. Now here's syndicated columnist Cal Thomas.
During an interview on Meet the Press for NBC, an interview he walked out of when challenged about evidence for his various claims, President Trump questioned California's way of counting ballots, suggesting the possibility of fraud. It takes weeks for California to count votes, mostly because so many come in by mail at the last minute. That, too, raises suspicions. Republicans are furious, saying they believe the Los Angeles mayor's race is on the verge of being stolen from Spencer Pratt. Over the weekend, socialist Nitya Raman inched past Republican Pratt. She came from nowhere, and many Republicans are rightfully suspicious of her sudden strength. People say there's no evidence about election fraud claims, but in a state where Democrats control every office that matters, don't you think they've learned how to hide evidence? That's what they did on welfare fraud in Minnesota and other states until Vice President J.D. Vance formed a task force to expose it. Election integrity remains a major issue, especially for Republicans, and not just in California. Democrats don't give up power easily. I'm Cal Thomas.
For a free copy of today's commentary, visit calthomas.com or write us at Values Through Media, P.O. Box 373340, Key Largo, Florida 33037. That's P.O. Box 373340, Key Largo, Florida 33037. Please specify the date and subject. Your tax-deductible gifts to Values Through Media help support us. Listen again next time for the Cal Thomas Commentary.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join MediShare. It's a good question. MediShare members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of MediShare members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families, and they find that refreshing. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this. Up to $500 a month with MediShare. You, too, can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-90-BIBLE. That's 855-90-BIBLE. 855-90-BIBLE.
From the WMOH Weather Center, showers and thunderstorms are likely today with a high 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Showers likely early Wednesday with a chance of thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high 90, a heat index 103. Wednesday night partly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms late, low 72. Mostly sunny Thursday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 90. Chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Chance of showers and thunderstorms Friday, high 86.
High school tournament baseball, installed by AE Door and Window.
And the Baden Rams are heading back to Canton.
Thursday, Baden plays Padua Franciscan in the Division III state semifinals. Coverage begins Thursday at 3:35 on 1450 The Ticket.
The Chad Benson Show.
That time of the week, Mike Lyons joins the program, retired Major in the Army, best damn military analyst in the business. Mike, you got a new article coming out, Real Clear Defense. What is it all about? How does it play into what's going on with Iran?
Article about deterrence and what are some options here to get this situation moved forward. We're getting whipsawed every day about thinking that it's going to end, but if we're going to start military operations again, it's a little bit of a plan to do that, and basically meaning that, look, the RGC controls all the forms of revenue coming in and out of there, and to get them to the table, you're going to have to really hurt them. And to do that, you've got to go after their oil capability, their trading capability. And what I'm proposing is not still targeting the infrastructure from the military, from the civilian side, but go after certain pieces. Carg Island, for example, take away their capability in areas that could easily be fixed, and then make timelines that say, look, if you don't do this, we're going to take more of it away, more and more and more. So, we've got right now we've got this bridge, this deal, we think, but both sides are on opposite sides. We can't get the Iranians over it, and they're just going to try to run the clock out. We've got to move that needle, and by doing that, by going after specific targets that will hurt them in a way that can be fixed eventually.
It's an asymmetrical war, right? Like we're bigger, we're stronger, we've got all the power, but they've got, as we've talked about with Ukraine, every day you survive, you inch a little bit closer to the finish line.
Right.
And that's the way I feel. It's the 3 M's. They think that we're going to spend all of our military might as far as the weapons that not only that we have, but that Israel has.
Yeah.
Then the market's going to eventually slow down and collapse and reverse, and then eventually midterms will come, and people will make that decision that, hey, we want to move on from this.
Yeah, and again, I look at everything through that military lens and figure, why aren't we re-engaging? Is it because we don't have the ammunition? I think, go back to the National Defense Plan a few years back. They fully expected a war with China by 2027. Well, if that was the case, then we should have been stockpiling. There should have been, lots of that same kind of ammunition that would be used against China, that would be used against Iran. So it doesn't appear to be there. And so from that perspective alone, I've got, my eye concerning about maybe there is something to the fact that we're trying to conserve ammo. Maybe we still think that fight's going to take place in the Pacific, and we're not willing to release some of those munitions there. But for whatever reason, the president is adamant about not redoing any kind of military force for right now. But you're seeing the markets having an effect. I saw a report yesterday about the airline industry, something like $65 billion more dollars that they spent in fuel costs, so travel costs. So all those pressures, those forces are acting on this conflict right now, are just seem to be getting worse and worse.
Talking to my clients, our military analysts, we talk about what's going on over there in the Middle East. Mike, you and I were just chatting briefly before we hopped on. He's got no good options here, and everybody wants that. It's a Sun Tzu. Everybody wants to, where is my little path for some sort of victory?
Right.
He's frustrated, and I keep telling everybody this, and I've said it from day one. He's negotiating with, quite frankly, two negotiators at this point, Witkoff and Jared Kushner. I'm not quite sure I'd be sitting over there at this point. You're also negotiating something where you're trying to figure out what to do with Lebanon, which, by the way, is run by a Christian, right? Currently their president. And then you've got Israel over here, and then the ghost of Obama passed. And I feel like Trump is just like, you know what, I can't be bothered at this point in time. Somebody figure this thing out for me.
Yeah, those are all forces acting. That issue with Israel right now, I mean, Israel looks like a vassal state if they decide to, have to say pay attention to what the president says. You have him Bibi getting into a conflict with him, and Trump telling them not to fire, get back to the table. It's sophomoric to think that the president could say that. Who is he talking to? Who are the audiences here? I mean, Israel is going to always act in their own best interests, and if they get fired upon, their deterrence is 10x back. They go right back at those targets, which is what they did, even though Trump told them not to do so. So I think that relationship is fracturing. He's getting no help in Congress. Congress has voted down. You saw Republicans are now voting against him in order to move a bill forward that really, won't go anywhere. It sends a signal, but the bottom line is it sends a signal, right? So what the president's going to do here about it remains to be seen. I think the Senate is concerned. He can start a very short second military campaign, 2 weeks that goes after this infrastructure, and that would put a lot more pressure on. And that seems to be what a lot of advisors are saying. But for whatever reason, he's adamant about not doing it.
It's just, and look, my frustration level is through the roof because I felt like we kind of were pulled into something that maybe the advisors, the Hegseths of the world and stuff, that if we are to believe several of the reports that came out, that everybody looked at him and said, look, great for Venezuela. That was a little bit different. This is a wholly different thing, and don't believe what Israel tells you that this is going to be some sort of cakewalk, because this all changed when Bibi came out here. You had the likes of Brazen Kane said, yeah, I don't think so. You had Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance really skeptical about this.
I think so. I think that they took advantage of the Israeli intelligence to start. They thought it was going to be quick. That is probably in this century, since Desert Storm, this mindset that we think that conflicts will be over quickly. The Russians fell into that trap, and look what they're up to right now with Ukraine. And I think we fell into it too. That the success we had in Venezuela really wasn't necessarily a military operation. It wasn't against another force. It was a kidnapping operation that we used our military on. This was going to be completely different, though. This always had this implied task of regime change. It always had that. We thought that we saw the protests take place in Iran, thought that there would be internal forces that would act. But again, we were lulled into this false sense of security that the military will solve the problem in a short time frame. What are we on, day 100 here? I mean, we're well past, and we're 40 or 60 days past the time when we shut down Operation Epic Fury. So we're seeing that the diplomatic pressure is just not enough to get them to move, and the clock is running, and it's going to run out on us faster than it's going to run out on the Iranians.
When you look at Israel right now, I mean, because they've got their own conflict on the inside. Bibi has had obviously numerous issues when it comes to currently court cases facing him. He and Trump seem to be, like you said, sophomoric at times, the way they're going back and forth. But at some point, Trump has to stand up and say it's either going to be this way, or if you guys want to have at Iran, good luck to you.
Yeah, and how does he get away with walking away without the what happens with the Gulf Coast states there and UAE and Qatar? They're being targeted. Obviously, they're going after Kuwait because that's an easy target for the Iranians when they did break the ceasefire. But all those countries are really concerned about leaving Iran in any kind of position where they have any way to rebuild their power. The world should have figured out a long time ago not to be held hostage by the Straits. That's still the situation hasn't changed as well. But UAE and pipelines and all these other things they should be building. But those Gulf states are going to be really concerned if Iran has any scintilla of a way to rearm and refit itself, especially with the Chinese. Maybe the Chinese are supporting them with crypto right now, and that's where they're getting their money from. Who knows? But the bottom line is just walking away right now will leave this a really big mess. And for someone that I didn't think would kick the can down the road, that's exactly what he's going to do, and it's going to be worse than Obama because he's going to leave them in a state similar to. I'll give you a historical analogy. It's World War I into World War II. The Iranians will be much more focused about making sure when they rebuild this time it'll be tighter and it won't be a position where they'll be ever threatened again.
You talk and I just this whole thing is. The geopolitics of it all. We're like, have we ruined some friendships? I think there's some Gulf states that are not thrilled by what is going on. There's no doubt about that. And I sit here and I think to myself, like you said, we're going to kick the can down the road potentially. All that being said, what did we get out of it? Because nobody thought they would close the Strait of Hormuz or could ever do that. I mean, I feel like there's been so many flags that were available for us to see and go, that's a red flag, and they were ignored.
Yeah, and I think the whipsawing back and forth on oil, I think Trump is definitely not a globalist, right? So he decides that he could kind of start this and then walk away from it because the United States is virtually energy independent. But unplugging the U.S. from the whole petro market and the petrodollar, all the dollars that go into that, really stands up the world economy. And plus, you have states in our country for whatever reason, I'm not sure, but they buy their oil from Middle Eastern countries. Look at California, for example. I don't get that on any level. Maybe this is how he thought that was going to bring some of those markets back to the United States. I think he starts to go down that route with tariffs and everything in the same thing economically, but then loses interest and then just leaves a mess for somebody else to clean up.
Talking to Mike Lyons, our military analyst, we talk about all things when it goes to the military, global conflict, which there's plenty. Let's switch over to Ukraine. I think most people recognize now Ukraine at best it's a draw right now, but I think they've even got a little bit, they've kind of leaking ahead, if you will, just barely. But there's no doubt that they seem to have had enough in Russia. You're even starting to hear the likes of their pundits who are super pro-Russia on their stations start to push back now, like maybe we've gone as far as we can.
Yeah, I think that things are moving faster there than anyone really recognizes. Frankly, as I've seen reports the last few days, we're actually gaining ground, literally on the ground. 100 square kilometers. I saw a report in that region, the Donbass region, and if you look at their targeting, they continue to use their drone technology inside of Russia, going in places after their critical infrastructure. And you look at what Russia, this has been this, the Kharkiv counteroffensive, this kind of going back and forth. We'll be studying this in history classes, 15 years from now and thinking, about this grinded World War I battle that took place. But the bottom line, though, is they're out of the trenches and they're moving forward. So they're at least gaining ground back inside of Ukraine, which is a positive sign. If the end of this conflict means that the Russians don't have any of this control over the Donbass in that area there, boy, that's going to be a big victory for Ukraine. That's not going to look good for Russia. So that appears to be taking place right now. They've locked down the logistics and they've destroyed so much of Russia's targeting capability, and they continue to go after their supply. So you're right. Ukraine has got this upper hand right now that they're going to continue to exploit.
When we look at the history books and we talk about this, it started out as World War I. You and I talked about that. It was a trench warfare, and you were just shocked by this. But somewhere along the line, they turned it from trench warfare into drone warfare, and they did it fast.
Yeah, and take that to another level. They take these cheap drones and cheap drone warfare that have turned out to destroy expensive supply chains. I mean, it's the same analogy when we talk about missile defense technology. We have to shoot a very expensive missile against a very poor or less expensive missile coming at us that can create a lot of damage. Well, same thing on the other side. The Russians have these supply chains, and they're very deep, and they're expensive to keep soldiers fed and water and the like. But meanwhile, very cheap drones have been deployed to destroy those supply lines, to destroy that material. The economics doesn't work. So the same analogy on the air defense side is happening on the ground when it comes to that drone technology. It's changed everything, no question about it. And it's a matter of creativity, how you're as creative to deploy those drones, and then let's add that AI level to them. That's the next level when they start thinking by themselves autonomously, and that's really going to change warfare in the next 10 to 15 years.
How much longer do you think the pooter has?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's one of those, we didn't think that, the leaders of these countries that start these conflicts have, but they seem to survive. He's going to figure out a way to survive himself, whether, we talked about having the Iranians' leadership eventually go to Russia. Boy, could you think about if Vladimir Putin had to get out of Russia and do something to stay alive. I don't know where he goes. China, I'm not sure. But Russia's still a big country. There's a lot of insulation around him, and the military will continue to take these losses until something breaks. Something's going to have to break internally.
What's China thinking of all this, man? Because we talk about China all the time. They're sitting there, and they're looking and saying, okay, you guys can all fight it out, get busy, do whatever it is you're doing. We're just going to sit back and watch.
Yeah, that's all they're really capable of doing, and that they don't have to get into anything. And there may be concern that their Belt and Roads and that initiative is going to be curtailed for a bit with what's going on in Iran. China has become a vassal. Russia has become a vassal state of China. That's unfortunate. But to me, again, they are very reluctant to, I think, culturally deploy their military. They have they need another generation, let's 20 to 25 years, in order to confidently do that because of the societal pressure on their forces. The fact that there's so many individual sons that are deployed right now would ruin a lot of Chinese families. They have other issues there that kind of prevent their military from doing anything, and I think that's just fine with them. They're going to stay on the sidelines and beat China.
He's the best damn military analyst in the business, retired major from the Army. Mike Lyons, always good talking to you, brother. We'll do it again next week.
Thanks, Chad. Thanks for having me.
Love talking to Mike. You know what else I love? Talking to our good buddy Zach Abraham, Chief Investment Officer, Bulwark Capital. You guys know what they can do for you. Wouldn't you like to talk to them about what they can do for you? Right? You hear us talk about it all the time. Low risk, lower cost, low volatility. What can they do for your retirement? What can they do for your investments? They're amazing. They really are. And what they're going to show you is, first and foremost, give you a free second opinion, if you will. A know your risk portfolio review. They're going to show you what's going on inside of your account. They can just kind of go through the whole thing with you and then show you what they're all about, how they lower that risk, lower that cost, and lower that volatility, and how through their fundamentals and the way they invest, they do what they do. Sign up for today. It's absolutely free to you. It's a Know Your Risk portfolio review. Go to knowyourriskpodcast.com. That's knowyourriskpodcast.com for Bulwark Capital's Know Your Risk portfolio review. Investment advisory service offered through Truck Financial LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investments involve risk and are not a guarantee. Past performance does not guarantee future results. Check 26103. Chad Benson Show.
A multi-billion-dollar CEO says this is deeply triggering. The Watchdog on Wall Street podcast with Chris Markowski. Every day, Chris helps unpack the connection between politics and the economy and how it affects your wallet. McDonald's drive-thru prices through the roof. Groceries at Target skyrocketing. Ken Griffin is sounding the alarm on inflation. We need to be strengthening the U.S. dollar. Whether it's happening in D.C. or down on Wall Street, it's affecting you financially. Be informed. Check out the Watchdog on Wall Street podcast with Chris Markowski on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
What does life after service look like? You might think it means slowing down or taking a step back. But for the VFW, it means stepping up. Fighting for veterans' benefits, rebuilding communities when disaster strikes, and evolving to meet today's veterans where they are. Because a veteran's mission never truly ends, and neither does ours. The VFW, still leading, still advancing, still serving. Get involved at stillserving.org.
CarPro.com. Jerry Reynolds, the CarPro here, answering your automotive questions. How much does it cost to own a car? Well, the answer depends on a number of factors, but overall, the average cost of owning a new vehicle is roughly $11,500 a year, according to AAA's most recent Your Driving Cost Analysis. Depreciation is by far the biggest cost of ownership. Other expenses to budget for include insurance, finance, fuel, and don't forget your maintenance cost, and that sometimes is a big one. To get any of your automotive questions answered, go to CarPro.com and sign up for the free weekly newsletter.
If you like getting the truth about the car business before you buy your next car, then you'll love the Car Pro Show podcast. Just search for Car Pro Show on the iHeart app, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Car Pro Show podcast.
Hey, this is Chad Benson. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Larry Elder.
CEO Magazine, been around 22 years. Every single year, they rate the best state in which to do business and the worst state in which to do business. Guess which one has finished last every single year of the magazine's existence? That's a rhetorical question. It's called California. Maybe, just maybe, it's time for the voters to stop pulling that lever for the Democratic Party like zombies.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
He's off to the races. No one's going to catch him. Touchdown.
Local business owners, get in on the football excitement and let your message be heard. Join the growing number of businesses supporting high school sports on 1450 The Ticket at very affordable rates. Simply contact the WMOH 1450 The Ticket sales office at 513-863-1111. You are listening, and so are many of your future customers. Let area football fans know that you support high school sports on 1450 The Ticket, and they'll support you.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Mike Brown, the head coach of the Knicks, says he never thought he'd see the day. That's him ripping the officiating crew after San Antonio had 24 free throws to the Knicks' 8. He was incredibly upset with the officiating, and the Knicks lose Game 3. We've got a series. I'm Drake Toll.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see showers and thunderstorms today with a high around 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Chance of thunderstorms on Wednesday, hot and humid with a high 90, heat index 103. Chance of thunderstorms late Wednesday night with a low 72. Sunny with a chance of thunderstorms Thursday, high 90. Cloudy, chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Partly sunny on Friday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Deep states? No. Deep doo-doo? Yeah. The Chad Benson Show.
Aha! It's the iPhone's fault that we're not having babies.
A new report claims phones could account for more than 30% of the decline in the fertility rate among women ages 15 to 44. The CDC has reported a 23% drop in the fertility rate since reaching a peak in 2007. That's the same year Apple released the iPhone.
That's right, kids. That's why I have an Android.
In the early years of the iPhone, AT&T had the exclusive contract. So researchers compared fertility rates in areas that had widespread AT&T coverage to counties with little or none. Researchers saying as smartphones became common, time spent with friends and sexual activity fell sharply, while consumption of pornography, a possible substitute for a sexual partner, rose.
Ooh. I mean, this is like a serious issue, all kidding aside. And what they showed there were several things. Obviously, the adult stuff, especially among men, is an issue. But also, rural areas didn't have the same coverage, not a lot going on, opportunity to procreate. So what are we saying? Back to flip phones. What do you think? We're going to talk about this more later. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your X, your Insta, and everything else. I'm hearing from all of you right here on the Chad Benson Show. Coming up, hour number 2 of the program. If you think politics is crazy, wait till you hear these stories that are just insane. Top of that, yesterday a judge ruled that a player will be eligible to play quarterback this year for Texas Tech. What did he do? Think Pete Rose. What is going on? We're going to talk a bit about that. The latest when it comes to Iran, the World Cup, just a few days away. We're going to talk a bit about that as well. A bunch of other good stuff on the way. If you're missing the show, we say shame on you. Grab that podcast. Check us out tonight live on the YouTube right around 8 o'clock Eastern. Hour number 2 of the show. Straight ahead. This is the Chad Benson Show.
This is the Chad Benson Show.
1450 The Ticket.
Looking for a local community-oriented place to hang out, family-friendly, and a great place to bring your pet? Municipal Brew Works is open 7 days a week, and they have a huge patio area to soak up the sun and enjoy your favorite adult beverages. Join Municipal Brew Works for their big 10th anniversary party the weekend of June 12th through the 14th, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Drink specials galore, live music, and lots of food truck dining options. Municipal Brew Works in the former Hamilton City Building in downtown Hamilton. See you for the big 10th anniversary weekend.
There's an issue cutting through the partisanship in Congress. It's AM radio.
The overwhelming majority of legislators, Democrats and Republicans, support a bill to keep AM radio in cars. But time is running out. Text AM to 52886 and ask Congress to bring this bill to the floor for a vote now. AM radio is too important to let this moment pass us by.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
This is your ticket to Miami University Sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
From Town Hall, I'm Rich Thomason. A U.S. Army helicopter has crashed near the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump says 2 crew members on board were rescued and were not injured. The president is upbeat about the prospects for an Iran peace deal, and soon. He says we're very close to having a very good, strong, powerful deal, adding an agreement could be signed in 2 or 3 days. Israel and Iran have stopped attacking each other. President Trump had appealed to both sides to knock it off.
In a brief conversation with President Trump, I asked him what he had said to Benjamin Netanyahu to try to persuade him to stop the retaliatory attacks on Iran. He said he told the Israeli Prime Minister, "We have to use common sense. We're very close to signing a very powerful deal, a very good deal." Mr. Trump was concerned that Israeli airstrikes could derail those ongoing peace talks with Tehran. President Trump later told Axios that he had told Mr. Netanyahu, "Bibi, you better be careful or you will be on your own very soon."
The BBC's Sarah Smith. His redistricting strategy is producing some unexpected consequences for California's Democratic governor.
Democrats are being shut out of California's 40th congressional district, despite a redistricting effort backed by Governor Gavin Newsom that was designed to put the seat in play. 2 Republicans have advanced out of the primary, leaving Democrats off the November ballot entirely. The outcome marks an unexpected setback for Newsom's redistricting plan, after a district reshaped to weaken Republicans ended up guaranteeing a Republican victory instead. Willie Nelson, Los Angeles.
It's primary day. Voters in Maine and Nevada, South Carolina, and North Dakota are heading to the polls. Maine's high-stakes U.S. Senate contest has generated much interest all around the country. Watching Wall Street, the Dow is up almost 400 points. The NASDAQ, 202 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey, I'm Kirk Cameron. Is health insurance eating up your budget for 2026? If you're looking for ways to better steward your finances, consider this. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a health insurance alternative at half the cost. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. While insurance companies tell you when to join, what to pay, and where to go, CHM is different. As a ministry, CHM allows you to share the burden of medical bills with other Christians. You can enroll, switch programs, or leave at any time. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a world of difference. CHM has 4 flexible programs. You can pick any certified doctor, surgeon, or hospital that you want for eligible care. So make the switch. Take your paycheck back from health insurance this year. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. There are 16 Butler County projects getting money in the state capital budget passed by the Ohio Senate. State Senator George Lang was a yes vote, but he says local governments are doing way too much spending.
And every time we put money in for a park development, a splash pad, every time we do that, we are adding to the long-term negative impact of property taxes.
The $3.7 billion plan now goes to the House for consideration. Hamilton police detectives are trying to solve the homicide of 65-year-old Vincent Singletary. He was found dead of a gunshot wound at a home on South 12th Street last Friday. Dave Chappelle is once again holding his popular outdoor stand-up comedy shows in his hometown of Yellow Springs. Tickets for the shows in July and August go on sale tomorrow. There were 29 canine attacks on letter carriers in greater Cincinnati last year. I'm Steve Vaughn.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Looking for a reason to try the $5 meal deal with new McValue? Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the price makes 5.
So much.
Get more than you expect with the $5 meal deal with new McValue.
The Quarter Pounder with Cheese had many great things. Maple flavored griddle cakes isn't one of them. McDonald's breakfast comes first. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Your local McDonald's on South Erie Highway in Hamilton, Nellis Road in Fairfield, Route 4 at McGee in Fairfield, and on Princeton Road next to Menards in Bridgewater.
Are you someone who tries to drive while distracted by your phone? Someone who props it on the steering wheel? Or peeks down at it for a glance? Or just scrolls and scrolls? If so, you could be the next person to get into a fender bender, get a ticket, veer off the road, or even cause a crash that kills you or someone else. Enough already. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
35 to the 40. Can he get past the kicker? Here he goes down the sideline. The 20. 10. Touchdown. 75 yards. And the Rams have answered right back.
Join our team as we follow your team.
So here comes Edgewood. Caught from the wing. Yes! And we will have overtime.
The Firebirds now up 2-0. Getting the job done with small ball.
On your ticket to high school sports, WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, showers and thunderstorms are likely today with a high 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Showers likely early Wednesday with a chance of thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high 90, a heat index 103. Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms late, low 72. Mostly sunny Thursday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 90. Chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Chance of showers and thunderstorms Friday, high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
The Chad Benson Show.
Trump went, he saw, they lost, people are pissed, they're blaming it on him, and it's funny to watch both sides fight over the Knicks losing Game 3 at the Garden. It's kind of funny. Fox has this thing out where they're chanting USA, and you can hear it kind of. Then, of course, there's 1,000 different angles of everybody booing Trump. I felt bad for the players. They got sucked up in this. That was not, they just want to play basketball. And it became about them and nothing else. But I said this yesterday, said it last night, even before the game tipped off. Go check out on the YouTube. If you show up, they better win, because if not, you're going to get blamed for it. And people are blaming him big time, saying he fell asleep. It did look like he fell asleep. It looked like he fell asleep last week during one of those cabinet meetings. It did. I'm the greatest. That's because I don't sleep. I just close my eyes for a minute, and then I'm wide awake for the next 6 days. You don't even understand. Oh, I would understand. That being said, this is funny to watch the fall and the battle of right versus left over who cheered louder, for God's sakes. Just nuts. Absolutely crazy. Meanwhile, in more important things, they're shooting back and forth at each other again in Iran and Lebanon and Israel. And there is no good out here for Trump. There isn't, if we're honest. He's frustrated. You can see that. He's angry with what's going on. He's also bored. I absolutely 100%, I was talking to my clients last hour, and we were talking before, but there's just this sense of he looks bored. He looks bored with this. He does. There isn't a good situation where we walk out giant winners. They wave the white flag. Lebanon ceases to fire at Israel, Hezbollah, and also Lebanon then gives and cedes land to Israel. And there is no win in this situation. Bibi's plan is starting to show cracks. It is all going sideways. This was not what Trump thought he was getting. He thought he was going to get something smooth and easy, that he was going to go in there and this would just be a done deal. They would see how powerful we are, right? This asymmetrical warfare that we were going to rage. Didn't matter what they did because we were going to just crush them and they were going to walk away.
President Trump this morning pleading with both sides, posting on social media, Israel and Iran must immediately stop shooting. Within hours, Iran and Israel backed down. But in a televised address, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu remained defiant. If the terrorist regime makes the mistake of attacking us again, he said, we will respond with force.
Well, what's going on? Netanyahu's strategy is not working. Great article in the Financial Times today about the fact that essentially his entire military being of this is what we're going to do is not going the way he thought it was going to go. And because of that, there's more than a few cracks in that armor over there because there was already a plenty, but now these things have turned from cracks to giant, huge holes, and they're having serious issues. Look, there's no doubt Iran is struggling in a major way. But as far as what's going on and who stands to be the biggest loser, it's Trump at this point in time. It is. It's Israel. Iran is lost, but they've been losing for a while. But much like we talk about with Ukraine and stuff, you got to hold on. That's all you have to do if you're them. I want us to win. Everybody's like, do you not want us to win? It's not about whether I want us to win. I don't want us to be in this. There was no reason for us to be here. And don't give me this crap, right? Because I get all this all the time from people that will text me, and it's the same thing, right? 1979. I don't care about 1979. We can go back to, 54? When we overthrew their duly elected leader to install the Shah? I mean, come on. Let's enough of this. What are we doing? We've lost 13 lives, and Trump now looks bored and frustrated. And it's showing. There is no win in this the way that he's hoping for. The white flag being waved, all of that stuff. Israel gets whatever land they want, right? Hezbollah lays down their weapons. Hamas. There's no winning in all of this. All of our friends, right, in the Gulf states embrace Israel, and everybody signs the Abraham Accords. That isn't happening. They probably don't trust us like they did prior to. Why is that? Because every time something happens, something goes down, we side with Israel. So the Gulf states, our neighbors, our partners supposedly, right, in the region, because we're on their land in many cases with our bases, are looking here going, you seem to care more about them. What's China have to say? These are all very serious questions. And Trump looks now disinterested because he was told smooth and easy. We're going to go in there. We're going to blow some stuff up. We're going to facilitate a movement with inside of the country that is going to help them overthrow what's left of the regime. And in doing so, this will be just a little bit longer than Venezuela. That's not true. And now it's costing us at the pump. And that is going to come in a much bigger way. That is. It's also costing us when it comes to groceries, when it comes to a lot of things. So, alas, here we are. And this doesn't seem to be moving in the way that a lot of people thought it was going to. And you've got a group of people out there who say, well, we just have to go in and just do it. Well, how many people are sending in? What exactly are we doing? Are we going to occupy? What's that going to cost? I know a lot of people don't care about the cost. I care about the cost of life, and I care about the cost of money that we don't have. Oh, yeah. There's that. So there's a lot going on here. There is a lot. And you can tell Trump is frustrated. and he's going to get more and more frustrated because I don't think this is going to come to an end anytime soon. And even when it, quote unquote, does come to some sort of end, what exactly does that look like? Just out of curiosity, because we've never had any definition and nothing's been defined to us of what a victory looks like. We've been told there's a victory every day. We've been told that this thing has been won for weeks and months. We've been told all of those things. What exactly does that look like? And what does victory look like to the point where it will be the victory that not only we want, but also will be the victory that Israel wants? What does that look like? Just curious about those things. And then, of course, you've got the economy side of stuff.
The Federal Reserve Bank of New York survey finds 44% of Americans now say their financial situation is worse than a year ago, and 13% say their situation is much worse, the highest percentage in 4 years. The financial unease putting added strain on food pantries.
Yes. I wonder why people are stressed and worried. Wonder why that there's added strain. Is there added cost to stuff? Let's not forget the tariffs are still out there. Let's not forget a lot of these things that have taken place, including, yes, gas, oil. Somebody said to me yesterday, you guys not willing to sacrifice $2 or $3 a gallon for the safety of, I'm like, safety of what? Of the world? What are you talking about? They were going to get a bomb. And do what? What do you think they were really going to do? Do I want them to have a bomb? No. But did I go to bed at night going, I better check under the bed just in case there's, oh, look at that. Well, you guys didn't see it, right? You guys didn't see it, but there's the IRGCs under the bed. Yeah. No, sorry.
The war in Iran, one major factor behind rising costs. President Trump insists the U.S. is nearing a peace deal with Iran.
I don't think there are any sticking points. I think we're very close to having a very, very good, strong, powerful deal.
Telling ABC's Jonathan Karl, we're trying to finish it up. The one with the power wins. We have all the power.
Do we? Do we have all the power? Again, asymmetrical. We're bigger, we're badder, but they're going to treat this as an act of attrition, meaning they're hoping to wait us out militarily. Do we have stuff? You know, last year when we did Operation, was it Midnight Hammer? Iran said they regretted stopping. And the reason was they found out later on through their intelligence that we didn't have all the stuff we thought we had. Oh. And that maybe we didn't have enough to defend for weeks and months, let alone maybe even days. And that includes Israel. So they're thinking military, markets, and midterms. We're going to see. No doubt about it. We are. God willing, this thing ends sooner rather than later, but I am not going to hold my breath. 323-538-2423 at Chet Benson Show is your X, your Insta, YouTube, and more. Relief Factor, incredible. I love Relief Factor. Take it every single day. Working out more, playing more pickleball, doing all kinds of stuff. And let me tell you something, it is awesome. I'm also running up and down stairs. My legs don't hurt. My body doesn't hurt. It is incredible. If you're sick and tired of being in pain, if you're sick and tired of the aches and pains in your joints and your muscles, sometimes from just getting older, Relief Factor delivers time and time again. And right now, a 3-week quick start is ready for you. Okay? Purity. So it's third-party tested for purity and potency. It works. It's naturally formulated. It's non-addictive. You can take it every single day. If you want to get yourself feeling independent again, jump on the 3-week quick start for just $17.76 to celebrate that independence right now by going to relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. 3-week quick start, $17.76. Nobody does it better than Relief Factor. Get that relief you need right now with Relief Factor, relieffactor.com, or call 800-4RELIEF, 800-4RELIEF for Relief Factor. Chad Benson Show.
The American Medical Association has these tips to prepare kids for summer camp. Protect them against UV rays and insect bites with sunscreen and repellent. Prepare for seasonal or food-related allergies and arrange medications in advance. Pack healthy lunches and snacks, plus plenty of water. And make sure that they're up to date on measles vaccinations, as the U.S. now has its highest number of cases in 30 years. Learn more at ama-assn.org. Many people live longer and with better quality because of the medications that they take. But those medications can also be dangerous if they're not taken correctly. And that's particularly true for older adults. Dr. Grant Carbox is a Senior Executive Medical Director at HealthSpring.
Older adults should stay engaged with their medications by taking them properly and understanding any potential side effects and risk factors.
Learn more at healthspring.com.
It's the Dana Show.
You need to pay closer attention. Well, that's the politician's job to give people. It's the politician's job to sell you on whether or not you should vote for them. But as the citizen, it's your job to know when the hell to go vote. That's just the basic responsibility of a voter. I'm a politician, so I don't have to worry about getting your vote, so I can say this. They're not going to tell you this because they're afraid of hurting your feelings. People need to wake the hell up.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Start saving this summer at AE Door and Window. All through June, save up to 15% off Provia entry doors and sliders, as well as select Clopay garage doors. Save up to 20% off windows by Pella and Provia. Combine and save for another 5% off your total order and get up to $100 off a next generation LiftMaster opener. All with zero down, zero interest for 2 years. Learn more at aeDoorSales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
Big Box is back at Popeyes. 2 pieces of bone-in chicken or 3 tenders, 2 regular sides, and a biscuit for just $6. Add a cane sweet lemonade or tea and a blueberry lemon cheesecake to make your meal complete. Need dinner for the family? Get an 11-piece tender meal with 1 large side, 4 biscuits, and 4 dip cups for only $20. Stop by your new locally owned Popeyes locations at 2981 Princeton Road near Bridgewater Falls or 5102 Dixie Highway in Fairfield.
Grab that chicken from Popeyes.
This is Dana Lash. Join me today at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
If Baby could talk, she'd say a lot. You'd know what she's thinking and what makes her happy. But unfortunately, Baby can't talk or remind you. You're the one taking her to daycare today, and she won't speak up if you drive straight to work like any other day and never think to look in the backseat. Every year, dozens of kids die from heat stroke in cars. No one is perfect, so set a reminder. And always look before you lock. Where's Baby? Paid for by NHTSA.
High school tournament baseball. Installed by AE Door and Window.
Into the outfield for a base hit. Derek Ogden continues his hot hitting like a gazelle out there. Chandler Taylor covers a ton of ground, runs that one down. Got him looking. Caleb Treason, a complete Game 3 hitter, and the Baton Rams are heading back to Canton.
Thursday, Baton plays Padua Franciscan in the Division III state semifinals.
Swung on and missed.
Coverage begins Thursday at 3:35 on 1450 The Ticket and on WMOH.com.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see showers and thunderstorms today with a high around 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Chance of thunderstorms on Wednesday, hot and humid with a high 90, heat index 103. Chance of thunderstorms late Wednesday night with a low 72. Sunny with a chance of thunderstorms Thursday, high 90. Cloudy, chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Partly sunny on Friday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 86.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
You're listening to The Chad Benson Show.
Could beef prices go up, and it has nothing to do with what's going on with Iran and nothing to do with drought. Instead, the screw worm. What the hell's the screw worm? It's the thing of nightmares, says Sid Miller, who's the ag commissioner in Texas.
Well, it's something like you'd see in a horror movie. It's a fly. It lays its eggs in an open wound. The eggs hatch out into maggots, and they eat living flesh. And they call them screwworm because they just keep burrowing and burrowing deeper and deeper into the muscle, into the flesh. So it's really awful. It's very, very pungent, very putrid, smells terrible, and will lead to death.
Which we don't want. But here's the thing. We got Brooke Rollins on it, right? She's got this handled. No problem at all. Using new technology, right?
Well, they're depending totally on 100-year-old technology, which is a sterile fly technique. And the ideal is you sterilize the male flies, turn them loose, and they mate with, female flies, and they have no offspring. They only mate one time, so the theory's good. But the problem is, when they turn these sterile flies loose, they turn both male and female. They can't separate them. So the sterile fly just mates with the other sterile females. So it doesn't work. We've released over 7 billion sterile flies since we started this program about 18 months ago. And we have more cases today than we had then. And it's marched from southern Mexico 1,100 miles all the way into Texas. It's insanity doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results.
Well, that's government right there. Now, here's the thing. Government is reactionary, but there are things that they can do to fix this. But we all know government won't do that.
There is a way to eliminate it, and it's a USDA program they use. That's how they eradicated it in the 70s and 80s. And it's called the SWAS program, Screwworm Adult Suppression System. And basically, in its most simple form, it's just a fly bait made for screwworm flies. They put out the bait. They did it 6 or 8 times, so it's proven in the field. It's not a theory. It's not a pilot program. Killed 95% of the screwworm flies. Wow. And we wiped it out with this fly bait.
What do you think? Let me know. Love hearing from all of you right here on the Chad Benson Show.
And USDA refuses to use the fly bait.
What? They're not using the fly bait? They're being reactionary and not using something that's modern? Sounds like government. They probably have a contract with somebody's nephews who's on the board of these sterile fly companies. What has to happen is somebody who's on the board of one of these other companies needs to find out if their aunt or uncle works in the government. Meanwhile, we move from there to McDonald's as we continue to talk about beef and burgers.
The days of ordering from a real-life person in the drive-thru lane could soon be in the rearview mirror. McDonald's revealing it's testing Arch IQ, a Google-powered AI ordering system at 5 of its U.S. drive-thru locations.
Was that with hunter sauce and demon sauce?
The chatbot, nicknamed Archie, taking orders in English and Spanish. McDonald's CEO saying it's 90% accurate.
Which is probably 20% more accurate than what we get normally. Oh, jeez. What did I tell you guys yesterday? As we talked about the World Cup stuff and they're getting ready to strike out in Los Angeles. AI is coming. These things are going to be replacing a lot of these positions. And lo and behold, McDonald's is already starting to do this. And we've seen it. You go into a lot of McDonald's now, it's about the kiosk. Same thing with several of the places. And they've tried using different countries' people to do the drive-through. That hasn't worked very well, kind of like they do when they outsource, when you call into some company to figure out what the hell's going on with your phone. But this is coming sooner rather than later. It's not going anywhere. AI is here, kids. That's what I'm telling you. Coming up, talk a little World Cup. 2 days away from the kickoff of the World Cup. Is America ready? We shall discuss straight ahead. Chad Benson Show.
The Chad Benson Show.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war among the major term life companies. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past 2 years. For example, a man age 45 non-tobacco user, $1 million of coverage is only $75 per month, level for the next 10 years. Or a man age 50 non-tobacco user can buy $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of only $110, guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. That's right, level rates for 20 years. And if you're a smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At the Term Lifeline, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. So if you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call right now for a free quote.
Rates and availability may vary by state. Sample rate quotes are based on preferred non-tobacco underwriting exam required to qualify.
800-803-1961. 800-803-1961. 800-803-1961. That's 800-803-1961.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Hamilton police detectives are investigating the death of 65-year-old Vincent Singletary as a homicide. He was found dead of a gunshot wound at a home on the 400 block of South 12th Street last Friday. Fairfield city leaders are applying for a FEMA grant that would allow the city to buy 71 sets of new turnout gear for the fire department. The protective clothing and equipment would help alleviate the risk of exposure to carcinogens that have been known to cause cancer. It's the 100 deadliest days of summer. The period from Memorial Day to Labor Day is especially dangerous on the roadways, according to the Ohio State Patrol. Last year, 384 people died in 68,000 crashes in the Buckeye State. A month-long awareness campaign for dog bites from the U.S. Postal Service. Cincinnati is ranked 11th in the country for the number of letter carriers attacked by dogs. I'm Steve Vaughn.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International. It's not too late. There are thousands of kids waiting over a year for a sponsor. End their wait today. Sponsor a child with compassion. Text radio to 83393.
High school tournament baseball. Installed by AE Door and Window.
Into the outfield for a base hit. Derek Ogden continues his hot inning like a gazelle out there. Chandler Taylor covers a ton of ground, runs that one down. Got him looking. Caleb Treason, a complete game 3 hitter, and the Baton Rams are heading back to Canton.
Thursday, Baton plays Padua Franciscan in the Division III state semifinals.
Swung on and missed.
Coverage begins Thursday at 3:35 on 1450 The Ticket and on WMOH.com.
Mark your calendar for June 13th through the 21st for the Friendship Flea Market. The Friendship Flea Market is very unique with nearly 500 vendor spaces selling a wide variety of new, used, primitives, and specialty foods. Bring the whole family. Roads are blacktopped and are stroller and wheelchair accessible. Admissions free, parking $3, and camping is available. Located in Friendship, Indiana on State Road 62, just a mile east of town. Call 812-667-5645 or visit friendshipfleamarket.com.
Start saving this summer at AE Door and Window. All through June, save up to 15% off Provia entry doors and sliders, as well as select Clopay garage doors. Save up to 20% off windows by Pella and Provia. Combine and save for another 5% off your total order and get up to $100 off a next generation LiftMaster opener. All with zero down, zero interest for 2 years. Learn more at aeDoorSales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Carolina Hurricanes coach Rod Brindamore has yet to name a starting goalie for Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Finals tonight in Vegas. I don't think there's any decision for Brindamore. He has to go to back up Brandon Bussey. Starter Freddie Anderson has been brutal thus far in the series. Bussey came in Game 3 and played well. They lost on a weird deflection in the second overtime. If Carolina wants to tie the series, they'll go to Bussey. I'm Nick Collins.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent.
So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them. At Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
From the WMOH Weather Center, showers and thunderstorms are likely today with a high 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Showers likely early Wednesday with a chance of thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high 90, a heat index 103. Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms late, low 72. Mostly sunny Thursday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 90. Chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Chance of showers and thunderstorms Friday, high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
The Chad Benson Show.
It's getting closer. Less than 2 days away to the kickoff. It's the world's biggest sporting event, and it's coming to America. It's time to talk World Cup.
Oh, how about that? Laura Pereira hit by Hamas! Oh, what a goal! One of the greats! Sherrill right across to Marco Tardini! We haven't been able to control the play in midfield the way that Maradona has been able to do. And he's hurting England again here. It's a brilliant run. It's one of the World Cup great goals.
Zola Montiel can win the World Cup for Argentina with this kick.
Yes!
That's right, kids. The World Cup, just a few days away, kicks off. I'm super duper excited about the World Cup. We're going to go over some of the new rules because there are new rules for this World Cup, which is good. Because a lot of them just common sense, which is great. A lot of them, I think, is kind of forward thinking, if you will, trying to make the game a little bit more, free-flowing. That's kind of what we want. No doubt about that. So I am pumped and excited about what's coming. Again, kicks off in earnest in a couple days' time as Mexico takes on South Africa. And then at night, you've got the likes of Czechia taking on South Korea, which I think is going to be a really good game as well. So let's take a listen to some of the new rules that are out there, okay? Because they are interesting. New rules. And a lot of these are VAR rules. So that's video assistant referees.
Well, I looked into this last week, and there are so many changes, and you think it's such a short space of time, this World Cup starting. So, whole host of VAR changes. Now, the video assistant referees will have more influence at this World Cup. Firstly, with incorrectly awarding corners, the VAR can reverse that decision, providing it doesn't delay the restart.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on this then, Jay?
I don't mind that, because when you look at the way a corner is taken, generally, the ball goes out, you go and collect the ball, you walk over to the corner flag, you wait for the players to come up. I think that's enough time to do a check. Like you said there, if they're going to, if it's going to go into the game and wait 2 and 3 minutes, then I understand that. But I think the way the corners are now, you have enough time to make that check, because all you're looking at is who it hits last. So I think that's enough time.
Absolutely. I think this is great. So, and it's got to be quick. Kind of like baseball, right? Baseball, when it comes to the strikes, the balls and strikes, you tap on the helmet, away it goes. Video assistant referee can now quickly say, you know what, took a quick look, that actually is a goal kick. It went off the attacking player, or it went off the defending player. That should have been a corner kick. Reverse it, get it done. Simple and easy. Shouldn't take that long.
The one that jumps out to me that we recently come across is Arsenal against West Ham.
Yes.
And everyone's talking about Trossard grappling with Pablo, I think it was.
Yeah.
You know, as the ball is coming in. You know, people said, is it in play? Is it not?
Okay.
But now, this obviously would stop that, because if you're grappling while the ball is out of play, penalties can be given. So I think that's a good rule as well. It's going to stop all the skirmishing before. You can't touch no one, you can't hold no one. So I think it's a good rule as well.
Absolutely. This, to me, is important. Over the last decade, we have decided that for there to be a penalty, it has to be so egregious that the same thing that goes on inside the box during a corner kick or a free kick, where, you know, everybody's lined up against whatever player's taking them, and then they try to break and try to get away from their man, and their man just throws their arms around them like it's rugby or football, hand egg, that somehow that is fun to watch. And it's not. It's not at all. And it is frustrating that we have this. But a lot of it starts before the ball's ever kicked. And now what they're saying is, if you go and do that, if you grab your guy before the ball is even played in, you can now get a foul called against you. Because if you watch any of the games, you know, they're getting ready to take a corner kick or a long throw, a free kick, and then just as they get ready, the ref blows the whistle before it even starts, and then as the guys come over and go, you can't do that, I want to see that. I want to see it, call it. And if you can call it in the middle of the field, then call it in the box. One more for VAR.
Another new introduction to VAR's powers, if they will also step in if a red card is issued from a second yellow card that is clearly incorrect.
Yeah, and I love that one, because we've seen that happen quite a lot, where, you know, it's a second yellow card, and because it is a second, no one can step in. So I like that, because at tournament football, you know, you need to have your, you know, all your players on the pitch, and it can have real big, costly outcomes. So I think that's a good rule too.
I think it's a great rule. So right now, a ref, the VAR, so the video assistant referee, he can signal down to the ref, you missed something, or you should take a look. This could be a red card. This could be a penalty, whatever it is. The second yellow, they can't do that on a yellow card. So where a person may dive and then that person gets a second yellow card and he's out of the game and he's out of the next game, now they can say, no, that was a dive. It didn't happen. So it wasn't worthy of that, which is a brilliant thing. Some of the other stuff that is going to take place, which I find to be fascinating, and one of the interesting ones. So there's a 5-second countdown now on throw-ins and goal kicks. So you can't just stand there and look around for 20 seconds. That's good. If you dawdle on the goal kick, the corner kick, or the throw-in, any of that stuff, the other team gets the ball. Goalkeeper, 8-second limits. Substitutions, this is a big one, 10-second. So if your number comes up, you got to get off the field. You can't mosey as they tend to do. If you do not get off the field in 10 seconds, once you're off the field, the person who's coming in for you has to wait a minute on the sidelines before they can come in. And if I'm correct, I think the ball has to go out. So they have to wait a minute. And then once the minute's up, the ball has to be out of bounds before they can bring you in. Some other stuff as well that's out there. But those are kind of the big ones, which I'm excited about. I want more offense. And the yellow card, red card thing, here's my thing that frustrates me about this, is if you get 2 yellow cards in your first 3 matches, that's an accumulation of yellow cards, you get suspended, which is dumb, which is ridiculous. That's the rule that always needs to be changed. No, and nobody should miss the semifinal or final if you're on accumulated yellow cards. That's the dumbest thing in the world. Nobody wants to see people who are good enough to be on the national team not play in the semifinal or final because you didn't take a throw in quick enough, or just whatever stupid thing they come up with. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. Speaking of referees, there is an issue already with one referee who came and was told no.
FIFA are having to deal with an unfortunate and embarrassing situation as Africa's top referee has been refused permission to enter the US. Wmoh Artan was set to become the first Somalian to referee at a World Cup, but he was turned back when he landed at Miami International Airport, and he's now back in Istanbul. He believed he had a valid visa to work in the US, even though Somalia are on the US's travel ban list. Artan was the Confederation of African Football's 2025 Referee of the Year, and he's been a FIFA referee since 2018.
I don't know what exactly, just out of curiosity, I get that's no travel. This is the World Cup. We're welcoming the world here. You got a peace award. What exactly do you think he was going to do here? He's coming here to ref the biggest games on the planet. I'm just curious as to what exactly was the reason. Well, it's a no travel. I get it. That's for other situations, right? This is a totally different situation. I don't think he was coming here to spy or open up a Leering Center or move to Minnesota or whatever.
An advisor to the Somalian Sports Ministry, Sise Adan Abshir, has told AFP Wmoh is one of Africa's most respected referees. Denying him entry not only harms him personally, but it also undermines football's commitment to fairness, merit, and the spirit of fair play. Wmoh Artan was due to be one of the 170 officials working at this World Cup, but he's currently back in Turkey.
Yeah, silly. Just my thought. I know yesterday, too, Iran was denied a whole bunch of tickets they were supposed to get for their contingency. And I've said this, don't make this a disaster for your political gain. Even my buddy, who is a super MAGA guy, but who is a footballer, right? I say that but he's an American. Has said, if they ruin this, I'm going to lose my mind. I don't think they will, and it's going to be fine. I was going to go watch Japan train last night. They're out here in Nashville, and I got home and had some work to do, and I was going to watch them, and I thought, I wonder what the crowd was like there. Geodis Park, which is where Nashville's MLS team plays, packed out. And if you have a chance in your city to go see a team train even, it's just great to watch. It is. It's just a whole different vibe than what you would normally see. The carnival-like atmosphere. I know Pochettino, our manager, said the other day, you can feel it now that there's fever here, World Cup fever. And once the games start, it's going to be fine. And I tell everybody this too. If America, and I think we're going to be all right, if we really start moving and grooving and we start doing well, because a lot of players are starting to be seen everywhere, on television, kind of like they do during the Olympics. But I think what you're going to start to see, too, is the minute we start doing okay, because I see a lot of people, pundits, like, the U.S. will be lucky to get out of their group, this, that, and the other. I'm like, I think you guys are going to be shocked. Home field advantage plays a big role. We're going to do much better than people realize. We are. And we'll talk more about that tomorrow. We will. Coming up, we're going to talk a little bit college football, because what the F is going on there? I wanted to get to the Colorado insanity because it is insane. We'll probably try to do that next hour because it needs a full, just crazy is the best way to describe it. Crazy. Is this where politics has gotten to? Unfortunately, I do believe it is. Between Graham Plattner and some of the wackadoos in Colorado, not to mention the guy in Alaska named Dan Sullivan, who's running against Dan Sullivan. Oh, yeah, that's the only reason it's running is because their name's the same. Just, again, what? We'll talk a bit about that. But first, Bulwark Capital. I want you to talk to my friends over at Bulwark Capital about what they can do for you when it comes to your retirement and your investments. Lower risk, lower cost, lower volatility. What can they do to give you the most upside potential? Let Bulwark show you what they're all about. They do it right. active investors using fundamentals to find the best out there for you and your needs when it comes to your retirement and your investments. So why don't you do this? Talk to my friends over there at Bulwark. Get a free second opinion. Sign up for your Know Your Risk portfolio review today. Go to knowyourriskpodcast.com. That's knowyourriskpodcast.com. Or go to bulwarkcapitalmanagement.com for our friends over at Bulwark Capital Management.
Investment advisory services offered through Trek Financial LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investments involve risk and are not guaranteed. Past performance does not guarantee future results. Trek 26103.
Coming up, we got a little urban word of the day, plus football, college football this time. What is going on there? We'll talk about that as well. Chad Benson Show.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Listen as students and young adults interview well-respected CEOs on our national radio show, RealWorldLeaders.org, to learn secrets for success and how to use them to propel their careers.
Mia, was this a waste of your time, or what did you get out of speaking with Jason today?
Absolutely not. This is always a great experience to be a part of, and I'm really interested in hearing the stories behind the different CEOs that come on to the show.
Jason, what do you think, how important are communication skills and being able to show that confidence of communicating with someone?
I think that's paramount, specifically in my industry. Communication is the key to getting a job done in my field. I also think that it's the key to getting things done in your personal life and personal relationships. I would beg all of you to go out into the world and be yourselves just as you are.
To hear more and to help us introduce your high school, GED, work-ready, and college students to our CEOs, visit our website at realworldleaders.org. That's realworldleaders.org.
Hey, this is Chad Benson. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
High school tournament baseball, installed by AE Door and Window.
Into the outfield for a base hit. Derek Ogden continues his hot hitting like a gazelle out there. Chandler Taylor covers a ton of ground, runs that one down. Got him looking. Caleb Treason, a complete Game 3 hitter, and the Baton Rams are heading back to Canton.
Thursday, Baton plays Padua Franciscan in the Division III state semifinals.
Swung on and missed.
Coverage begins Thursday at 3:35 on 1450 The Ticket and on WMOH.com.
My friend Ed Larkin, the good folks at Rose Automotive, have a big announcement to make. They are now the proud owners of Larkin Cobb Chevrolet Buick GMC in Eaton, Ohio. Larkin Cobb can handle all your Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC needs. Go see my friends at 500 East Main Street in downtown Eaton, a short drive from Dayton, Cincinnati, and Richmond, Indiana. My friends from Rose Automotive are thrilled to be serving the Eaton market and can't wait to help you into your next Chevrolet, Buick, or GMC. Larkin Cobb, drive the extra 20 to save plenty.
Wounded Warrior Project has been there for me since that first day in the hospital. They got me out of the house, they got me connected with other veterans, and they helped me face my PTSD. They support me and my family at every turn. And now I'm helping other warriors realize that they're not alone.
Through our hands-on programs, supportive community, and ongoing advocacy, we help post-9/11 veterans realize what's possible. Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/possible.
My name is Teresa Barber. I was in the United States Navy, and I served overseas in the Middle East and Africa. Early on in my career, I had a commander that taught our suicide prevention training, and the very next day, he took his own life. 90% of suicide attempts involving a gun are fatal. My way of continuing my service is to help protect my community by being a responsible gun owner and by storing firearms safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Democrats never cease to amaze. James Talarico, the Democrat candidate for Senate in Texas, the one who said there are 6 genders, guess what he now says? There are just 2 genders. What happened to the other 4? And Tim Kaine, who said our rights don't come from God, got hammered and then said, oh, I know our rights come from God. But you just said...
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see showers and thunderstorms today with a high around 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Chance of thunderstorms on Wednesday, hot and humid with a high 90, heat index 103. Chance of thunderstorms late Wednesday night with a low 72. Sunny with a chance of thunderstorms Thursday, high 90. Cloudy, chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Partly sunny on Friday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 86.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Serving up talk radio medium rare and dripping with irony. It's Chad Benson.
It is time that we learn a bit. We get our groove on. We get our learn on. I was watching this guy who's a grammar specialist, who went to, I think it was like a 9th grade graduation, like a middle school graduation or whatever it was, and he gave a speech using the youngsters' vernacular. They were laughing so hard, but it's good to know.
Now it's time for the urban word of the day. The young have a vocabulary all their own, and we break it down for you. It's called the urban word of the day.
All righty. Your urban word today. We were just talking about the World Cup. Were we not? How about this? Catch a dub. Catch a dub means to get a win. How'd you guys do yesterday? Man, we played great. I scored a couple. We caught a dub. We caught a dub. So when you hear somebody say, catch a dub, get a dub, you got that dub, it means that they've won. The dub is W for winning. Catch a dub is your urban word of the day.
That was the urban word of the day. Now you know.
Speaking of knowing, I think we'll get into this a little bit more tomorrow, but Texas Tech QB, his name is Brendan Sorsby. He is admitted to gambling, including on his former teams, the Hoosiers. I think he was at Cincinnati as well. Has been reinstated by a judge, even though he's admitted to gambling. So he's going to be allowed to play for Texas Tech this year. Now, there's going to be an appeal because the NCAA said no, right? Like, this is the thing that you don't do. The way the judge explained it is, he's making anywhere between $3 and $5 million a year on NIL deals. Has a chance to probably go before this in the second round. So the way they kind of made it look and sound like is this is going to hurt him and his potential future, and that he's got a diagnosis of a disease that, he's addicted to gambling. Okay. But wait, what? I mean, that's insane. And now teams in the Big 12 are saying, yeah, you know what? We don't want to play him. We got to figure something out. Do I think that the NCAA should have the power to suspend him? I think we should look at whether or not it should be the conferences themselves. But he's got a 2-game suspension as of now, and then there's appeal. But right this moment, he misses just the first 2 games. That's it. Not very Pete Rosy, huh? Let me know what you think. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your X, your Insta, and everything else right here on the Chad Benson Show. Coming up, hour number 3. We've gotten to the point of lunacy when it comes to our politics. Things that are going on that we should ask ourselves, is this the best we can do? Between Graham Plattner and the pretzeling that the left is doing to try to make him seem like he's a great candidate, forget the Nazi tattoo and some of the stuff that has taken place, allegedly, with the fair sex. or people in Colorado who are, what? You killed how many people? You did what again? Oh, yeah, wait till you hear this story. Just insane. Hour number 3 straight ahead. Chad Benson Show.
This is the Chad Benson Show.
$14.50 The Ticket.
Don't get caught letting your furnace or air conditioner break down during temperature extremes. Your system needs to operate efficiently at all times. Butler County Mechanical Services is your dependable neighborhood heating and cooling company, offering reliable 24-hour service 7 days a week. And be sure to ask about their annual maintenance contract. That's Butler County Mechanical Services. Call them for your heating and air conditioning system tune-up or repair.
892-1444. 892-1444.
Have you recently opened a brand new business and want to get the word out that you're open? Have an existing business and looking to increase profitability? Or are you looking to staff your new or existing business with employees? This is where WMOH Radio can be of help to you. Advertise your business to reach WMOH Radio's local and loyal listeners with your message that your business is open and ready to serve or looking for workers. Give us a call, 513-863-1111, and let us put the power of locally owned and operated 1450 WMOH Radio go to work for you.
This is your ticket to high school sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
Hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. President Trump says an Iran peace deal is close at hand, could be signed in 2 or 3 days. The president on the crash of a U.S. Army Apache attack helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz.
The pilots are fine, yeah. Nobody injured. We are going to issue a report tomorrow, but the pilots are fine.
If you bought a house last month, you had a lot of company. Home sales surged to the fastest pace of the year, despite higher mortgage rates and prices. The Department of War tightens the screws on communist China.
The Pentagon has added several prominent Chinese businesses to its list of Chinese military companies. The list includes tech giant Alibaba, electric car maker BYD, and search engine Baidu. The move prevents them from securing U.S. defense contracts. The list, updated Monday, now sanctions well-known non-state-owned Chinese companies that are not traditionally considered to be in the defense sector. This year's list includes 188 entities, up from about 130 last year. Keith Peters reporting.
3 more cases of New World screwworm have turned up, including one outside Texas and New Mexico. Still, Ag Secretary Brooke Rollins says the nation's food supply couldn't be safer.
These developments obviously represent a serious threat to our livestock and wildlife, but they haven't caught us off guard. We have been tracking this pest for a long time, and we have fought before, and we will do so again.
In Maine and South Carolina, Nevada, and North Dakota, voters trooping to the polls today. It's primary election day. Maine's high-stakes U.S. Senate race has generated plenty of interest all around the country. On Wall Street this morning, stocks are mixed. The Dow is up 151 points, but the Nasdaq is down 176, and the S&P is off 16 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-0141. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-0141. That's 800-583-0141. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. The death of a Hamilton man has officially been ruled a homicide by the Butler County Coroner's Office. 65-year-old Vincent Singletary was found dead from a gunshot wound on the 400 block of South 12th Street. Butler County State Senator George Lang was a yes vote on the $3.7 billion capital budget bill.
There are many things in this bill that I really like. I like the impact this bill is going to have on the long-term future and viability of our business community.
Lang says 16 Butler County projects get funding. Protecting firefighters from cancer-causing carcinogens. Fairfield City Council is applying for a FEMA grant, which would help the city buy 71 sets of new turnout gear. If approved, FEMA would pay 90% of the $300,000 cost. I'm Steve Vaughn, WMOH, 1450 The Ticket.
Are you a big fan of billiards, fun, and cold drinks? Formerly Tailgaters, the Rack Room on the west side of Hamilton has a friendly and entertaining staff and large drink selections too. Under new ownership, at the Rack Room, you can play pool, some darts, and enjoy your favorite drinks. On Saturday nights, you'll enjoy a DJ spinning your favorite tunes along with karaoke performances, billiards tournament play, your favorite sports on TV, and so much more. Stop into the Rack Room on Millville Avenue and Ohio Avenue on the west side of Hamilton. Rack 'em up at the Rack Room.
When you're behind the wheel, it's okay to rock out to your music, but it's not okay to interact with your phone screen and electronic devices while driving. In most cases, anything more than a single touch or swipe is against the law. That means no texting, no typing, no scrolling, no shopping, no browsing. If an officer sees a violation, they can pull you over. So remember, Ohio, phones down. It's the law.
This is your ticket to high school football.
Quarterback keeper, he goes into the end zone. Touchdown. Cougars are in. Nice run there by Carter Breedlove.
Basketball.
Trying to take it to the bucket. Pass the defender off the window. It's good. We have a new all-time scoring leader for the Lady Rams. Braylon Even.
And baseball.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And the pitch swung on a miss. He got it. Noah Bramble has thrown a no-hitter for Lakota West.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, showers and thunderstorms are likely today with a high 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Showers likely early Wednesday with a chance of thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high 90, a heat index 103. Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms late, low 72. Mostly sunny Thursday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 90. Chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Chance of showers and thunderstorms Friday, high 86.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
The Chad Benson Show.
Quality of candidate used to matter for something. It did. You used to be able to look and say, you know what, this person seems to be a good guy, seems to be a good gal, seems to be able to do the things that, you know, that we're going to be sending them there to do. We may not always agree, but by and large, we think they're kind of above board and they're not insane. That's very important right there. So what do we have now? We have Graham Plattner, right, running today in Maine, and the left is walking this fine line of trying to believe all women and at the same time trying not to be anti-Semitic, but then looking over going, yeah, we read some stuff about you that seems to be quite unsettling from ladies. And on top of that, you've got a giant Nazi tattoo. But they're trying to figure out how that works itself into all of this. Yes, solid candidate. And they're scared because they think, hey, we could win Maine. Susan Collins, we could do it, right? We got the oyster fisherman. Now, is he a Nazi? I don't know. I mean, can people change? Yes. Do people do things when they're stupid? Yes. Do they say things when they're on the internet that's ridiculous? Because, you know, he's got stuff on Reddit that he wanted to kill people and they wanted to do this. They wanted to. Yeah, again, all of those things, people can change. We know that. But nobody figured this out before. Again, quality of candidate matters. It absolutely matters. You got a guy in Connecticut who's running. And the GOP's like, we don't want him. We don't want him. Jason McCormack. He's got all kinds of stuff that's vile, LGBTQ plus, just hatred, including nooses and things of this nature. It just No, they're like, no, we don't. We didn't know before. Why didn't you know before? Why didn't you know before? Which brings us to the chaos of chaoses. Okay, first, we joke about what's going on in Alaska, where you've got two people with the same name. Okay? I want you guys to think about this. Two people with the same name running. The two Dans. The two Dans are running, and let me tell you something. The one Dan is not thrilled by the other Dan.
His whole purpose of running is to confuse Alaskans, to make them think, Alaskan voters, that somehow he's me.
Dan Sullivan is running for Senate against Dan Sullivan. And guess who's angry about it? Dan Sullivan. The senator from Alaska believes that Democrats have planted another candidate with the exact same name.
His letterhead, his website, all had my campaign logo that I've had for 13 years, right? So he stole it.
The only difference, their middle initial, Dan J. Sullivan, the challenger, running as a Republican against Dan S. Sullivan, the two-term senator.
Okay, so you got that going on, and it's kind of, it reminds me of the movie Distinguished Gentleman. If you guys know anything about that movie, it's an Eddie Murphy movie, came out in the early 90s, where he's in, I think it's Florida, and his name is Thomas Jefferson Johnson, and his congressman has the same name, but he goes, they have the exact same name, except for one of them's Jefferson Davis Johnson. And what happens? He runs as him after that guy dies, just using his name, and he ends up winning. This guy's running on the same thing.
He is a liberal progressive, right? We've seen his donations to all the far left groups. He's donated to Peltola.
Dan J. Sullivan says that he is a pragmatic centrist Republican. He denies that he is coordinating with Democrats at all. Dan J. Sullivan has acknowledged giving money to Democrats in the past, but says he has supported Republicans and Democrats in past elections. Top Democrats in Alaska and in Washington say they had no involvement whatsoever in Dan J. Sullivan's campaign. And Mary Peltola, Sullivan's Democratic challenger, says she too had no involvement.
If somehow the DSCC or Schumer or Gillibrand knew about this, or were okay with this, or maybe even orchestrated it, my view is this would be a scandal of the highest order. They're trying to cheat. I mean, there's no plausible explanation.
Well, they're trying, I don't know if it's more using, he didn't change his name to your name. So let's talk about that for a second. That being said, yeah, there's no doubt that they may not be involved, but it's not like they're going to stop it. Okay? Now, if you think that's crazy, I bring you to Colorado, which just absolutely says everything you need to know about the lunacy that is going on in Colorado. You've got three Republicans. Three. You've got who they call the adult in the room, Barbara Kirkmeyer. Then you've got Scott Bottoms and Victor Marx. Now, if you don't know who Victor Marx is, I don't even know how to explain this guy. Author, ninja, warrior, Green Beret, all the things that he tells everybody he is. By the sounds of it, he makes it seem like George Santos could not tell a lie. Could not tell a lie. From the interview he did, where he talked about his stepfather making him kill somebody when he was young.
Your claim that your abusive stepfather forced you to kill a man when you were 7 years old, is that the only person you've ever killed?
Well, I would say as a child, yes. I mean, without question. But I've been in other situations where, possibly people or persons died as a result of me defending myself in other countries.
Do you think that you've killed people as an adult?
Does it matter?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Why?
Killing somebody is a pretty weighty thing.
If someone's trying to kill you or you're in combat?
It's still a weighty thing to take somebody else's life. I mean, it could be self-defense, it could be justified, but it's still a weighty thing. So I'm just asking you, how many people have you killed?
Yeah. So this is the interview he does. Now, the same guy that's interviewing him does the debate the other day, and I want you guys to listen to this. The way he describes himself is he's a high-risk humanitarian with successful missions in places like Iraq, Syria, North Africa, Southeast Asia, many times in non-permissive and high-risk areas where he goes in to, I guess, save people.
You claim that you've been all around the world armed to the teeth rescuing women and children from captivity, that you've stopped human smugglers at the Mexico border and made them pay a price, that you as a civilian called in a U.S. military airstrike that killed 70 ISIS fighters, that you were the first American into Gaza during the war with Israel, that you've done 150 high-risk missions and every one has been a success. You told me last week that it's all true and that you don't need to prove it to anyone. But you're talking to voters now. How should voters decide whether you've lived one of the most extraordinary lives in human history or whether you're a liar and a fraud?
Okay, that's the guy asking the question. Of all of the things that this guy's claimed, including calling in an airstrike as a civilian that nobody apparently knows about.
Do I tell the truth?
How should voters discern whether you have had one of the most extraordinary lives in human history or whether you are a liar and a fraud?
Well, simply go back. I have 20 years of videos and documentation and people. We just had our head of security in Iraq call in a video today. The proof is just in people and what we document.
Okay. That's what people are asking. Where is this? Because you've been debunked on numerous occasions. And again, you're running to be governor of Colorado. Where are the serious people?
I can't help it if I've had an extraordinary life. I'm an ordinary fella. And starting from my childhood all the way to now, me standing up on a stage running for governor, Reagan, I said I was going to talk about you. Come, seats. This little dog, she's going to go bite you right now, Kyle. She was in Syria and Iraq. So is she lying too?
Well, the dog's not running for governor. You're running for governor, and you spent precious little time answering the question other than to say that folks have to take the word of you and your staff for your accomplishments.
No, I said thousands
Mr. Bottoms,
of
a question
people,
for you as we approach closings here.
That was a dog that he brought on stage to what the hell is going on in our country? When did we allow lunacy to dominate? From Plattner to the craziness that we have seen over and over again. Is this what we are? Oh, my Lord, we got to do better. Would you all agree? I mean, we've got to do better. This is insane. Oh, and by the way, the other guy, the guy that he's proud of it being endorsed by, is super anti-Semitic, has said horrific things, and he said, well, I might have him on my staff, but I wouldn't let him work with the Jews or the Jewish people. What the hell are we doing? Again, what are we doing? Just insane. Insane. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benton Show. That is your extra instant, all the other good things. Omaha Steaks, speaking of good and insane. The price, oh yeah, for Father's Day, massive sales going on right now at Omaha Steaks. You go to omahasteaks.com. Make sure you use my code Benton, and I'm going to tell you why. And save an extra $35 off at checkout. So they got great deals because it's Father's Day, right? So dad wants steak. Dad wants what dad wants, so get what dad wants. Okay? Still time to get it there. They got steak-filled packages. They got grilling favorites. They got Father's Day gifts. You name it, they've got it all just for you to give to Pops. Win Father's Day and start making memories with this yummy, incredible meat from my friends at Omaha Steaks. And you're saying to yourself, okay, Chad, tell me something. Butcher cut filet mignons, beef sirloin tits, air chilled boneless chicken breast, Omaha Steak classic burgers. They got the jumbo franks. They got the tartlets. They got the seasoning. They got the boneless pork chops. They got everything and then some for you to give to Dad. So do this now. Give Dad what he wants and enjoy some of it with him as you make memories as they grill and grill. Go to omahasteaks.com. Remember to use my code Benson to save big 50% off. Plus, right now, and you get an extra $35 off when you use my code Benson. omahasteaks.com. Code Benson saves you an extra $35 at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. Coming up, we got a little what's trending straight ahead. Mike Lyons, military analyst, will join the program as well. Talk about Iran and what's going on there. Chad Benson Show. Energy affects inflation, transportation, manufacturing, global markets. Energy touches just about everything. If oil supply disruptions continue, is your current advisor and portfolio prepared? If you're concerned about how energy can impact your retirement, get a second opinion with Bulwark Capital's free Know Your Risk portfolio review. Here's Zach Abraham.
Bulwark Capital is focused on risk management, always looking for opportunities to lower risk, lower cost, and give your retirement as much upside as possible. So why not get a second opinion? It doesn't cost a thing. Schedule your Know Your Risk portfolio review today at knowyourriskpodcast.com.
Plus, unlike other wealth management firms, you can get market updates every day from Zach Abraham on his Know Your Risk podcast, YouTube channel, and on all social media platforms. Just search Know Your Risk Podcast.
Investment advisory services offered through Trek Financial, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investments involve risk and are not guaranteed. Past performance doesn't guarantee future results. Trek 26103.
High School Tournament Baseball, installed by A.E. Door and Window.
Into the outfield for a base hit. Derek Ogden continues his hot hitting like a gazelle out there. Chandler Taylor covers a ton of ground, runs that one down. Got him looking. Caleb Treason, a complete Game 3 hitter, and the Baton Rams are heading back to Canton.
Thursday, Baton plays Padua Franciscan in the Division III state semifinals.
Swung on and missed.
Coverage begins Thursday at 3:35 on 1450 The Ticket. And on WMOH.com.
Start saving this summer at AE Door and Window. All through June, save up to 15% off Provia entry doors and sliders, as well as select Clopay garage doors. Save up to 20% off windows by Pella and Provia. Combine and save for another 5% off your total order. And get up to $100 off a next generation LiftMaster opener. All with zero down, zero interest for 2 years. Learn more at AEDoorsales.com.
We sell the best. Service to rest, AE.
Back to pass, pressured in the backfield. He's brought down again. Another sack.
Local business owners, get in on the football excitement and let your message be heard. Join the growing number of businesses supporting high school sports on 1450 The Ticket at very affordable rates. Simply contact the WMOH 1450 The Ticket sales office at 513-863-1111. You are listening, and so are many of your future customers. Let area football fans know that you support high school sports on 1450 The Ticket, and they'll support you.
This is Dana Lash. Join me today at noon on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
High school sports.
From all of us at the NIAAA, thank you to every athletic administrator in Ohio for all you do to enrich the lives of your students. It does not go unnoticed. This message presented by the NIAAA, the National Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
As first responders, we focus a lot on the physical demands of the job, but what about the mental demands? As a New Concord police chief, I know firsthand that it's not normal to see what we do, take it home, and deal with it on our own. That's why I encourage you to seek help if you need it. Visit the Ohio Department of Insurance's website, insurance.ohio.gov, or call 800-686-1526 to speak to experts who can help you understand what mental health benefits may be in your health plan.
It's
The Dana Show.
I don't like to comment on people who the only news that they make is by showing their backside. Do you know what I mean? Cheap shots don't count because it's not a good measure of skill. It's not indicative of any kind of knowledge or experience. It's just a cheap shot. And I feel like a lot of Podcastistan in this era is just a montage of cheap shots.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see showers and thunderstorms today with a high around 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Chance of thunderstorms on Wednesday, hot and humid with a high 90, heat index 103. Chance of thunderstorms late Wednesday night with a low 72. Sunny with a chance of thunderstorms Thursday, high 90. Cloudy, chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Partly sunny on Friday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 86.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
You're listening to The Chad Benson Show.
Now it's time to find out what's trending. What's trending?
Einstein, James Dean, Davy Crockett, Peter Pan, Elvis Presley, Disneyland, Princess Grace, Peyton Place, Chopper in the Suez.
Norway, Oman, Pakistan, Qatar, Russia, Suriname.
Leonard, Brass, Nap, Lenny, Russian, Lester Bangs, birthday party, cheesecake, jelly beef,
What's trending? Did we do it? We could have. We probably have a bomb for that. We tried one of those bombs way back in the day. And finally over to the magical world of X. Ted Cruz mocking James Tallarico and his masculinity. New York Knicks, NYPD, John Thune, Thomas Massey, Hilton, Jay Clayton, Trump. Did he get booed? Did he not get booed? Does it matter? All that matters to the Knicks fans is they haven't lost during the playoffs. Trump shows up. They've lost. What did I tell you guys yesterday? What can't happen? That can't happen. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your X, your Insta, and everything else right here at the Chad Benson Show. Tallarico. FISA, USS Liberty, all things trending in the magical world of X. Reach out to us across all of our social media. Love hearing from all of you. It shouldn't be a shocker that Spencer Pratt didn't get through. That shouldn't be a shocker. A lot of people are like, oh, my God, it's rigged. It's not rigged. It's not rigged. It's a piss-poor execution in the way that they do things, in the way that they count, and they could say they're being thorough, but let's be real, this is a joke. That being said, this shouldn't be a shocker to anybody. Los Angeles said, hey, we're the second biggest city in America, one of the biggest cities on the planet. We prefer homeless people. We prefer hookers in front of elementary schools. We prefer fecal matter everywhere. We prefer drug addicts We prefer these things over the alternative, which was this guy over here that was endorsed by Trump that may be evil. We prefer not having things ready when crap goes down and fires start to rage. We prefer incompetence over unknown. You got what you got. You're going to get what you get. That is what it is. Coming up, Mike Lyons, military analyst, joins the program. Chad Benson Show.
The Chad Benson Show.
The American Medical Association has these tips to prepare kids for summer camp. Protect them against UV rays and insect bites with sunscreen and repellent. Prepare for seasonal or food-related allergies and arrange medications in advance. Pack healthy lunches and snacks, plus plenty of water. And make sure that they're up to date on measles vaccinations, as the U.S. now has its highest number of cases in 30 years. Learn more at ama-assn.org. Many people live longer and with better quality because of the medications that they take. But those medications can also be dangerous if they're not taken correctly. And that's particularly true for older adults. Dr. Grant Carbox is a senior executive medical director at HealthSpring.
Older adults should stay engaged with their medications by taking them properly and understanding any potential side effects and risk factors.
Learn more at healthspring.com.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. There are 16 Butler County projects getting money in the state capital budget, passed by the Ohio Senate. State Senator George Lang was a yes vote, but he warns local governments are doing way too much spending.
And every time we put money in for a park development, a splash pad, every time we do that, we are adding to the long-term negative impact of property taxes.
The $3.7 billion bill now goes to the House. Hamilton police detectives are trying to solve the homicide of 65-year-old Vincent Singletary. He was found dead of a gunshot wound at a home on South 12th Street last Friday. Dave Chappelle is once again holding his popular outdoor stand-up comedy shows in his hometown of Yellow Springs. Tickets for the shows in July and August go on sale tomorrow. There were 29 canine attacks on letter carriers in Greater Cincinnati last year. I'm Steve Vaughn.
It's the Dana Show.
People voted for normal. Normal people living normal lives. They didn't choose men playing dress up. They sure as hell didn't choose a lawless border. They chose normal. And Democrats could have given them normal. For everything you want to say about Republicans, the most basic thing they could have done was to just be normal.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Looking for a high-paying tech career? The computer software development major at Cincinnati State prepares you for real-world software jobs with hands-on training. No advanced math, no theory, just the direct job-ready skills employers need. This 2-year program offers a required co-op, letting you gain experience at tech companies. With 100% online courses, you can train on your schedule. Enroll today. Visit cincinnati-state.edu.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
San Antonio Spurs trio of young stars, impressive beyond belief in Game 3 of the Finals on the road at Madison Square Garden. The three leading scorers, Victor Wembanyama, age 22, Stephon Castle, age 21, and Dylan Harper, age 20. The Spurs might not win the championship this year, but I think they've clearly shown in beating OKC and the way they've played here, they'll be a force for years to come. I'm Nick Costa.
Yep, he's planning another project. So, this Father's Day at Lowe's, tap into free gifts for Dad. Get a free Select Craftsman Power Tool when you buy a Craftsman V20 charger with 2 amp-hour and 4 amp-hour batteries. Plus, get a free DeWalt Power Tool when you buy a Select 20-volt Max XR 4 amp-hour battery kit. Dad knows our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/14 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal, Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind. Ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Babbel proudly presents the Sheep Cheese Fiasco.
Cute markets. Ooh, cheese. Let's get cheese. Cheese, cheese, cheese. Hola. Quiero una oveja. Pequeñita.
¿Una oveja pequeñita?
Sí.
Bueno, pues tengo como 20.
Oh, no. Oh, but they're cute.
Don't let your Spanish fool you. Avoid bringing home the farm with Babbel, the award-winning language learning app.
Can you make us some cheese, please? Oh. Cheese. You're not cheese.
Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will have you speaking conversationally in as little as 3 weeks.
Yes. Oh, you're so sweet.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's 50% off at BABBEL.com.
High school tournament baseball, installed by AE Door and Window.
And the Baden Rams are heading back to Canton.
Thursday, Baden plays Padua Franciscan in the Division III state semifinals. Coverage begins Thursday at 3:35 on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, showers and thunderstorms are likely today with a high 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Showers likely early Wednesday with a chance of thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high 90, a heat index 103. Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms late, low 72. Mostly sunny Thursday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 90. Chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Chance of showers and thunderstorms Friday, high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
The Chad Benson Show.
That time of the week, Mike Lyons joins the program, retired major in the Army, best damn military analyst in the business. Mike, you got a new article coming out, Real Clear Defense. What is it all about? How does it play into what's going on with Iran?
Article about deterrence and what are some options here to get this situation moved forward. We're getting whipsawed every day about thinking that it's going to end. But if we're going to start military operations again, it's a little bit of a plan to do that. And basically meaning that, look, the RGC controls all the forms of revenue coming in and out of there. And to get them to the table, you're going to have to really hurt them. And to do that, you've got to go after their oil capability, their trading capability. And what I'm proposing is not still targeting the infrastructure from the military, from the civilian side, but go after certain pieces, Carg Island, for example, take away their capability in areas that could easily be fixed, and then make timelines that say, look, if you don't do this, we're going to take more of it away, more and more and more. So, we've got right now we've got this bridge, this deal, we think, but both sides are on opposite sides. We can't get the Iranians over it, and they're just going to try to run the clock out. We've got to move that needle, and by doing that, by going after specific targets that will hurt them in a way that can be fixed eventually.
It's an asymmetrical war, right? Like we're bigger, we're stronger, we've got all the power, but they've got, as we've talked about with Ukraine, every day you survive, you inch a little bit closer to the finish line.
Right.
And that's the way I feel. It's the 3 M's. They think that we're going to spend all of our military might as far as the weapons that not only that we have, but that Israel has.
Yeah.
Then the market's going to eventually slow down and collapse and reverse, and then eventually midterms will come, and people will make that decision that, hey, we want to move on from this.
Yeah, and again, I look at everything through that military lens and figure, why aren't we re-engaging? Is it because we don't have the ammunition? I think go back to the National Defense Plan a few years back. They fully expected a war with China by 2027. Well, if that was the case, then we should have been stockpiling. There should have been, lots of that same kind of ammunition that would be used against China that would be used against Iran. So it doesn't appear to be there. And so from that perspective alone, I've got, my eye concerning about maybe there is something to the fact that we're trying to conserve ammo. Maybe we still think that fight's going to take place in the Pacific, and we're not willing to release some of those munitions there. But for whatever reason, the president is adamant about not redoing any kind of military force for right now, but you're seeing the markets having an effect. I saw a report yesterday about the airline industry, something like $65 billion more dollars that they spent in fuel costs, so travel costs, so all those pressures, those forces are acting on this conflict right now, are just seem to be getting worse and worse.
Talking to my clients, our military analysts, we talk about what's going on over there in the Middle East. Mike, you and I were just chatting briefly before we hopped on. He's got no good options here, and everybody wants to, it's a Sun Tzu. Everybody wants to, where is my little path for some sort of victory?
Right. He's
frustrated, and I keep telling everybody this, and I've said it from day one. He's negotiating with, quite frankly, two negotiators at this point, Witkoff and Jared Kushner. I'm not quite sure I'd be sending over there at this point. You're also negotiating something where you're trying to figure out what to do with Lebanon, which, by the way, is run by a Christian, right? Currently their president. And then you've got Israel over here, and then the ghost of Obama passed. And I feel like Trump is just like, you know what, I can't be bothered at this point in time. Somebody figure this thing out for me.
Yeah, those are all forces acting. That issue with Israel right now, I mean, Israel looks like a vassal state if they decide to, have to say pay attention to what the president says. You have him getting, Bibi getting into a conflict with him, and Trump telling them not to fire, get back to the table. It's sophomoric to think that the president could say that. Who is he talking to? Who are the audiences here? I mean, Israel is going to always act in their own best interests, and if they get fired upon, their deterrence is 10x back. They go right back at those targets, which is what they did, even though Trump told them not to do so. So I think that relationship is fracturing. He's getting no help in Congress. Congress has voted down. You saw Republicans are now voting against him in order to move a bill forward that really, won't go anywhere. It sends a signal, but the bottom line is it sends a signal, right? So what the president's going to do here about it remains to be seen. I think the Senate is concerned. He can start a very short second military campaign, 2 weeks that goes after this infrastructure, and that would put a lot more pressure on. And that seems to be what a lot of advisors are saying. But for whatever reason, he's adamant about not doing it.
It's just, and look, my frustration level is through the roof because I felt like we kind of were pulled into something that maybe the advisors, the Hegseths of the world and stuff, that if we are to believe several of the reports that came out, that everybody looked at him and said, look, great for Venezuela. That was a little bit different. This is a wholly different thing, and don't believe what Israel tells you that this is going to be some sort of cakewalk, because this all changed when Bibi came out here. You had the likes of Brazen Kane said, I don't think so. You had Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance really skeptical about this.
I think so. I think that they took advantage of the Israeli intelligence to start. They thought it was going to be quick. That is the, probably in this century, since Desert Storm, this mindset that we think that conflicts will be over quickly. The Russians fell into that trap, and look what they're up to right now with Ukraine. And I think we fell into it too. That the success we had in Venezuela really wasn't necessarily a military operation. It wasn't against another force. It was a kidnapping operation that we used our military on. This was going to be completely different, though. This always had this implied task of regime change. It always had that. We thought that we saw the protests take place in Iran, thought that there would be internal forces that would act. But again, we were lulled into this false sense of security that the military will solve the problem in a short time frame. What are we on, day 100 here? I mean, we're well past, and we're 40 or 60 days past the time where we shut down Operation Epic Fury. So we're seeing that the diplomatic pressure is just not enough to get them to move, and the clock is running, and it's going to run out on us faster than it's going to run out on the Iranians.
When you look at Israel right now, I mean, because they've got their own conflict on the inside. Bibi has had obviously numerous issues when it comes to currently court cases facing him. He and Trump seem to be, like you said, sophomoric at times, the way they're going back and forth. But at some point, Trump has to stand up and say it's either going to be this way, or if you guys want to have at Iran, good luck to you.
Yeah, and how does he get away with walking away without the what happens with the Gulf Coast states there and UAE and Qatar? They're being targeted. Obviously, they're going after Kuwait because that's an easy target for the Iranians when they did break the ceasefire. But all those countries are really concerned about leaving Iran in any kind of position where they have any way to rebuild their power. The world should have figured out a long time ago not to be held hostage by the Straits. That's still situation hasn't changed as well, but UAE and pipelines and all these other things they should be building. But those Gulf states are going to be really concerned if Iran has any scintilla of a way to rearm and refit itself, especially with the Chinese. Maybe the Chinese are supporting them with crypto right now, and that's where they're getting their money from. Who knows? But the bottom line is just walking away right now will leave this a really big mess. And for someone that I didn't think would kick the can down the road, that's exactly what he's going to do, and it's going to be worse than Obama because he's going to leave them in a state similar to. I'll give you a historical analogy. It's World War I into World War II. The Iranians will be much more focused about making sure when they rebuild this time it'll be tighter and it won't be a position where they'll be ever threatened again.
You talk and I just this whole thing is. The geopolitics of it all. We're like, have we ruined some friendships? I think there's some Gulf states that are not thrilled by what is going on. There's no doubt about that. And I sit here and I think to myself, like you said, we're going to kick the can down the road potentially. All that being said, what did we get out of it? Because nobody thought they would close the Strait of Hormuz or could ever do that. I mean, I feel like there's been so many flags that were available for us to see and go, that's a red flag, and they were ignored.
Yeah, and I think the whipsawing back and forth on oil, I think Trump is definitely not a globalist, right? So he decides that he could kind of start this and then walk away from it because the United States is virtually energy independent. But unplugging the U.S. from the whole petro market and the petrodollar, all the dollars that go into that, really stands up the world economy. And plus, you have states in our country, for whatever reason, I'm not sure, but they buy their oil from Middle Eastern countries. Look at California, for example. I don't get that on any level. Maybe this is how he thought that was going to bring some of those markets back to the United States. I think he starts to go down that route with tariffs and everything in the same thing economically, but then loses interest and then just leaves a mess for somebody else to clean up.
Talking to Mike Lyons, our military analyst, we talk about all things when it goes to the military, global conflict, which there's plenty. Let's switch over to Ukraine. I think most people recognize now Ukraine at best it's a draw right now, but I think they've even got a little bit, they've kind of leaking ahead, if you will, just barely. But there's no doubt that they seem to have had enough in Russia. You're even starting to hear the likes of their pundits who are super pro-Russia on their stations start to push back now, like maybe we've gone as far as we can.
Yeah, I think that things are moving faster there than anyone really recognizes. Frankly, as I've seen reports the last few days, we're actually gaining ground, literally on the ground. 100 square kilometers. I saw a report in that region, the Donbass region, and if you look at their targeting, they continue to use their drone technology inside of Russia, going in places after their critical infrastructure. And you look at what Russia, this has been the Kharkiv counteroffensive, this kind of going back and forth. We'll be studying this in history classes 15 years from now and thinking about this grinded World War I battle that took place. But the bottom line, though, is they're out of the trenches and they're moving forward. So they're at least gaining ground back inside of Ukraine, which is a positive sign. If the end of this conflict means that the Russians don't have any of this control over the Donbass in that area there, boy, that's going to be a big victory for Ukraine. That's not going to look good for Russia. So that appears to be taking place right now. They've locked down the logistics and they've destroyed so much of Russia's targeting capability, and they continue to go after their supply. So you're right. Ukraine has got this upper hand right now that they're going to continue to exploit.
When we look at the history books and we talk about this, it started out as World War I. You and I talked about that. It was a trench warfare, and you were just shocked by this. But somewhere along the line, they turned it from trench warfare into drone warfare, and they did it fast.
Yeah, and take that to another level. They take these cheap drones and cheap drone warfare that have turned out to destroy expensive supply chains. I mean, it's the same analogy when we talk about missile defense technology. We have to shoot a very expensive missile against a very poor or less expensive missile coming at us that can create a lot of damage. Well, same thing on the other side. The Russians have these supply chains, and they're very deep, and they're expensive to keep soldiers fed and water and the like. But meanwhile, very cheap drones have been deployed to destroy those supply lines, to destroy that material. The economics doesn't work. So the same analogy on the air defense side is happening on the ground when it comes to that drone technology. It's changed everything, no question about it. And it's a matter of creativity, how you're as creative to deploy those drones, and then let's add that AI level to them. That's the next level when they start thinking by themselves autonomously, and that's really going to change warfare in the next 10 to 15 years.
How much longer do you think the pooter has?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's one of those, we didn't think that, the leaders of these countries that start these conflicts have, but they seem to survive. He's going to figure out a way to survive himself, whether, we talked about having the Iranians' leadership eventually go to Russia. Boy, could you think about if Vladimir Putin had to get out of Russia and do something to stay alive. I don't know where he goes. China, I'm not sure. But Russia's still a big country. There's a lot of insulation around him, and the military will continue to take these losses until something breaks. Something's going to have to break internally.
What's China thinking of all this, man? Because we talk about China all the time. They're sitting there, and they're looking and saying, okay, you guys can all fight it out, get busy, do whatever it is you're doing. We're just going to sit back and watch.
Yeah, that's all they're really capable of doing, and that they don't have to get into anything. And there may be concern that their Belt and Roads and that initiative is going to be curtailed for a bit with what's going on in Iran. China has become a vassal. Russia has become a vassal state of China. That's unfortunate. But to me, again, they are very reluctant to, I think, culturally deploy their military. They have they need another generation, let's 20 to 25 years, in order to confidently do that because of the societal pressure on their forces. The fact that there's so many individual sons that are deployed right now would ruin a lot of Chinese families. They have other issues there that kind of prevent their military from doing anything, and I think that's just fine with them. They're going to stay on the sidelines and be China.
He's the best damn military analyst in the business, retired major from the Army. Mike Lyons, always good talking to you, brother. We'll do it again next week.
Thanks, Chad. Thanks for having me.
We're going to wrap it up straight ahead, but first, Relief Factor. You need relief. Why? Because it sucks. The pains, the aches, all of that stuff. Get rid of it thanks to Relief Factor. This is what I want you to do. Go to ReliefFactor.com. Take advantage of what they've got going on right now. 3-week quick start, just $17.76 to celebrate independence. Independence for what you say? Pains, aches, all those things in your body because of inflammation would hurt your joints and your muscles. This is going to help you with that, and it helps you big time. I take it every single day. George, listener of mine for quite a while, guess what? He tried it. Struggling to get in and out of his garbage truck, which he's in for like 10, 12 hours a day. His knee got to the point where he couldn't even bend it. Lo and behold, within a couple weeks, he was back to feeling fit and normal again. That can happen to you. Try the 3-week quick start, just $17.76. Get your life back, get out of pain, and do it with Relief Factor. How do you get it? Go to ReliefFactor.com, ReliefFactor.com, or call 800-4-RELIEF. 800 the number 4-RELIEF for Relief Factor. We wrap it up straight ahead. Chad Benson Show.
Every June, T-Mobile turns up the perks for Member Month. And this year, they're going bigger than ever as T-Mobile celebrates 10 years of T-Mobile Tuesdays. What started as a bold new way to thank customers has grown into one of the biggest customer appreciation programs in the country, delivering billions of offers, savings, and experiences to members over the last decade. This year, T-Mobile is introducing even more value with new benefits like free premium in-flight drinks on Delta flights, the return of free Dash Pass by DoorDash, expanded travel and dining rewards, and weekly Shell gas savings. Throughout Member Month, customers can also enter weekly sweepstakes for cash, Amazon gift cards, and VIP travel experiences. Customers can check the T-Life app every Tuesday throughout June for new offers, experiences, and surprises. To learn more about Member Month and T-Mobile Tuesdays, visit T-Life app or T-Mobile.com/benefits. Sponsored by T-Mobile.
This is your Tech It Out Minute with Mark Saltzman.
On a recent episode of Tech It Out, I caught up with Visa's Rob Cameron, Global Head of Acceptance Solutions, to talk about digital natives like Gen Z and how they're shaping the future of payments.
We talk about Gen Z, didn't have to learn technology. They were literally born into it. And as a result, it makes them more open and accepting to new technology innovations we see. They're more trusting. And as this generation, which, by the way, is going to represent about 27% of the workforce next year, starts to enter the economy, these fintech companies that create solutions for them are quite rightly racing to create solutions to engage them.
And Visa Acceptance Solutions is at the forefront of trusted digital payments. Build the future of payments with modular solutions, which you can learn more about at visaacceptance.com. That's visaacceptance.com.
That was your Tech It Out Minute.
Hey, this is Chad Benson. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
It's the Dana Show.
The left tells women that they are not strong enough to have children and raise them on their own, so you better choose abortion. They replace the father and the family figure. They run down the building block of this republic. They run down private enterprise. They run down quite literally everything. Anything that is a threat to drive people away from these ideals, the very ideals that shape this republic, by the way.
The Dana Show.
Join me weekdays at noon on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Mark your calendar for June 13th through the 21st for the Friendship Flea Market. The Friendship Flea Market is very unique with nearly 500 vendor spaces selling a wide variety of new, used, primitives, and specialty foods. Bring the whole family. Roads are blacktopped and are stroller and wheelchair accessible. Admissions free, parking $3, and camping is available. Located in Friendship, Indiana on State Road 62, just a mile east of town. Call 812-667-5645 or visit friendshipfleamarket.com.
We've expanded our family to better serve yours. Anthony Munoz here for my friend and automotive partner Ed Larkin. We've expanded our roster and added to our team. Rose Automotive in Hamilton and Larkin Cobb Chevy Buick GMC in Eaton welcome Larkin Greenwood Ford in Connersville, Indiana to our family. We've expanded our family to better serve yours. We've always wanted to be your everything automotive partner, and now we can offer Ford, Chevy Buick GMC. Larkin Greenwood Ford in Connersville, Indiana. Larkin-Ford.com.
Babes, what are you doing?
What? I'm just mowing the lawn.
No, it's blazing hot and dry out here. Don't you remember? Smokey Bear says.
Avoid using power equipment when it's windy or dry.
Where'd you learn this?
Oh, it's on
SmokeyBear.com with many other wildfire prevention tips.
Right. Thanks, honey bear.
'Cause remember, only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
High school tournament baseball. Installed by AE Door and Window.
Into the outfield for a base hit. Derek Ogden continues his hot hitting like a gazelle out there. Chandler Taylor covers a ton of ground, runs that one down. Got him looking. Caleb Treason, a complete Game 3 hitter, and the Baton Rams are heading back to Canton.
Thursday, Baton plays Padua Franciscan in the Division III state semifinals.
Swung on and missed.
Coverage begins Thursday at 3:35 on 1450 The Ticket and on WMOH.com.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see showers and thunderstorms today with a high around 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Chance of thunderstorms on Wednesday, hot and humid with a high 90, heat index 103. Chance of thunderstorms late Wednesday night with a low 72. Sunny with a chance of thunderstorms Thursday, high 90. Cloudy, chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Partly sunny on Friday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
If you like talk radio like Chad Benson likes his meals, you've come to the perfect place for takeout.
As we wrap it up on this Tuesday, I told you guys yesterday, Trump could be booed, he could be all of the things, but what he couldn't be was a bad luck charm. And Knicks fans are blaming Trump. It's all his fault. It's all this guy's fault. You know, they're doing their thing. And we know, right? We know how superstitious sports folks can be. I have seen fans in the stands in England, soccer fans, who go to the games and who turn around and don't face the field because they're superstitious. It is crazy how fans can be that way. That's their love of the game. There's a reason they're called fans. It's about being a fanatic. And I told you he could do all of the things, but they can't lose while he's there. And they did. And I said they're going to blame him. They're going to blame him. And you know what? They're blaming him. You knew that. You knew that. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your X, your Insta, your YouTube, and everything else. Love hearing from all of you guys. Join me tonight right around 8 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube. Helps us out on the Chad Benson Show. Solid, fun, and crazy show today. Man, did we get to a lot of stuff. Trial of Carmelo Anthony. Now the jury deliberates. How fast will they come back with a verdict? Could be any time. Top of that, we talked about the insanity of the basketball game. Trump, you're going to get blamed for it. I told you he would be. On top of all of that, what the hell's going on in Colorado and Alaska? Crazy, right? I mean, how do we get to this point of lunacy, not to mention Maine and Grand Platner? Plus, we did a bunch of other stuff, including follow the World Cup as we're 2 days away from the kickoff of that. You guys have a blessed and amazing rest of your...
I'm not really a fan of Tuesdays.
Yeah. You know what? One-hit wonder tomorrow. Make sure you get your one-hit wonder in. As always, night-night, Chad.
This is the Chad Benson Show.
$14.50 The Ticket.
All-Pro Anthony Munoz here for Rose Automotive, your all-pro automotive superstore. Rose delivers all-pro value and all-pro service for all makes, all models, all the time. My family and I have made Rose Automotive our one-stop shop for everything automotive. And I mean everything, sales, service, parts, and accessories. You want it, they'll deliver it. Call today at 863-7878. That's right, 863, my number, 7878. Just take exit 24 off I-75 and head to Hamilton. That's Rose Automotive, your new alternative.
More than 200 members of Congress are standing up for AM radio listeners. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act will keep AM radio in cars, because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
This is your ticket to Miami University Sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Los Angeles City Council member Nithya Raman will be the second candidate to advance to the November Los Angeles mayoral runoff election, overtaking Spencer Pratt. The Associated Press election team made the call last night.
So Raman has been gaining on Spencer Pratt ever since Election Day, and Raman passed Pratt in the vote count on Sunday night by about 3,000 votes. That lead grew on Monday night to a point in which the Associated Press was comfortable calling that race for Raman.
That is reporter Stephen Olemacher. More midterm primaries today. Maine voters deciding key nominees for governor and a closely watched U.S. Senate race, one that will determine who challenges Republican Senator Susan Collins, the incumbent there this fall. South Carolina's marquee contest is a crowded Republican primary for governor, with multiple high-profile candidates competing to succeed term-limited Governor Henry McMaster and likely heading toward a runoff. In Nevada, both parties choosing nominees in pivotal statewide races, led by a competitive governor's primary that could shape control of one of the country's key battleground states. Love him or hate him, President Trump made history last night as he became the first ever sitting president to attend the NBA Finals at Madison Square Garden.
A mix of boos and cheers for the commander-in-chief as he appears on the TV screen at Madison Square Garden during the national anthem. The Knicks fall to the Spurs 115-111. The Knicks lead the series 2-1, Game 4 Wednesday night in New York City.
That is correspondent Laura Winters reporting. Used home sales accelerated to their fastest pace since December. A sharp turnaround in May in demand for the housing market after a lackluster start to the spring home buying season. Meanwhile, sales also rose 3.2% compared with May of last year. You'll find more on these stories at townhall.com.
Health insurance rates are surging in America, leaving millions without affordable options. If you're sick of having paychecks eaten up by healthcare costs or dealing with mega corporations, then listen to this. Christians don't need to waste money on a broken system. That's why I want to tell you about Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's an alternative to traditional health insurance at half the cost. With CHM, fellow believers contribute monthly to help pay each other's medical bills. There's no enrollment period, so you can join anytime. And you aren't restricted to provider networks, so you choose the doctors and hospitals you want. It's that simple. CHM is not insurance. It's a ministry that puts faith into action. Feel the difference of financial support and biblical care from fellow believers. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Hamilton police detectives are investigating the death of 65-year-old Vincent Singletary as a homicide. He was found dead of a gunshot wound at a home on the 400 block of South 12th Street last Friday. Fairfield city leaders are applying for a FEMA grant that would allow the city to buy 71 sets of new turnout gear for the fire department. The protective clothing and equipment would help alleviate the risk of exposure to carcinogens that have been known to cause cancer. It's the 100 deadliest days of summer. The period from Memorial Day to Labor Day is especially dangerous on the roadways, according to the Ohio State Patrol. Last year, 384 people died in 68,000 crashes in the Buckeye State. A month-long awareness campaign for dog bites from the U.S. Postal Service. Cincinnati is ranked 11th in the country for the number of letter carriers attacked by dogs. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Looking for a reason to try the $5 meal deal with new McValue? Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the price makes 5.
So much.
Get more than you expect with the $5 meal deal with new McValue.
The Quarter Pounder with Cheese had many great things. Maple-flavored griddle cakes isn't one of them. McDonald's breakfast comes first. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Your local McDonald's on South Erie Highway in Hamilton, Nellis Road in Fairfield, Route 4 and McGee in Fairfield, and on Princeton Road next to Menards in Bridgewater.
You can call the Ohio State Highway Patrol for help with any roadside emergency. If you're broken down, or there's debris on the road, or you see a dangerous driver, don't just assume someone else has already reported it. Please call the Ohio State Highway Patrol at pound 677, and a trooper will head to the area. We would rather have too many calls than none at all. Again, if you need the patrol's assistance, please dial pound 677.
High School Tournament Baseball, installed by A.E. Door and Window.
Into the outfield for a base hit. Derek Ogden continues his hot hitting like a gazelle out there. Chandler Taylor covers a ton of ground, runs that one down. Got him looking. Caleb Treason, a complete game 3 hitter, and the Baton Rams are heading back to Canton.
Thursday, Baton plays Padua Franciscan in the Division III state semifinals.
Swung on and missed.
Coverage begins Thursday at 3:35 on 1450 The Ticket and on WMOH.com.
From the WMOH Weather Center, showers and thunderstorms are likely today with a high 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Showers likely early Wednesday with a chance of thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high 90, a heat index 103. Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms late, low 72. Mostly sunny Thursday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 90. Chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Chance of showers and thunderstorms Friday, high 86.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
There are a bunch of pick-me mommy sluices who got tired of their true crime and are trying to fulfill the emptiness of their lives by obsessing over a widow. So the purpose is to hijack the church. Who has held the rudder on the direction of the right in the United States for so many years? It's been the Christians.
The Dana Show with Dana Lash.
Mr. Fair, did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor money to have field sources attend extremist rallies across the country?
Mr. Chairman.
It's a simple question. Did you use your donor money for that purpose?
We used donor money
So yes or no?
to pay confidential informants to infiltrate extremist organizations.
Did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor dollars to have field sources host extremist rallies throughout the country?
Not to my knowledge.
That's not what the indictment says. Did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor dollars to have field sources grow existing chapters of extremist groups?
Mr. Chairman, as I said
It's a simple
earlier,
question, Mr. Fair. Did you use donor money for the purpose I just read? I'm reading straight from the superseding indictment.
and Mr. Chairman, the indictment will be managed and responded to by counsel in the criminal case that's
Well, you
pending.
just answered a question from Mr. Raskin concerning the indictment. He asked you, did field sources send information to the FBI that help with things? You answered that question.
That's a matter of public knowledge.
That's in our public filing.
Did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor money to have field sources create new chapters of extremist groups?
Again, Mr. Chairman.
Did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor money to recruit new individuals into those extremist groups?
I assume you don't want me to answer since you're not giving me time to answer.
No, I'm giving you time to answer because that's a yes. Did you use your donors' money for that purpose? Yes or no?
Again, those issues will be resolved in the pending allegations against the SPLC.
It seems to me if the answer is no, you could say no.
We have asserted that the allegations are false.
Did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor money to have field sources make donations to extremist group leaders and purchase materials for cross burnings? It's alleged in the indictment. Did it happen?
We've alleged that those allegations are false.
Did Southern Poverty Law Center use donor dollars to have field sources create racist paraphernalia that extremist groups sold at rallies?
We've alleged that those allegations are false.
Okay, how about this? What is Fox photography?
Mr. Chairman, what I've learned about
Doesn't sound like he's
Fox
answering the question.
photography, I've learned from counsel, in conversations with counsel,
How about Northwest Technologies?
and they're covered by the attorney-client privilege.
No, I'm not. These are. Well, did the Southern Poverty Law Center establish shell companies to pay to run the money through to then pay the field sources?
Again, all of the allegations that you are referring to, Chairman Jordan, will be
Well, how about this?
responded to by our counsel in the Middle District of Alabama.
It doesn't sound like an answer.
Did you pay the field sources directly, or did you pay them through an intermediary?
Mr. Chairman
Answer the
Jordan,
question.
our counsel will respond to all the allegations in the indictment in the case pending in the Middle District.
Well, there's all these companies that you sent money to. Center Investigative Agency, not the CIA, but your CIA. Fox Photography, Northwest Technologies, Tech Writers Group, Rare Books Warehouses, Imagery Link, J&J Electronics, and Kelly's Marine. And I just want to know if that was the intermediate shell companies that you guys set up to pay the field sources. Is that true?
Answer the question, dude.
Will the good chairman yield for just a moment?
No, the good chairman will not. Answer the question.
Chairman Jordan, our counsel will respond to all the allegations in the Middle District of Alabama.
Okay.
The process allows.
Did you do it all for the money?
He did it all for the nookie.
And you said now, I think the Southern Poverty Law Center said you're no longer going to use these field sources. You're going to stop the program. But you did it for multiple years. And according to the indictment, it was $4 million that you shelled out to these various field sources to engage in all the activities I just read. I'm just wondering, was it all about the money?
As we said in our public statement, Chairman Jordan, we did it to protect our staff and to protect the public.
Did fundraising increase after paying people to stay in these groups who actually wanted out of them? Did your fundraising increase? Did the donations coming in increase?
Chairman Jordan, I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to when you say.
How about this? After the crazy Charlottesville rally, did fundraising go up?
Mr. Chairman, our fundraising went up.
Fundraising where one of your field sources helped coordinate transportation.
Our fundraising went up when President Donald Trump was elected in 2016.
Fundraising go up after you paid a field source to coordinate the transportation at an event in Charlottesville where a person was killed. That's what I'm asking. Did it go up? Because according to what we know, you went from 51 million to 133 million in 1 year.
And that happened when President Donald Trump was elected.
Who's the president of the National Socialist Party? You know? You paid him $70,000. He was field source number 30. I just want to know who he is. Do you know who he is?
Mr. Chairman, that's an allegation
It's not an allegation.
in the
There's
indictment
receipts.
that will be responded to by counsel in the Middle District of Alabama.
There's
Time has
receipts.
expired. The chair now recognizes the.
I'm amazed at this. What you're listening to, this is just amazing. This is Jim Jordan questioning Southern Poverty Law Center. And you can hear the guy does not want to answer a single question. Not a single question. I mean, this is bad. It is so bad. This is our money. You know, they got government grants. And then not only that, but think of all of the stuff that they alleged they didn't have enough racism, and so they had to actually manufacture it because they didn't have enough racism. There's no word for that. The grift is insane with this. And you're not going to get a straight answer from these people at all whatsoever. You're not going to get a straight answer from them. They're going to do whatever possible to protect now the people that, because they got a chance to maybe get some more money later. That's how they're looking at this. Like with Acorn, think about it. Remember when Acorn was disbanded? Was it ever really disbanded? It was renamed. Kane's right, it was renamed. It ended up becoming an entirely different organization, but that it does the same thing. And they still are doing the same thing, still active. They became the Association of Community Organizations for Reform now, the Missouri Association, so it called them Wmoh is what they ended up becoming. That was the Acorn became Wmoh. They ended up becoming like the Missouri Organization of something or other. And then they organized. This is how this is going to work. This is exactly how this will work. The same way. So welcome to the radio program, Dana Lash with you. That was too good to not play because it is infuriating. I've been listening to some of this morning, and it's making me crabby because it's the thing that's so frustrating about it is we all know the answer, but they don't have the courage. They don't have the courage to say, yes, we did this. We'll answer it. No, you're going to answer it now. And then they had it's the interim president that they're talking to, the Mr. Fair. What's his first name? Last name's Fair. I think it's Brian. Fair. How unbelievably ironic of a name is that? And he was asked during the Biden administration, did the DOJ seek their guidance? And that's a big question, too. Did they seek? Now, remember, you had the Biden administration that was saying that, what was it, white supremacy? They even were going after Catholics. They were going after everybody. And they were saying that all of these individuals, this really is what is terrorism. This is the greatest terrorist threat, the greatest threat to national security. And it makes me wonder because they were using the same language as Southern Poverty Law Center. So, I mean, clearly it sounds like it's pretty, sounds pretty, that sounds like collusion. They're all on the same page. That's wild. Being distributed that are heading out all around Belfast. So what ended up happening yesterday is a Sudanese suspect. I think he was originally identified as being from Somalia, but he's actually from Sudan. So what ended up happening, and it was caught on video. This Sudanese man was recorded in the street, full mount on this guy, this Irishman, in the street, trying to saw his head off. And he had a knife to the guy's throat. He put his fist in the air, and the video shows him sawing. And bystanders intervened. Finally, one of them hit him with a hurling stick,
And they saved the guy's life. The guy is apparently in, I think he's in the hospital. Yeah. I think he's in the hospital. And this guy was in full mount, though. Full mount on this Irishman in the middle of the road. Sawing his head off. Now, bystanders intervened. The guy was arrested. They recovered. What I was reading was that it was like a kitchen knife is what they got. That they recovered a kitchen knife, according to the Chief Constable, John Boucher. And the suspect apparently traveled from Sudan to Paris, and then Paris to Dublin. Then he took a bus to Belfast in February of 23, taking advantage of what they call the common travel area. He immediately claimed asylum and then was given leave to remain for 5 years. So he was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. Now, even though it's broad daylight, it's summer over there, so it's, light for a long time. It was 10:30, and it was a man in his 40s. He's in critical condition. He also has significant eye injuries. And this guy was given asylum. It's torches and pitchforks time. I'm not kidding you. There's a reason why, if you are familiar with that quote of Jefferson's, although this is Ireland, so, but he had said the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. This is one of several examples I have to give you of people who have actually illegally come to a European country, claimed asylum, and then they're allowed to legally stay. Numerous examples. This is one of the ones where the actual action, not just the aftermath, was caught on camera. This is insane. When is enough enough? Mass demonstrations have been called in Ireland. They released a schedule, well, not a schedule, they released all of the roads that are closed. They're trying to get a handle on on preparation there. Apparently, some of the Irish paramilitary groups are organizing. Don't ask about the IRA. Apparently, they're super commie and they back all this stuff. Yeah, they're totally all about open borders, apparently. It's unbelievable. This is crazy, though. Got hit with a hurling stick. Someone else came up with a shovel. Keir Starmer called for calm. But then he goes, there's not going to be no tolerance for violence like this on their streets. And then he was trying to tell people, don't protest. No, this is the time you get in the streets. When your government fails you, it's time to take the government to task. We got a lot more on the way as we move. We're going to dive into all of this. Wait until you hear about the details of this case and the other ones like it. When is enough enough? And it's in the United States. As we move, the partners who will bring you the program, it's the folks over at Relief Factor. If you want relief from everyday aches and pains, then you need to check out the 100% drug-free, research-based formula that's specifically designed to fight inflammation, the root cause of most pain. Everyday aches and inflammation can chip away at freedom, affecting how you move, work, and live. This is not a temporary fix, though. It works from the inside out to support your body's natural response to pain. It helps you get back to walking comfortably, staying active, not being in constant discomfort, and it doesn't matter what decade you're in. If you work out and you're sore, if you're recovering from surgery. My husband has old sports injuries. He takes it. There's a lot of people who take Relief Factor for various reasons, and all to cut down on everyday aches and pains. So you can, right now they have a special patriotic price because we're coming up on the 250th anniversary of the Republic, $17.76 to get started. That's all. You can join millions of customers celebrate freedom from pain. ReliefFactor.com, 800-4-RELIEF for the 3-week quick start plan, $17.76. After years of bad policies and failed leadership, we finally have an administration fighting to put America first. But if conservatives get comfortable now, the same people who created this mess are ready to drag us right back into it. Protecting our freedoms takes more than casting a ballot every few years. It takes staying engaged and supporting the companies that share our values. And that's why I have loved to be a customer and I'm proud to work with Patriot Mobile. It's America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Patriot Mobile offers premium priority nationwide service on all 3 major U.S. networks, plus unlimited data plans, mobile hotspots, international roaming, and a 100% U.S.-based customer support team. You can keep your phone, keep your number, switch it all up in just minutes. It's up to you. And unlike other carriers, Patriot Mobile contributes millions of dollars every year to organizations that defend faith, family, and freedom and our God-given rights. Patriot Mobile isn't just talking about saving America. They're actually putting their business behind the fight every single day. Join the movement today. Visit patriotmobile.com/Dana or call 972-PATRIOT and use promo code Dana for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/Dana, 972-PATRIOT.
Larry Elder.
It is official that Democrat Javier Becerra will be one of the top two finishers for the race for governor in California. The issue is whether or not the slow ballots coming in will generate enough to push Steve Hilton out of the race. So far, the gap between Hilton and billionaire Tom Steyer is so wide, I believe that Steve Hilton will in fact square off against Javier Becerra in the fall. Can't wait for the debates.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Start saving this summer at AE Door and Window. All through June, save up to 15% off Provia entry doors and sliders, as well as select Clopay garage doors. Save up to 20% off windows by Pella and Provia. Combine and save for another 5% off your total order and get up to $100 off a next generation LiftMaster opener. All with zero down, zero interest for 2 years. Learn more at aeDoorsales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
Big Box is back at Popeyes. 2 pieces of bone-in chicken or 3 tenders, 2 regular sides, and a biscuit for just $6. Add a cane sweet lemonade or tea and a blueberry lemon cheesecake to make your meal complete. Need dinner for the family? Get an 11-piece tender meal with 1 large side, 4 biscuits, and 4 dip cups for only $20. Stop by your new locally owned Popeyes locations at 2981 Princeton Road near Bridgewater Falls or 5102 Dixie Highway in Fairfield.
Grab that chicken from Popeyes.
This is Dana Lash. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
The Asian longhorned beetle is an invasive insect, a black and white tree-eating menace. It's here in our area, eating holes in our trees. Perfectly round holes, no larger than a dime, in trees across our region. The Asian longhorned beetle is destroying our trees. It burrows inside, where it literally eats our trees where they stand. Then it chews its way out, making perfectly round holes. Lots of these beetles mean lots of holes. Holes that could take away lots of our trees. Look for holes in your trees. By keeping an eye out, we can put an end to the Asian longhorned beetle and help keep our trees safe. Report the Asian longhorned beetle. Don't let it put a hole in our tree population. Report the Asian longhorned beetle. Go online at AsianLonghornedBeetle.com.
There's no greater pain a parent can suffer than losing a child. And yet, heat stroke deaths in hot cars are on the rise. The temperature inside a vehicle can reach deadly levels in just a few minutes. Leaving windows cracked does not help. These preventable deaths can occur even when the outside temperature is as low as 57 degrees. Never leave your baby or child in a vehicle, even for a short period. And always check the back seat before you get out of the car. Where's baby? Look before you lock. For more information, go to nhtsa.gov/heatstroke.
This is your ticket to high school football.
Going into the end zone. Touchdown. Jordan Kreider finds himself wide open.
Basketball.
Inside to Bryce Curry, and Bryce Curry with a 2-hand jam. He saw the mismatch, and he made the call.
And baseball.
He is going to try for the inside the park home run. Here comes the throw, the slide, and he is safe. Inside the Parker, Chase Resch.
WMOH.
It's game time, boys.
Let's get it on.
1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see showers and thunderstorms today with a high around 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Chance of thunderstorms on Wednesday, hot and humid with a high 90, heat index 103. Chance of thunderstorms late Wednesday night with a low 72. Sunny with a chance of thunderstorms Thursday, high 90. Cloudy, chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Partly sunny on Friday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 86.
Now, back to Dana Lash on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
And now, all of the news you would probably miss. It's time for Dana's Quick Five.
So, first up, and we've been following everything out of Ireland. We're also following that Carmelo Anthony case as well. So if there's any Any news about that, we'll have it. Strongest earthquake in nearly 150 years off of Cuba shakes Mexico, Florida. Shook everything. This is magnitude 6.1, shallow depth from the U.S. Geological Survey. And it's not too far from Havana. So they said it was unusual. I've never heard of an earthquake being in that area. Have you? Yeah, 6.1. And it's like the closest was Havana. I've never heard of an earthquake being in that area like that. Tropical storm Boris forms off of Mexico's southern Pacific coast, brings a flooding threat. They're getting everything down there. I don't like the name. I want to name these things. Boris? Yeah, like I would have called it something different. It's about 85 miles southeast of Acapulco. So people who have vacation plans down there, that's a bummer for you. But I don't, sorry. Oops. Food supply not at risk after a Texas screwworm case. We're going to talk about this a little bit more in depth. And they said that the USDA secretary said because the screwworm only affects like the live living animal, doesn't infect the meat. So that's not an issue. It's the New World screwworm, a parasitic fly. This sounds delightful. The larvae burrows into the flesh of living warm-blooded animals. Now, there is a case apparently of a dog getting it and a goat, which we're going to talk about, like I said. Idris Elba, who I love, says don't make James Bond woke. Thank you. I think I just became best friends with him. I adore Idris Elba. He says, no, do not make James Bond woke. He was being considered for James Bond, but they thought that he might be a little, maybe perhaps too old for the role, which I think is dumb because how old was Sean Connery? I mean, he had like gray hair when he was in it, so I don't understand that. Idris Elba would have been an amazing James Bond. I mean, just saying. We have a lot more on the way. Ireland sets for riots. The latest with Iran and more. When it comes to being prepared, a little diversity can go a long way, and that's where Byrna comes in, a practical personal security option designed to fit real life. No matter the situation, Byrna can be a diverse backup when carrying is not possible. You carry different calibers and blades even, so why not incorporate Byrna when your options are limited? It gives people another tool to consider when their ability to defend themselves using their Second Amendment rights are compromised. So if you're looking for an alternative, consider Byrna. It's easy to use, there is no recoil, easy target acquisition, and there are no permits required, no background checks, no waiting periods. You order it online and it ships right to your front porch. Proudly assembled in Fort Wayne, Indiana, Byrna is built by hardworking Americans dedicated to your safety. Visit Byrna.com/Dana and get your Byrna today. So if you're looking for an alternative, consider Byrna. That's Byrna.com/Dana, ready when you are.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. The death of a Hamilton man has officially been ruled a homicide by the Butler County Coroner's Office. 65-year-old Vincent Singletary was found dead from a gunshot wound on the 400 block of South 12th Street. Butler County State Senator George Lang was a yes vote on the $3.7 billion capital budget bill.
There are many things in this bill that I really like. I like the impact this bill is going to have on the long-term future and viability of our business community.
Lang says 16 Butler County projects get funding. Protecting firefighters from cancer-causing carcinogens. Fairfield City Council is applying for a FEMA grant, which would help the city buy 71 sets of new turnout gear. If approved, FEMA would pay 90% of the $300,000 cost. I'm Steve Vaughn, WMOH, 1450 The Ticket.
This report is sponsored by the Mine Safety and Health Administration. The Mine Safety and Health Administration reminds you that mining accidents and injuries are preventable. Staying alert and focused can keep you safe. Take time. Save lives. Visit MSHA.gov.
High school tournament baseball. Installed by AE Door and Window.
Into the outfield for a base hit. Derek Ogden continues his hot hitting like a gazelle out there. Chandler Taylor covers a ton of ground, runs that one down. Got him looking. Caleb Treason, a complete game 3 hitter, and the Baton Rams are heading back to Canton.
Thursday, Baton plays Padua Franciscan in the Division III state semifinals.
Swung on and missed.
Coverage begins Thursday at 3:35 on 1450 The Ticket and on WMOH.com.
Train for the operating room and graduate ready to work.
Surgical technologists are vital members of the surgical team, prepping the operating room, managing instruments, maintaining sterile conditions, and assisting during procedures. It's a fast-paced, in-demand role, and Cincinnati State offers a direct, affordable path to get you there. Learn on campus through hands-on labs and training, giving you a deeper understanding of how the full surgical team works together. Enroll today. Visit cincinnati-state.edu.
Mark your calendar for June 13th through the 21st for the Friendship Flea Market. The Friendship Flea Market is very unique with nearly 500 vendor spaces selling a wide variety of new, used, primitives, and specialty foods. Bring the whole family. Roads are blacktopped and are stroller and wheelchair accessible. Admissions free, parking $3, and camping is available. Located in Friendship, Indiana on State Road 62, just a mile east of town. Call 812-667-5645 or visit friendshipfleamarket.com.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. The New York Knicks did not lose Game 3 of the NBA Finals because of the officiating. The Knicks lost Game 3 of the Finals because the Spurs were flat out better, because Mikal Bridges disappeared and Karl Anthony Towns regressed, and the two best players on the court were Victor Wembanyama and Steph Castle. I'm Nick Costos.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie bundle. The grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them. At Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
From the WMOH Weather Center, showers and thunderstorms are likely today with a high 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Showers likely early Wednesday with a chance of thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high 90, a heat index 103. Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms late, low 72. Mostly sunny Thursday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 90. Chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Chance of showers and thunderstorms Friday, high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on.
A couple of things simultaneously. If you're just joining us, we're following the Carmelo Anthony thing, waiting for movement on that. Also, the Southern Poverty Law Center hearing. We are watching this insane story coming out of Ireland, where that was in the middle of the street. A guy who this Sudanese asylee was trying to behead in the middle of the street. I don't want to show, I don't know if we should, I mean, we can show maybe like an image of it. There's some censored images out there, but I'm really hesitant to show the video because it's bad. I mean, it's about what you would imagine. I mean, the guy has the Irishman in full mount and he is holding a knife to his throat. I think he was trying to gouge his eyes out too, because the guy's in critical condition, and I think he was trying to gouge his eyes out, and he was sawing at his neck. Oh my gosh, it makes me woozy just thinking about it, or just like going over recounting this. It's just insane. This is wild. And what's crazy is that I was telling you, the guy, so he came over from Paris. He came over, went to Dublin, then took a bus to Belfast. And this was in September 2023. He was given asylum for 5 years. And this is what he's doing. Thankfully, there were some amazing passerby that intervened, and they saved this dude's life. They saved this guy's life. This is just, I mean, I just can't. Can you imagine in the middle of the street seeing this, and a guy, like one of your own kinsmen, there in the middle of the road, some dude's trying to saw his head off? Some dude that was given asylum by your country. Why the hell was this guy given asylum? I have not uncovered that. I have no idea why this guy, I don't know. Did you read anything about, I don't know how this guy got asylum. What would they typically give asylum for? If you're being, persecuted. I mean, the guy clearly is an Islamist. Some of the stuff that he was apparently saying, according to the witnesses and the people that were there intervening. So, what, they just give it out like candy? Kane, I can't go to Mexico. Do you think I could go to Mexico where your non-white adjacent half of your family live? Could I go to Mexico and be like, I'm an asylee? What would they say?
No, I mean, you have to prove that where your home is, you're being oppressed, or that there's some sort of life-threatening situation going on. The Sudanese do claim, and they frequently claim, the ongoing conflicts there. Mm-hmm. And so I think we've had some administrations in the past that have been pretty lax on the requirements and the bar that you have to cross in order to be an asylee. I think they've lowered that a lot here. And I think it's a two-pronged issue. Yeah. Right. I mean, it's just stunning to me. I'm like watching some of this, it's just stunning. But thankfully, one guy hit him with a hurling stick, and there's the other guy. I'm watching this video on my giant monitor. One guy brought a shovel, and they did finally free the guy, but he's in critical. So he gets the asylum. He gets asylum. You want to hear something crazy? This is actually not unusual. I know, but they have knives bent. How is this happening? So apparently, by the way, the guy who was trying to cut this person's head off in Belfast is also Dang Majek, who is another Sudanese guy. He's the guy who stabbed a young mother to death, Rhiannon Sky White. She worked at a hotel that housed these colonists, these invaders, and apparently nobody ever heard about it because it doesn't matter. Nobody thinks it matters in the UK, except the people that are like asking the questions, The Dang Majek decided he stalked this woman's daughter for hours when she was on her shift. The mother was writing the government. The government hasn't responded. And then he apparently hid before he ambushed her at a train station. And as she was on the platform, he attacked her by stabbing her 23 times. He penetrated her brainstem. It was so violent. And then afterwards, he went and bought some alcohol and went back to the hotel and danced and celebrated as to what he did. Also from Sudan. Why was he there? Why was he there? Big question. Amazing to me. He was finally jailed for 29 years. Why is he jailed for 29 years? Why isn't he just scrubbed off the face of this earth? Why should that guy be jailed for 29 years? Another guy who illegally entered Ireland, stabbed somebody to death after he stalked them. This is like commonplace. You have the Somali diaspora in Rotherham that was sex trafficking women and girls, almost 2,000 of them, for 17 years. You've got people that are getting stabbed right and left all over the UK. A guy who just almost had his damn head sawed off in the street last night. At what point are people going to get serious about this? At what point are they going to get serious? And you're already seeing it in the United States. Oh, you are. You're already seeing it in the United States. It's already happening. There was a story of a guy, you know, the Charlotte, North Carolina light rail? That's the same train where Irina Zaritska was murdered. So there was a guy, apparently the other night, on that same train, wielding a knife and threatening people on video. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So what's happening? This is why people carry arms, by the way. This is why people carry arms. There is, Europe is committing suicide. If you don't have people using trucks to drive into innocence, then you have this. And then, isn't there the constable in the Ireland clip, Kane, where the guy was saying, well, we just have no idea of the motive? Yes. I'm sorry, what? Was it? But he was shouting kind of the motive from what I read. The Telegraph had a very interesting story about that. So did Daily Mail. If we have that, throw that up for me. If we do. But the guy was saying, well, we just don't know about the motive. There were other lefty UK leaders that we just don't know. We want to be aware of a motive. Watch this guy. This is the constable investigating the case.
The investigation is at early stages. As I've said already, we're ruling out a terrorist motivation at this stage. However, our minds remain open to the various possibilities as to what the motivation is behind this. We will, of course, as we move ahead, be working with all of those who might be able to provide us further information and context as why what happened last night.
Yeah, Conor McGregor tweeted, close the borders. Enter IPAS centers militarily and remove all illegal entrants from this island. Inviting and financing mentally deranged people from the third world is a hard no. Get them out. Stop them coming. We say no to this. He's not wrong. He is not wrong. So there, apparently, it's going to go down. And it should. This is enough is enough. The British government let him stay. Let him stay. Oh, don't think that the Republic of Ireland is somehow any more conservative. In some ways, they're even leftier. Oh, my gosh. And 5 years. They let him to stay for 5 years. Why? Why? What's the point of this? What is the point of any of this? There's a story. Oh, I gotta find this story. It was it was a coach because World Cup. Give me a moment and I'm gonna find this. I thought I had it up. Did you hear about the World Cup coach or this one, was it a ref that was denied entry? Yeah, it was a ref that was denied entry to the United States. And people, the guy was from Somalia. He arrived in Miami and was cut from the tournament and was Omar Artan. He was going to be the first referee from Somalia. And he was denied entry. And all of the lefty, oh my gosh, this was trending this morning, and all I saw were leftist commentators freaking out over this. And they were saying this is discrimination. This is not discrimination. I can't just come, you don't allow anybody to just walk into your country. We don't have to allow entry to anyone. You're not owed entry into the United States. We don't owe you anything. You are owed nothing from us. We don't owe you entry. We don't owe you money. We don't owe you repatriation. We don't owe you anything. You owe us. Assimilate or get out. I am way hardcore on this. There is not anyone on the right that I have met who is as hardcore conservative as me on the issue of immigration, to be honest. Oh, you think you know. You don't. I am hardcore. I think the Republican Party's too leftist on immigration, have for a while. For about a decade, if not more. More than that. We don't owe entry to anyone. We got a lot of referees here. We don't need, it's going to make history. Shut up. If that's what you were going to make history for, that's a pathetic story of your culture. It's ridiculous. This guy And they were like, well, he's not a politician. He hasn't. So I don't care. I don't care. We don't owe entry to people. Suit up Marco Rubio. Send him out there. Hell, I mean, he's just taking every job, isn't he? And the Associated Press, Reuters, oh my gosh, the ignorant United States. Can you believe this? That's all I'm reading about this morning. He was denied entry. There were vetting concerns. There were vetting concerns. Ooh, I want to know what those vetting concerns were. The referee, here's what the spokesperson, now listen. This is what Customs and Border Patrol said in a statement. They said, quote, the referee was determined to be inadmissible due to vetting concerns and was denied entry, end quote. Now, they didn't go into any other detail. Now, if you remember, Somalia is actually part of Trump's list for the travel ban, the ban on travel, and it places restrictions on a number of countries, and Somalia is one of them. Now, CBP did not explicitly identify the ref, but FIFA confirmed it's Omar Abdul Qadir Artan, the only Somali referee selected for the World Cup. And they're saying that the organization is not involved in host country immigration processes. That includes visa adjudications. They've been informed by authorities that his status will not be changed at present. In line with previous FIFA events, a host government ultimately decides who receives a visa and who is admitted into their country. And that makes all the sense in the world. I mean, we've allowed 52 other referees and 88 assistant referees that have been selected, and others have had no problem, black and white. So don't sit here and argue that it's racism. That's just a stupid, mindless Islamist talking point. Because we've allowed a number of other people coming in. But we do have an issue with Somalia. Why do we have an issue with Somalia? Because we can't trust what Somalia tells us. Somalia does not have the infrastructure and the process to actually make sure that the people that are traveling from Somalia are who they say they are and don't have any other dangerous associations that could be a compromise to the United States. That is not a United States problem. That's a Somalia problem. We don't have to pick up the slack for Somalia. And as I've said, there have been numerous other refs, black and white. But you have this one guy, because Somalia, there's a reason they were placed on that list. They do not have the open line with the United States government that is required to facilitate easy travel from Somalia to the United States with full integrity of the vetting process and security. That is an action that's protecting Americans. So this is, if people are upset about it, then get mad at Somalia's government. It's not the United States' responsibility to go, oh, you're a third world hellhole. You don't have the infrastructure to make sure that the people you aren't sending us aren't Al-Shabaab or something. Okay, we'll go ahead and look the other way. No, absolutely not. Would you allow someone in your house that you didn't know and you couldn't be certain of? Someone just showed up at your house and you had no idea how to vet them, how to evaluate them, how to make sure that they were actually cleared before coming to your home. Would you allow them into your home, into your kitchen, around your children? And now if you say no, then you're a hypocrite. So I don't want to hear it from any of these people. We got a lot more on the way as we move. Our partners that help bring you the program. It is our folks. It's our friends over at Superbeats Cholesterol Health Daily. You guys are familiar with the heart chews. Well, the same company, it's called Human, behind the heart chews have now created Cholesterol Health Daily, because cholesterol doesn't have to be confusing. And it's incredibly important, by the way, because it's responsible for a lot of stuff. Cholesterol, good cholesterol, don't confuse it with bad cholesterol. HDL, that's the good cholesterol. Just think of H as being healthy. And you can't take cholesterol health for granted. You know, cholesterol is not the enemy. It plays a very important role in cellular health, hormone production, even vitamin D creation. But it's all about supporting the right balance, especially those HDL levels. So Cholesterol Health Daily uses plant-based ingredients backed by clinical studies, so you get a smarter, targeted way to support your cholesterol. Clinically studied ingredients that work. It includes aged black garlic extract, extract that's shown to help improve the HDL cholesterol levels by up to 11.5%. There's no garlic taste. They also have a patented Italian citrus bergamot extract that helps maintain healthy triglycerides and overall lipid metabolism. It's simple, it's effective, and 2 capsules a day is all you need for multi-action cholesterol support, and it's easy to stay consistent with it. These are noticeable results that you can feel confident in. So right now, for a limited time, you can save $5 on Cholesterol Health Daily at Sam's Club. Head to your local Sam's Club. Do more to support your cholesterol health with the Science First brand you can trust. $5 savings won't last long.
Do you hear that? That's the sound of uncertainty lurking under your hood. You know the feeling. I know I do. That sudden sinking sensation when you see a check engine light or your car unexpectedly breaks down and you're faced with sky-high repair bills. It's time to shield against unexpected repairs with CarShield. CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. Don't let the fear of a breakdown keep you up at night. Trust the Shield, CarShield, and say goodbye to terrifying repair bills and hello to peace of mind. Your plan also comes with 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, rental car options, and so much more. Don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield now before a breakdown. Protect your wallet. Protect your car with CarShield. Get our best protection ever. Call now. You'll thank me later. 800-915-8003. 800-915-8003. That's 800-915-8003.
You know what nobody talks about enough when there's an unexpected pregnancy? The father. Everybody focuses on the mom. And of course, she matters, but dads are often treated like they're just spectators in one of the biggest moments of their lives. And a lot of men are scared and they're overwhelmed and they wonder whether or not they can really do this, whether or not they can actually be good fathers. And too often, nobody helps them process any of it. And that's another reason why I love Preborn. John shared his experience with Preborn, and he wrote to them and said that he first thought him, a dad, he said that it didn't even feel possible to him. But then he said they talked to Preborn and they worked with people who cared and that they received a free ultrasound, and that's when it all came together for them that they could do this. That moment matters. Preborn provides free ultrasounds and compassionate support to women, couples, and families facing unexpected pregnancies. Preborn turns fear into hope. Help another mother and father experience that same hope. Just $28 provides one ultrasound and can help save a baby's life. To donate, dial pound 250 and say the word baby. That's pound 250 baby, or visit preborn.com/Dana.
The Chad Benson Show.
Culture wars are a first world problem. They're a wealthy people's problem. When you're worried about your next meal, when you're worried about life, you're not even worried about whether or not you can pay your electricity. You're worried about, are you even going to have electricity? When you're worried about clean water, culture wars doesn't exist. That's an us thing, because we've gotten to the point now where we turn everything into a battle of culture.
The Chad Benson Show.
Weekday mornings at 9 on 1450 The Ticket.
Bienvenidos, amigos. That's how you are welcomed at the area's #1 Latin American foods supermercado y restaurante. And you don't have to speak or understand Spanish to enjoy all that El Gran Valle Verde has to offer. All of your favorite Latin American grocery needs are in stock, and delivery is available too. And if you're not in a cooking mood for groceries, El Gran Valle Verde has a full-service restaurante with all of your favorites. El Gran Valle Verde, nearby in the Hamilton Plaza Shopping Center on Dixie Highway in Hamilton. Nos vemos pronto.
Looking for a local community-oriented place to hang out, family-friendly, and a great place to bring your pet? Municipal Brew Works is open 7 days a week, and they have a huge patio area to soak up the sun and enjoy your favorite adult beverages. Join Municipal Brew Works for their big 10th anniversary party the weekend of June 12th through the 14th, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Drink specials galore, live music, and lots of food truck dining options. Municipal Brew Works in the former Hamilton City Building in downtown Hamilton. See you for the big 10th anniversary weekend.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
High School Tournament Baseball. Installed by AE Door and Window.
Into the outfield for a base hit. Derek Ogden continues his hot hitting like a gazelle out there. Chandler Taylor covers a ton of ground, runs that one down. Got him looking. Caleb Treason, a complete Game 3 hitter, and the Baton Rams are heading back to Canton.
Thursday, Baton plays Padua Franciscan in the Division III state semifinals.
Swung on and missed.
Coverage begins Thursday at 3:35 on 1450 The Ticket and on WMOH.com.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see showers and thunderstorms today with a high around 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Chance of thunderstorms on Wednesday, hot and humid with a high 90, heat index 103. Chance of thunderstorms late Wednesday night with a low 72. Sunny with a chance of thunderstorms Thursday, high 90. Cloudy, chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Partly sunny on Friday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 86.
Now, back to Dana Lash on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Get the lowdown on the latest news with a side of laughs whenever you want. Subscribe to the Dana Show podcast on YouTube, Apple, or wherever you get your podcast.
Like sands through the hourglass, so are the days of the United States.
All right, so I'd love for all of the kids to please come up here, stand in a line, and we will raise the flag together again.
They're raising the gay flag. Well, with the trans thing on it. They're making the kids do it. Each kid gets a crank. That's crank it. This kid gets a crank. This is something that's just so inappropriate about this. This is going to take forever. Are they all just going to keep going over? They are. They're all just going to cycle through over and over again. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Yeah, that one girl's like, I'm done with this. They had a sign language interpreter up there, a person who did sign language. I'm trying to figure out why. Like, how are you signing? Like, we're raising the flag for gay pride.
What the hell was that?
What? I'm doing the sign language.
Not that part.
Yeah, I am.
Can you do that?
Yeah, it's raising the flag. This is the flag going up. There's the flag for the pride.
Right. Oh, that part.
Uh-huh.
No.
Well, that's what it's all about. Everyone wants to pretend that it's not just a giant movement to affirm having intercourse a certain way. Let's be real. Come on. We got a lot more on the way because guess what? The Irina Zarutska case, that guy, apparently he's not going to stand trial. Wait until you hear about this.
1450 The Ticket.
At Bigby, we know it's more than a bagel. It's love at first bite. Cue the fireworks. Bigby makes it better. Whew. At Bigby, we know it's more than a matcha latte. It's your midday MVP. You got this. Bigby makes it better.
Your local Big Big Coffee, 2874 Joseph Drive, right off of Princeton Road near Bridgewater Falls in Fairfield Township. Have you recently opened a brand new business and want to get the word out that you're open? Have an existing business and looking to increase profitability? Or are you looking to staff your new or existing business with employees? This is where WMOH Radio can be of help to you. Advertise your business to reach WMOH Radio's local and loyal listeners with your message that your business is open and ready to serve or looking for workers. Give us a call, 513-863-1111, and let us put the power of locally owned and operated 1450 WMOH Radio go to work for you.
This is your ticket to high school sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. The U.S. Navy drone boat has rescued 2 Army aviators after their Apache helicopter went down near the coast of Oman. Tim Hawkins of U.S. Central Command said the crew members spent about 2 hours in the water before they were rescued. The crash is under investigation. Israel's latest strikes on Lebanon and Iran have made clear that President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have different end games when it comes to the war with Iran.
President Trump had publicly warned Israel not to strike Beirut in its war with Iran-backed Hezbollah militants. When it did on Sunday, Iran responded by firing ballistic missiles at Israel for the first time since the April ceasefire. Israel then struck Iran, with which Mr. Trump has been engaged in weeks of high-stakes negotiations. The fighting has since died down, but the differences between the two leaders may persist. That's because President Trump wants to wind down an unpopular war and reopen the Strait of Hormuz to ease gas prices. Iran says a full ceasefire in Lebanon is key to any deal. Bernie Bennett, Washington.
Both political parties keeping one eye on the polls today. Some of the spotlight shines brightly on the state of Maine in a big primary there. Haya Panjwani has more.
Graham Plattner is looking to make a Democratic nomination for U.S. Senate in advance of one of the most anticipated contests of the year. Plattner is running in Maine's Democratic primary, and he plans to try to unseat the longtime Republican Senator Susan Collins. He's a brash political newcomer who's energized crowds and attracted controversy. In an interview, he said he's open to talking about those controversies.
I'm very happy to talk about incredibly uncomfortable things in my life. But when things come along that are just made up or lies, I'm very much going to push back against those.
Audio courtesy of WMTW. I'm Haya Panjwani.
South Carolina Republicans today facing a packed gubernatorial primary with multiple contenders. Nevada holding primaries for several key statewide offices. This is townhall.com.
Here's something nobody tells you about owning a home. While you were at work, your house was working too. Property values went up. You paid down principal. Your house quietly earned you tens of thousands of dollars, maybe a lot more, and never asked for a thing in return. The average American homeowner has built 6 figures in equity over the last few years. 6 figures! And most have never collected a penny of it. Fellowship Home Loans helps you collect. For over 20 years, Mike and Brian have shown families how to put that equity to work. A HELOC, a cash-out refi. Money for the renovation, the debt consolidation you need, or that project you've been putting off. Everything is done in-house. One roof, one team, all with a servant-led mentality. People who treat you like family. Your home already paid you. Go cash the check. Go to fellowshiphomeloans.com/Mike G or call 800-510-MIKE. 800-510-6453. 800-510-MIKE. Fellowship Home Loans. Mortgage lending by the book.
Nationwide Mortgage Bankers, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 819382.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. There are 16 Butler County projects getting money in the state capital budget, passed by the Ohio Senate. State Senator George Lang was a yes vote, but he warns local governments are doing way too much spending.
And every time we put money in for a park development, a splash pad, every time we do that, we are adding to the long-term negative impact of property taxes.
The $3.7 billion bill now goes to the House. Hamilton police detectives are trying to solve the homicide of 65-year-old Vincent Singletary. He was found dead of a gunshot wound at a home on South 12th Street last Friday. Dave Chappelle is once again holding his popular outdoor stand-up comedy shows in his hometown of Yellow Springs. Tickets for the shows in July and August go on sale tomorrow. There were 29 canine attacks on letter carriers in Greater Cincinnati last year. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Looking for a friendly, fun tavern? Nick and Norm's Tavern on the west side of Hamilton has a friendly and entertaining staff, great food, and a large drink selection. At Nick and Norm's Tavern, you can play pool and darts inside, or you can sit in their outdoor area to enjoy your food and drinks. Singo and bike nights with Queen of Hearts drawing are on Wednesdays, Thirsty Thursdays, a DJ and karaoke on Fridays, and live bands on Saturdays. Stop in to Nick and Norm's Tavern on Millville Avenue at Wasserman Road on the west side of Hamilton. Nick and Norm's Tavern, a proud supporter of local youth athletics.
For sale, motorcycle, a beauty. You see it, you'll want it. It's for sale because of what I didn't see. The cops. So I got busted for riding drunk. Now I've got some heavy fines and legal bills to pay. So call me. You'll get a great deal, because clearly, I'm an idiot.
Cops are cracking down on drinking and riding all across the country, and they'll see you before you see them. Ride sober or get pulled over.
Hold everything.
This is your ticket to high school football.
He's going to flip it deep, and it is intercepted back at the 8-yard line by Fairfield. Indians have the ball. Josiah Leonard.
Basketball.
Oh, there's a steal by Bryce Curry in the backcourt. Oh, thunder dunker. He throws it down. Bryce Curry flushes up.
And baseball.
Swung on, that's drilled into right field, going back on it and watching it leave the ballpark. Chandler Taylor, home run.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, showers and thunderstorms are likely today with a high 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Showers likely early Wednesday with a chance of thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high 90, a heat index 103. Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms late, low 72. Mostly sunny Thursday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 90. Chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Chance of showers and thunderstorms Friday, high 86.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
There are a bunch of pick-me mommy sleuths who got tired of their true crime and are trying to fulfill the emptiness of their lives by obsessing over a widow. So the purpose is to hijack the church, who has held the rudder on the direction of the right in the United States for so many years. It's been the Christians.
The Dana Show with Dana Lash.
Welcome back to the program, Dana Lash with you. And we are at the top of the second hour here. And a lot of stuff to get into, including this crazy, crazy story. By the way, if you missed anything the first hour, you can go download the podcast and get that. But this, because that's an archive of the show, the podcast is. So we're watching the Carmelo Anthony thing. We're also watching the latest with Iran as well, because yesterday Iran fired on American assets in Kuwait. And by assets, I mean our troops going after one of the bases. They're not serious about any kind of a ceasefire. And I get that there are some in the Trump administration that are whispering into POTUS's ear, and they don't want him to do anything. They don't want him to do anything, and they want him to tell Israel to not do anything, for them to not defend themselves. And I think we're going to talk here in a little bit about the Rubio versus Vance aspect of this, because Rubio's being very practical. And as you know, he had a great soundbite at one point where he was saying that it was stupid, to not defend oneself and to not shoot back, that it was dumb. What did he say? What was the soundbite that he had that was like going around yesterday evening? Something like, I don't know. We might be able. I'll pull it up here. But he was saying that, yeah, you shoot back. That's what happens. Like when you're defending your country, when you're defending your people. But then you have that versus the Vance approach, which is just get out and just I feel like he wants to cut an Obama deal with Iran. That's kind of what I'm getting. It may not be true, but we do know that he's been not on the same page as POTUS. He's been supportive of POTUS, but he's not on the same page as POTUS regarding Iran. There is a bit of a red-green alliance there. Oh, the rub is coming. You guys think that 2016 was nuts? You think 2020 was nuts? Wait until 2028, when all the people in the woke Reich are going to try to position the candidate that they like best against the candidate that everybody else might be looking at. It's coming. It's coming. Just get ready. But you're starting to see that this power play so far hasn't been in front of the American public's eyes, but you're seeing hints of it. You see it, like the whole reason, the rumor is that the story that came out, I guess it was over the weekend, that Susie Wiles was leaving the administration and she wasn't. Apparently that was one of the factions that are trying to push Trump to do things that apparently Trump doesn't want to do, and that was leaked. There's a lot of stuff with ODNI. There's a lot of back and forth with a lot of this. And so just saying, very, yeah. And POTUS said, by the way, Lorraine shares this because this came just a little bit ago. POTUS had posted, quote, "I have just been informed by our great military that last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Wmoh. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the United States must, out of necessity, respond to this attack." Iran's not serious about a ceasefire. I'm done pretending that they are. This is what's going to happen. We're going to dance around the issue, and then nothing's going to happen, and then we're going to have midterm elections, and the regime is going to stay in place, and they're going to be emboldened more than they ever have been before. This is the last chance to do it. If you want people to get on board the next time you want to prosecute a conflict, then by damn, you better make sure that you end it. We didn't start it, but by God, we'll finish it. That needs to be done. That's where we're at now. No more of this hemming and hawing and dancing around the issue. They're not negotiating in good faith. They never negotiated in good faith. They never have negotiated in good faith. The end. I don't know what people need to see more. I get it that there are some people out there that are eager to dress up as dancers and go bakabazi for their Shia masters. I get it. But the rest of us don't want to do that. We would like to continue living free and being unbothered by third world hellhole Bronze Age barbarians, okay? Bottom line. And the Persian people of Iran, I would imagine, would love to be free from the invaders and the people who colonized Iran, the same people who colonized Gaza, a bunch of invaders who went in and colonized. Same thing. That's what happened in Iran. You had a bunch of Islamists take over and destroy beautiful Persian culture. Zoroastrians. I mean, golly, they even changed the name. It was Parsi, not Farsi. They even changed the name, try to alter the name of their language. I think Trump needs to stop. I agree, Lorraine. Trump needs to stop listening to Vance. I'm going to be very frank with you. I don't dislike Vance. I think he's entirely out of. I just don't think he's got good acumen. I don't think he's ready for prime time as a standalone candidate. I mean, he barely made it to Senate. Mitch McConnell had to bail him out by the tune of millions of dollars because J.D. Vance was not going to win a Senate race in Ohio. So that he had to be bailed out. There was a significant amount of resource that was pulled out of Arizona to go and help Vance in Ohio. There's a lot there. But he's not on the same page as POTUS. He's more of a Tucker. He said his favorite podcast was Theo Vaughn. And Theo Vaughn gets on there and goes crazier than Tucker Carlson does on to Jews and Israel and mind jobs and conspiracies and all this other stuff. It's like listening to my drunk uncle sit at the Thanksgiving table and spout off about all kinds of crazy nonsense. And he's a Democrat voter. I mean, it's just like hearing that. It's the same thing. So I don't know. I got a lot of questions. I think that there is a back and forth between, I think it's not out for the world to see. And I think Rubio's too busy, but there is, I think, a little bit of not a competition, but I think that Trump is listening to Rubio more than he's listening to Vance. It was reported that Rubio's backing apparently helped Israel secure Trump's green light. Because Israel just runs the United States, they can't even fart with so much as getting Trump's written permission, apparently. The story is that Rubio played a significant role in the discussion and backed Israel's position to defend itself. I mean, I think anybody would at that point. It's very interesting. There was a headline, though, that I think that was not accurate. I watched this clip where someone said that they wrote, the White House sent Vance to attack Israel publicly and prepare the public for what is about to be an Obama deal 2.0. And the VP didn't push back about the lie that Israel's spying on the U.S. No wonder the VP recommended Theo Vaughn as a good podcast for young people, which it's not, by the way. Theo Vaughn's a groiper. I think that was very illuminating that Vance said that. Again, I don't dislike Vance, but I'm just calling balls and strikes. If you don't want me to observe this stuff, then don't do it where it can be observed. It's that simple, But this, I don't think Vance attacked Israel publicly. I think he was super vague. And I think there's a lot to read in there. But I disagree with the characterization that was going around that he somehow attacked Israel's right of self-defense or anything like that. I don't believe that he did. I think he's way more opaque than that. Although, I mean, you see the cards that some of these lawmakers have that they've shown. There was this story about outrage as Netanyahu was caught spying on Trump's Iran negotiators. This was something that came out of Daily Mail. I'm pretty sure that came right out of Vance's office, if I had to guess, because he has not been on board with the peace deal. I don't think that he's been on board. If you haven't really heard him talk about Israel's defense, Israel's self-defense, not the United States defending Israel, but if they get attacked by rockets, they should sure as hell be able to defend themselves, right? If the United States gets attacked by an enemy, the United States should be able to defend itself, correct? Okay, so do we change what our position is depending on whether or not Jews are involved? I mean, for crying out loud, I feel like I've fallen in the most dumbass timeline on God's green earth. I really do. So the stories, intel officials were alarmed about eavesdropping on American diplomats. Are you people morons? Are you? I got to ask, the people that are buying into this. Everybody spies on everybody. To that point, everybody, not you guys, but everybody that I mostly work with, I save everything. I keep a file on everybody, just for my own peace of mind. Every country spies on the United States spies on everybody. Every country spies on everyone. You are an idiot if you don't. That's just the way it is. And they're trying to make this a very big deal. Every few years, someone tries to make this a very big deal. And, of course, it was leaked to the New York Times, which suspiciously has run stories like this before from the same origin. See, the fight's not playing out in front of your eyes. It's playing out back channel, and then it gets leaked to the press as a proxy. That's how this is happening, just so you know. And it's interesting, too, because if you look at whose influence is winning in the White House, I think it's Rubio's influence that's winning. And Rubio's very practical. He's not like Lindsey Graham. He's very practical. Now, I don't have a dog in this fight for 2028, but there is some jockeying going on. And you got to know, when you see it, you got to believe it. Meanwhile, by the way, Democrats, let me pull this up. These ridiculous people. Their support for Israel and any kind of alliance aid, this New York Times Siena poll, 74% of Democrats now. They're the left right. The left right and the woke right are the same. Of course, they got that Plattner problem, which we're going to get into. The big-time Plattner problem. Now, a couple of other things to note. The story with the woman who was stabbed, well, right in the neck, on the Ukrainian refugee Irina Zerutska on the train in North Carolina, he apparently was found incompetent to stand trial by a federal judge. DeCarlos Brown Jr. So the New York Post wrote that DeCarlos Brown Jr., 35, ranted about having material in his body, and I think he's pretending to be crazy, and experiencing a body emergency during the brief hearing at the federal courthouse in Charlotte. He shouted about wanting to press charges against the FBI, about asking whether or not the judge had reviewed his evaluation and letter from his mother, and now he's going to get medication and treatment for up to 4 months to try to restore his competency, guys. If he does not become more competent, he could be held in custody under federal commitment laws, and then they'll figure out whether he can be forcibly medicated. I think he ought to be firing squad, take him out and throw him in a pit in the back. I'm done with this. Oh, no. We need to go back to a more severe sort of penalty system, I think. This is the sort of restorative justice, the coddling, the indulgence of criminals that they thrive on. They thrive on this. The criminal element, it's like bacteria in the right conditions. They thrive on this. These violent repeat offenders like this guy. Court ordered. Oh, he's just going to get some treatment. That's going to make him not want to slice people's throats open to bleed to death on the train. Oh, I'm competent now. He's evil. He's completely competent. He knows what he's doing. He's just evil. And he needs to be taken care of. This is not by 3 hots and a cot. I do not mean that either. Man, we need to go. I'm just saying, we need to have some more serious penalties. This is why there's no fear. These people commit crimes over and over because there's no fear. There's no fear of penalty. So the court found that if he's made competent, then they can have the process go forward. Well, what happens if he's never found competent? Has that question not come up in this courtroom? What happens if he's never found to be competent? Then that means the Zerutska family is never going to have justice, which is cruelty. We have more on the way as we head towards headlines. Our partners that bring you the program. It's the folks over at Byrna. BYRNA. Byrna, if you are familiar with this, you guys understand. I mean, I have no problem using a firearm in defense of myself or loved ones. No issue at all. I sleep soundly at night, but I also understand there are some instances where you can't always have a firearm with you because of gun-free zones, which is ridiculous, but you don't want to be at the mercy of the criminal element because heaven forbid those places actually provide any kind of security, right? So it's made in Fort Wayne, Indiana. It's easy to use. You can literally order it online, and it send it right to your door. The platform has been reimagined with the compact launcher for maximum concealability, and it can deter threats from up to 60 feet away. It uses projectiles that feature 9% pepper and tear gas irritant blend that's designed to deter a threat. And you can also, I mean, it's an option for people who don't have any options at that moment. And you want to make sure that you're diversifying what you have. You can visit Byrna.com/Dana and get your Byrna today. BYRNA.com/Dana. So, I've been talking about human supplements for years, and not just because they make the #1 best-selling Super Beats, but because when it comes to cardiovascular health, they really stay ahead of the science. And if you're anything like me, you're focused on health. But cholesterol, for a lot of folks, can feel confusing. So this is what I've read. About 80% of your body's cholesterol is actually produced internally, and it plays a key role in things like cellular health, hormone production. So this is why Human created Cholesterol Health Daily. It's a very simple 2-capsule-a-day routine, all designed to support your cholesterol from multiple angles. It's made with plant-based, clinically studied ingredients, including aged black garlic to support your good HDL cholesterol without the garlic taste, plus patented Italian citrus bergamot for healthy triglycerides and lipid metabolism. It's about keeping things simple but effective, and it fits right into your daily routine. Right now, for a limited time, you can save $5 on Human Cholesterol Daily at Sam's Club. You just head to your local Sam's Club and do more to support your cholesterol health with the Science First brand that I trust. But the $5 savings for a limited time only.
Hi, it's Hugh Hewitt on the next Hugh Hewitt Show. Is Anduril a defense company changing everything about the way the United States defends itself? Christian Brose joins me, as does Matt Continetti, Byron York, Rich Lowry, and Majority Leader in the United States House of Representatives Steve Scalise, and more. There's a lot ahead on the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
He keeps his finger on the pulse in D.C. Hugh Hewitt.
Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket. Keep that dial to the right.
Start saving this summer at AE Door and Window. All through June, save up to 15% off Provia entry doors and sliders, as well as select Clopay garage doors. Save up to 20% off windows by Pella and Provia. Combine and save for another 5% off your total order, and get up to $100 off a next generation LiftMaster opener. All with 0 down, 0 interest for 2 years. Learn more at aedoorsales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
He's off to the races. No one's going to catch him. Touchdown.
Local business owners, get in on the football excitement and let your message be heard. Join the growing number of businesses supporting high school sports on 1450 The Ticket at very affordable rates. Simply contact the WMOH 1450 The Ticket sales office at 513-863-1111. You are listening, and so are many of your future customers. Let area football fans know that you support high school sports on 1450 The Ticket, and they'll support you.
This is Dana Lash. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
In school sports, it's easy to see the wins, the moments that make headlines. But there's so much work that goes unseen for any of it to happen. My name is Phil Risen, and I'm the Executive Director of the National Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. Throughout the country, athletic administrators dedicate countless hours to making life-changing opportunities possible for student athletes through sports. Their sacrifice is fueled by the belief that every student can grow and deserves their time to shine. On behalf of the NIAAA, we want to thank every athletic administrator for your tireless dedication to providing 7.8 million students across the country a path to a better future.
This message presented by the NIAAA, the National Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone else can. Friends?
I can tell you drove high.
Parents?
I can tell when you drive high.
Relatives?
I can tell. You drove here high, didn't you?
So what makes you think law enforcement can't?
I can tell.
If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Lock up your doors, turn your radios up. We got a big game here on 1450 The Ticket.
This is your ticket to high school football, basketball, and baseball.
Down the sideline. Yes! Touchdown! Hudson High.
Tyson, pull up 3.
Hello. Got it. That was from college range, not high school.
Runner is on the way.
Oh, my goodness.
He is out from here to there.
Your ticket to high school sports.
This is the ticket you want to have.
WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see showers and thunderstorms today with a high around 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Chance of thunderstorms on Wednesday, hot and humid with a high 90, heat index 103. Chance of thunderstorms late Wednesday night with a low 72. Sunny with a chance of thunderstorms Thursday, high 90. Cloudy, chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Partly sunny on Friday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 86.
Now, back to Dana Lash on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
And now, all of the news you would probably miss. It's time for Dana's Quick Five.
So researchers are pointing to smartphones as a potentially significant factor for declining birth rates, according to a new report. They could account for more than 30% of the decline in the fertility rate amongst women ages 15 to 44. That's crazy. This from ABC News. That's really wild. I think we have such a digital overload. I don't know. I used to think that all of that was like maybe good or helpful to humanity. No, I don't know anymore. I really don't know. Right? I just don't know. Gambling giant forces paid influencers to delete LA mayor race posts as the election interference claims explode. This is crazy. So it's Kalshi. Of course, it took to the second paragraph of this New York Post article by Zain Khan because this guy couldn't write a balanced lead to save his meaningless life. I hate bad writing. I cannot stand bad journalism. It's one of my top pet peeves. So apparently Kalshi confirmed that it requested the removal of posts from some of these affiliated influencers after they shared content that the race was being manipulated while simultaneously promoting betting odds on the election through paid partnerships. The controversy had emerged after some right-wing influencers posted messages on X expressing skepticism about how it was all going. And some of them, the ones that were taking money for this, are actually people that I have blocked because they're absolute anonymous jackwagons that have been so rude. And so, like, one of these guys, he's an absolute op, he got paid to post for Kalshi, didn't disclose it apparently, and then only got mad and disclosed it after he was asked, I guess, to delete. That's why you don't be a sellout. I mean, honestly, some of this stuff, this like social media influencer stuff, is just politicized OnlyFans. Except those whores are honest. Also, we've got, it's true, and you guys know it is. This is 1 in 3 Americans says that violence is justified for at least one political goal. And apparently nobody believes this study. I mean, the people, look, I know what the law is, but I also know what I would prefer. And you don't want the people who are capable, who choose to be peaceful. Those are the people that you don't want to tempt into violence. That's all I'll say, right? Failing grades soar as professors see greater AI usage. Maths, we're going to be dumb, and it's going to be like WALL-E, and we're going to be in those floating loungers, and we're all going to weigh 9,000 pounds, and it's just going to be horrible. That's where we're going. We got a lot more on the way. Harley Davidson stepped in it, apparently. 250 years ago, Americans declared that we were meant to live free, to work, move, and live on our own terms. But if pain is holding you back, are you really living free? I've seen this firsthand with my husband. Years of sports left him dealing with old injuries, and Relief Factor made a real difference. Within weeks, he felt better mobility and could stay active without next-day regret. Everyday aches and inflammation can take your freedom away. With Relief Factor, you can get it back. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free and designed to fight inflammation, the root cause of most pain. It works from the inside out to help you move, work, and live without constant discomfort. This year marks 250 years of American independence. Take your own stand for freedom from pain. Check out Relief Factor today. To commemorate America's 250th anniversary, Relief Factor is offering a special patriotic price on their 3-week quick start, now just $17.76. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. That's ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to get your 3-week quick start for just $17.76.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Hamilton police detectives are investigating the death of 65-year-old Vincent Singletary as a homicide. He was found dead of a gunshot wound at a home on the 400 block of South 12th Street last Friday. Fairfield city leaders are applying for a FEMA grant that would allow the city to buy 71 sets of new turnout gear for the fire department. The protective clothing and equipment would help alleviate the risk of exposure to carcinogens that have been known to cause cancer. It's the 100 deadliest days of summer. The period from Memorial Day to Labor Day is especially dangerous on the roadways, according to the Ohio State Patrol. Last year, 384 people died in 68,000 crashes in the Buckeye State. A month-long awareness campaign for dog bites from the U.S. Postal Service. Cincinnati is ranked 11th in the country for the number of letter carriers attacked by dogs. I'm Steve Vaughn.
Larry Elder.
CEO Magazine's been around 22 years. Every single year, they rate the best state in which to do business and the worst state in which to do business. Guess which one has finished last every single year of the magazine's existence? That's a rhetorical question. It's called California. Maybe, just maybe, it's time for the voters to stop pulling that lever for the Democratic Party like zombies.
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Start your fire service or EMT career and go further with a degree at Cincinnati State. Cincinnati State's Fire Service Technology Program gives you the training you need to start working fast and the college degree that helps you move up the ladder. Like all Ohio programs, you'll complete the same certified firefighter and EMT training offered at fire academies, but with added skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Enroll today. Visit cincinnatistate.edu.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Victor Wembanyama countered the Madison Square Garden Circus last night with a masterful 2.8 rebound performance, leading the Spurs to a 115-111 Game 3 victory over the Knicks. Victor Wembanyama, when he's on, the Spurs are on. This win snapped the New York Knicks' 13-game win streak and cut the Knicks' NBA Finals series lead to 2-1. I'm Addie Bates.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription. And I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it, because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, 6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price of participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help. And Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
High school tournament baseball, installed by AE Door and Window.
And the Baden Rams are heading back to Canton.
Thursday, Baden plays Padua Franciscan in the Division III state semifinals. Coverage begins Thursday at 3:35 on 1450 The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, showers and thunderstorms are likely today with a high 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Showers likely early Wednesday with a chance of thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high 90, a heat index 103. Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms late, low 72. Mostly sunny Thursday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 90. Chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Chance of showers and thunderstorms Friday, high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Subscribe to the full podcast and get news and laughs delivered in short, easy-to-digest episodes. Ideal for your busy lifestyle on YouTube, Apple, or wherever you get your podcast.
Welcome back to the program. We're at the bottom of the second hour. You can find us on YouTube and Facebook as well. World Cup. So I saw this story. It's from Not the Bee. Seattle is building tiny homes, tiny little homes to hide homeless people during World Cup. Little tiny homes. Like, I'm thinking immediately of like the HGTV tiny home thing. Mayor Kate Wilson announced a bold plan to open 500 new emergency shelter units to hide the homeless before the city hosts World Cup matches. But they've only put up 75. They're cozy 70 square foot pallet units ready for action. And so homeless people can get out of public places and get into their little boxes so no one sees them in the streets. It's like what China did. Remember how China cleaned up everything? Cleaned up everything. They just shipped all their undesirables out to the countryside. So that the mayor, she told Wmoh News, quote, "We're not going to get 500 by World Cup, but I always knew that was an ambitious goal. I think we're really successful in lighting the fire that got everybody moving." What? So again, 75. They were going to have 575. I'm curious, guys. When a World Cup, when a host city is announced, that's like pretty like far in advance, right? Oh, years, yeah. Years in advance, yeah. So, you know, they've got time, do they not? To like build stuff? They were going to do something like this?
You mean like that rail project?
Well, yeah, but this is World Cup though. I mean, the little houses, the little housing for that. And apparently there's no mandatory treatment for mental health and substance abuse. So basically they're just going to hide during World Cup and then go back out and keep doing drugs. That's all they're going to be doing. So they have these little tiny houses and they're going to sell everything in there for drug money. So if there's any like bedding, if there's even plates and cups in there, any appliances, if there's copper, they're going to strip these units clean and sell it for drugs. That's just going to be just a trash heap by the time World Cup's over. That is insane that they're doing this. Well, and you know, taxpayers are paying for it. They're all paying for it. But I think the tiny home thing. Have you ever watched that show? I watched part of it, a third of it one time, and it was so stupid I couldn't watch it anymore. And it was this woman. The episode that I watched was a woman who wanted a tiny home, and she had a friend's property that was going to allow her to build a tiny home and run the necessary like power in that. I mean, the house was basically, it's like a caravan, right? It's a caravan, but they're calling it a tiny house, but it's a caravan. And you would go you go in the little house and you're right there in the kitchen, and then you're right there, this little bath. I mean, it's like a camper. It's really what it is. And you would die, Kane, if you knew. I kid you not, it ended up being like $275,000. What? Because she couldn't just do a tiny home. It had to be the bougiest tiny home that you could ever possibly imagine. Why are you putting, for instance, like I think the faucet that she put in there was several $100s. And it was one of those big old fancy chef ones. Actually, it was probably almost $1,000, I think, if memory serves that. I mean, I'm like, what is the purpose? You're really not doing anything differently. You're just reallocating what you're spending on, but you're still doing kind of like the same. Anyway, I hate that show. I hate that show, and I hate everybody involved with it. It's just the dumbest thing. I'm like, it makes you claustrophobic, and I think it's a psyop to get people used to living in tiny little boxes like this. That's what it is. I am a maximalist. More is more, except I always wear black, but it's not my problem. More is more. Yay to maximalism. But that's just mindless consumption. That's what a communist would say. Exactly what a communist would say.
Just life maxing.
You were just life maxing. That's right. Just life maxing. That's all it is. So the tiny houses, I don't think that's going to solve anything in Seattle. Pretty sure it's not going to solve a single thing. Looking at media, so Barry Weiss is just getting absolutely, man, the media hates her. Oh, it's just amazing. CBS, they're saying now she's poised to oversee CNN's editorial operations. I've been hearing a lot about this from people in the biz, by the way. It's like everybody's been talking about this. So she got Scott Pelley, who is really, Ron Burgundy, who's cosplaying as Walter Cronkite. He was like, how dare you fight? Why does he act like, have you ever listened to him speak sometimes? He talks normal if he's just talking, but the second that he gets indignant, there's something that happens to his voice where he almost goes into this like quasi light British, like Atlantic affectation. I don't know how to describe it. You know what I mean? It's so annoying. But he's mad because he was telling everyone that Barry Weiss was demanding that he report biased, that he modifies his reporting to be biased. And you know what the truth of that was? He was literally simply asked to make sure that he includes both sides of the story. And Scott Pelley got so mad about this. So mad. So I have a couple of people that I know that are in the CBS newsroom. He apparently got so mad about this because how dare you tell him, the great Scott Pelley, how to do the journalisms? How dare you tell him, the great Scott Pelley? I don't have my eyeglasses to put to my lips like he always does. But how dare you tell him to do that? Because he's Scott Pelley. Don't you know Scott Pelley? How dare you? He can, both sides, that's bias. He thinks that being fair with how a story is reported is bias. Just poor stupid man. Oh, but they are really, really going for her with this whole thing. They are real. There's some people on the right that are going after her, and I think it's just jealousy, if I'm being real. The jealous people are going after her because she was at the New York Times. She created a very popular, the Free Press, Substack. That ended up getting bought out by CBS, and now she's like running things at CBS and could be running things at CNN. She has very original ideas. I've met her. I know her. She has very original ideas. I think that and clearly she's a news hound. She loves news. She loves presenting stories, and she's very middle of the road. It's very rare, and I think this is why some people, they read this and it doesn't resonate with them because we have grown up in such a polarized, bias news environment, right? Or I kind of want to say coverage environment, not so much news, because it's not even just news. It is really foreign to a lot of people when they see someone who is really interested in the story. And as Kane notes, yeah, middle of the road is considered right wing. She just likes the story. You know how certain people love the process? Everybody has like a thing that they love, right? Like I have a friend who likes sourcing, does like sewing machine stuff as a hobby, like really weird niche stuff. I have another friend that collects, like these baseball cards, and they spend so much money on them. And she's an individual who loves running down a story. It is like a treasure hunt, and they are really into the whole process of uncovering the story. And it's not about, they're so interested in the process, they actually remove their preference from it. You want someone who is so obsessed with the process of telling the story that there is no room in their passions for the distraction of bias. And I think that that's the best way to describe how she approaches it, because people you're never going to get anyone that you agree with 100%. But that's not the point with news. The news isn't about writing something that people agree with. It's about uncovering the truth and writing about things to keep people apprised of what's happening in their country. And the media establishment has really betrayed that purpose. Now, I'm not going to pretend that media wasn't created as an op in the first place. I mean, if you go back to the days of the penny presses and Ben Franklin, etc., I mean, it really was not just a way of keeping the colonists apprised of what the monarchy was doing as the revolution was spreading, but it was also used by these individuals at the time to go after their political enemies. I mean, all of them did it. Ben Franklin wrote under I don't know how many different anonymous pen names and go silence do good and all this other stuff, either commenting, opining on policy or culture or a particular politician. So, but it was always exposing, and there was a purpose to it, and it wasn't to settle a personal score. And I think people look at Barry Weiss and they see what she's doing. I mean, she's made some good changes, but all of the weeping and gnashing of teeth have been from these old barnacles that have been there, and they've contributed nothing except bias. The only thing that they've contributed, people like Scott Pelley, is the complete demoralization of how people feel about the press. I think that they've only contributed bias and division, and they have completely broken the public's trust on anything that the legacy press can do. The legacy press will never recover. It will never, ever be considered a trustworthy entity again. People no longer feel comfortable welcoming these talking heads on the evening news, these anchors, into their homes every night while they're making dinner, or in the mornings when they're making breakfast and they're getting the kids out the door. That's a very personal thing, and people are no longer have that trust to do that. And this is also the legacy press resisting her. It's just resisting the inevitable. Media has to change to survive. If they want to compete with the digital world, they have to do something that the digital can't do. The digital is so super siloed right now that you can only get right or left or right. It's very, very siloed. Sometimes people want something that's a bit of both. And the only place that you could get that with legacy press, but they don't want to get around themselves to offer that up. But she's overseeing editorial. They've have been making some big moves. And if she gets additional editorial oversight over CNN, and that's if the Paramount Skydance acquisition of Warner Brothers is approved, there's a lot hanging on that. That's going to be even more. But they are trying to make it so hard for her. So hard for her. We have a lot more on the way as we roll towards Florida Man. Our partners over at Ghost Bed. Our friends over at Ghost Bed. I sleep on this every night. I have a Ghost Bed. It is the best mattress that you can get. And I'm going to tell you, a lot of people, I didn't realize this, but some of their happiest customers are hot sleepers. Now, I didn't know this when I got a Ghost Bed, but cooling tech is built into every mattress. Now, apparently, and I did go and look this up, and it is true. Apparently, some other mattresses make you purchase an expensive upgrade to get cooling tech built into your mattress. But with Ghost Bed, it's in every single mattress. And so that's why hot sleepers love Ghost Bed. But you're going to notice the difference in the quality of this mattress right away. It's just built better. The construction is better. The materials, the fabrics, the seaming are better. And you sleep better. Less tension, better temperature, no more waking up sore. That's because they treat the creation of their mattresses like they are creating health equipment. And that's really what your mattress is. You sleep in bed to relax, rest, and restore. You're not doing that if you're tossing and turning all night. You're just aging yourself and harming your health. So do not imperil your health with bad sleep. Now, with Ghost Bed, you get 101 nights to try it in your home. And if you don't feel the difference, which you will, but if you don't, you can send it back risk-free. And Ghost Bed's also offering all of you 10% off. You can visit ghostbed.com/Dana and use promo code Dana. That's ghostbed.com/Dana, promo code Dana for an extra 10% off.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Everybody is in wait-and-see mode right now. They're waiting on the ceasefire, waiting on the Strait of Hormuz, and waiting to see what the markets do next. Waiting feels like the responsible thing to do. Feels safe because it seems like things will settle down if you just wait. But here's the problem. Gold's not waiting for you. Gold moves on fear, on instability, and the unknown, and all three are everywhere we look right now. So if you've been wondering whether or not gold should be a part of your portfolio, this is exactly the kind of moment to talk to somebody who actually understands the market. So that's why you need to check out Noble Gold Investments. So what stands out to me about Noble Gold Investments first is the transparency. There's no pressure, there's no scare tactics, just solid information and a team that actually respects your intelligence. That's pretty rare. And that's why I like to work with Colin and his team at Noble Gold. You will too. Don't wait for certainty. That may never come. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com/Dana and download your free investor kit. There's no pressure, there's no obligation. It's just the information. And again, that's noblegoldinvestments.com/Dana. This is Dana Lash. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Hi, it's Hugh Hewitt on the next Hugh Hewitt Show. Is Anduril a defense company changing everything about the way the United States defends itself? Christian Brose joins me, as does Matt Continetti, Byron York, Rich Lowry, and Majority Leader in the United States House of Representatives Steve Scalise, and more. There's a lot ahead on the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
He keeps his finger on the pulse in D.C. Hugh Hewitt.
Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450, The Ticket. Keep that dial to the right.
Mark your calendar for June 13th through the 21st for the Friendship Flea Market. The Friendship Flea Market is very unique with nearly 500 vendor spaces selling a wide variety of new, used, primitives, and specialty foods. Bring the whole family. Roads are blacktopped and are stroller and wheelchair accessible. Admissions free, parking $3, and camping is available. Located in Friendship, Indiana on State Road 62, just a mile east of town. Call 812-667-5645 or visit friendshipfleamarket.com.
Bienvenidos, amigos. That's how you are welcomed at the area's #1 Latin American foods supermercado y restaurante. And you don't have to speak or understand Spanish to enjoy all that El Gran Valle Verde has to offer. All of your favorite Latin American grocery needs are in stock and delivery is available too. And if you're not in a cooking mood for groceries, El Gran Valle Verde has a full-service restaurante with all of your favorites. El Gran Valle Verde, nearby in the Hamilton Plaza Shopping Center on Dixie Highway in Hamilton. Nos vemos pronto.
Veterans, you may have earned a variety of VA benefits. Did you know VA can help you further your education and pursue professional training? The Home Loan Guarantee Program can help you buy, repair, or adapt a home. VA provides housing support if you find yourself homeless or at risk of homelessness. And don't forget world-class health care. Learn more about these and other VA benefits. Visit choose.va.gov.
High School Tournament Baseball, installed by A.E. Door and Window.
Then to the outfield for a base hit. Derek Ogden continues his hot hitting like a gazelle out there. Chandler Taylor covers a ton of ground, runs that one down. Got him looking. Caleb Treason, a complete game 3 hitter, and the Baton Rams are heading back to Canton.
Thursday, Baton plays Padua Franciscan in the Division III state semifinals.
Swung on and missed.
Coverage begins Thursday at 3:35 on 1450 The Ticket and on WMOH.com.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see showers and thunderstorms today with a high around 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Chance of thunderstorms on Wednesday, hot and humid with a high 90, heat index 103. Chance of thunderstorms late Wednesday night with a low 72. Sunny with a chance of thunderstorms Thursday, high 90. Cloudy, chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Partly sunny on Friday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 86.
Now, back.
It's his life mission to make bad decisions. It's time for Florida Man.
All right. First up, a Florida man is arrested after hiding in AC ductwork. Ooh. Ooh. I mean, I've seen people do this in movies before, but the police said that he was like a contortionist. Flagler County. The man was arrested on June 5th after deputies found him hiding in an air conditioner's air handler, contorted behind the ductwork, they said. Flagler County Sheriff's Office said its deputies arrived at the man's residence. He had an active warrant for failing to appear in court on charges of grand theft, fleeing and eluding, driving with a suspended license, super speeding, resisting arrest. It keeps going on. He was wedged, James Myers, he was wedged inside of an air conditioner's handler, folded up like a contortionist auditioning for Cirque du Soleil, was the official Flagler County Sheriff's Office report. He was arrested previously because he hid from a canine under a house. And so now they got him, and now he's in the pokey. He's in the jail. He's in the jailhouse now. A Florida man led deputies on a chase after stealing a woman's vehicle from a nail salon. That is low. That is low, sir. They got him, though. Volusia County. He led them on a chase after he stole her vehicle outside of a salon in Daytona Beach Shores. The woman told deputies that an unknown man took her purse and her keys at the nail salon. And she pointed he pointed something at her through her sweatshirt, so she thought he had a gun. Anyway, long story long, he got busted because he used her credit card to buy something at 7-Eleven, and they were able to quickly track him. So that's not, that was dumb that he just did it like almost immediately after he stole her car and had her back. Why do you leave your purse in your car when you're getting your nails done also? I just have like more and more questions. I really don't want to read this one. This is one. It's a great one from our Florida. You know what? Okay, maybe you want to take a stab at this. This is from our Florida woman, Amber, who sends me the most ridiculous stories, I think on purpose. Just read the little headline there. Just read it silently to yourself real quick and just tell the people if you think it's...
All right, I'm going to read this verbatim.
Yeah,
this is you telling me what to do.
No, it's a Florida woman, Amber. She did this to us.
All right. Florida man with small penis allegedly pees in Walmart parking lot in Leesburg.
He's going to have to answer in court because that's gross. His name is Regis Akiwaya. I don't know, 47, I don't know, charged with indecent exposure. It was in broad daylight at a Walmart right off Citrus Boulevard. And apparently a man was sitting in his vehicle and he noticed somebody in a black Kia Sportage parked beside him. The guy got out. He's like 6'1", weighs 270, opened the passenger side door, pulled out his male copulatory organ, and then just urinated right in the parking lot. Yeah. Just like right there in the parking lot. And so dude called, and apparently he took, oh my gosh, I don't want to say that. This is so ridiculous. I'm not reading all of this. Now the witness then started recording on his cell phone, got the license plate, called the police, and I'm not reading what he told police verbatim.
Most of it made it in the headline.
Yeah, a lot of it made it in the headline. So yeah, they, Also, let's see, a Florida man rams Clearwater police, their car, and then he tells the officers, yeah, I did it on purpose. Well, duh. Unless you're a woman driver, I guess. Florida man, he rams the car, says he did it on purpose, is in Fort Myers, happened about midnight on Saturday, Ford F-150, and a Kia Soul. Why 2 Kias today? The driver, 28-year-old Garrett Burr, and he apparently... The CPD said the officer was at a red light, and then this guy accelerated into his car, and he said he did it on purpose. So he got aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. He's in jail. Stick with us, third hour.
1450 The Ticket.
My friend Ed Larkin, the good folks at Rose Automotive, have a big announcement to make. They are now the proud owners of Larkin Cobb Chevrolet Buick GMC in Eaton, Ohio. Larkin Cobb can handle all your Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC needs. Go see my friends at 500 East Main Street in downtown Eaton, a short drive from Dayton, Cincinnati, and Richmond, Indiana. My friends from Rose Automotive are thrilled to be serving the Eaton market and can't wait to help you into your next Chevrolet, Buick, or GMC. Larkin Cobb, drive the extra 20 to save plenty.
Congress is poised to pass a bill to keep AM radio in cars, but time is running out. 82 million Americans risk losing the news, sports, talk, traffic, and vital emergency information they rely on. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to pass this bill now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
This is your ticket to Miami University Sports, WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati, 1450 The Ticket.
Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Voters headed to the polls today for several key contests in a handful of states. In Maine, the primary is setting the stage for both the governor's race and a pivotal Senate showdown involving Republican incumbent Susan Collins. South Carolina, a crowded field driving that state's Republican primary for governor. Candidates battling to succeed term-limited Henry McMaster. And the people of Nevada heading to the polls to fill open House seats in Congress and the governor's mansion.
Several primaries feature matchups between candidates backed by party leaders and political outsiders promising change. Come November, the governor's race is considered one of the most competitive in the country, and holding on to the 3rd Congressional District is considered crucial for Democrats' hopes of retaking the U.S. House. GOP Governor Joe Lombardo faces Democrat challengers Aaron Ford, the state's Attorney General, and County Commissioner Alexis Hill. Registered Republicans outnumbered Democrats by 70,000 in the 2nd Congressional District, which has stayed red for over 40 years. The 3 Democrat incumbents in the 3rd District are expected to hold on to their seats. Bernie Bennett reporting.
3 more cases of the New World screw worm have now been confirmed, including one outside the state of Texas. It's something that could have a devastating impact on the U.S. cattle industry. Agriculture Secretary Burke Rollins says they do have hope.
These developments obviously represent a serious threat to our livestock and wildlife, but they haven't caught us off guard. We have been tracking this pest for a long time, and we have fought before, and we will do so again.
The Department of Agriculture announced on Monday new cases found in a dog from New Mexico and hundreds of miles away in a goat and a calf in the state of Texas. The screwworm is actually a fly that produces a larvae that can eat live flesh. Before being eradicated in the 1960s, that fly was an annual warm weather scourge for cattle ranchers. More of these stories at townhall.com.
There's a moment nobody talks about with weight loss. It's the moment it stops working. The diet that worked before doesn't. Eating less stops moving the scale. That's not random. When your body's under stress, it slows your metabolism. That's why quick fixes eventually fail. At PHC Weight Loss, they focus on restoring your metabolism. And right now, when you call and mention Mike G, you'll get 2 free weeks and they'll pay for the cost of your food. Call 864-644-1900. That's 864-644-1900 or visit myphdweightloss.com.
Americans have a big healthcare problem. Over 100 million citizens carry medical debt while paying for overpriced and complicated health insurance. As Christians, we don't have to pay for a broken system. Christian Healthcare Ministries is an alternative to health insurance at half the cost. Plus, you can enroll at any time. Stand up to health insurance with a biblical solution. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. The death of a Hamilton man has officially been ruled a homicide by the Butler County Coroner's Office. 65-year-old Vincent Singletary was found dead from a gunshot wound on the 400 block of South 12th Street. Butler County State Senator George Lang was a yes vote on the $3.7 billion capital budget bill.
There are many things in this bill that I really like. I like the impact this bill is going to have on the long-term future and viability of our business community.
Lang says 16 Butler County projects get funding. Protecting firefighters from cancer-causing carcinogens. Fairfield City Council is applying for a FEMA grant, which would help the city buy 71 sets of new turnout gear. If approved, FEMA would pay 90% of the $300,000 cost. I'm Steve Vaughn, WMOH, 1450 The Ticket.
Looking for a reason to try the $5 meal deal with new McValue? Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the price makes 5.
So much.
Get more than you expect. The $5 meal deal with new McValue.
The quarter pounder with cheese had many great things. Maple-flavored griddle cakes isn't one of them. McDonald's breakfast comes first. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Your local McDonald's on South Erie Highway in Hamilton, Nellis Road in Fairfield, Route 4 at McGee in Fairfield, and on Princeton Road next to Menards in Bridgewater.
Life jackets help save lives. They come in a variety of choices and exciting new styles. Boating safety begins with the choices we make before leaving the dock. What's holding you up? This message brought to you by the Ohio Division of Watercraft.
The fun and sun of boating in Ohio is always exciting. As you head out on the water,
remember to properly load your boat. And for safety's sake, keep your life jacket on at all times. This message brought to you by the Ohio Division of Watercraft.
High School Tournament Baseball, installed by AE Door and Window.
Into the outfield for a base hit. Derek Ogden continues his hot hitting like a gazelle out there. Chandler Taylor covers a ton of ground, runs that one down. Got him looking. Caleb Treason, a complete game 3 hitter, and the Baton Rams are heading back to Canton.
Thursday, Baton plays Padua Franciscan in the Division III state semifinals.
Swung on and missed.
Coverage begins Thursday at 3:35 on 1450 The Ticket and on WMOH.com.
From the WMOH Weather Center, showers and thunderstorms are likely today with a high 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Showers likely early Wednesday with a chance of thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high 90, a heat index 103. Wednesday night partly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms late, low 72. Mostly sunny Thursday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 90. Chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Chance of showers and thunderstorms Friday, high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
There are a bunch of pick-me mommy sluices who got tired of their true crime and are trying to fulfill the emptiness of their lives by obsessing over a widow. So the purpose is to hijack the church, who has held the rudder on the direction of the right in the United States for so many years. It's been the Christians.
The Dana Show with Dana Lash.
Welcome back to the program, Dana Lash with you. And we're at the top of this third hour. As you know, a few things. Where do we start at? There's a lot of things. We've been talking about the stuff in Ireland, and we're following the Southern Poverty Law Center chief, who's talking about, she's been testifying that, or he's been testifying, well, he's the interim chief, not the chief, Brian Fair. And then, of course, the Carmelo Anthony stuff, everyone's just sort of waiting and seeing what happens. And then in Ireland, as I mentioned, you had an Islamist who tried to saw an Irishman's head off in the middle of the street. And so now all hell is about to break loose in Ireland. I don't know what all you've seen, Kane, but they've got road closures. They got all kinds of stuff that is happening over there because of this. And it was revealed that the guy came through Paris. September 2023 was granted asylum for like 5 years. And the guy, I don't think that we even have an update on the victim's condition. I know he was in critical, but I don't think we know anything else about it.
I think cut 32 is the latest we have.
Oh, that's the latest? That's okay. Let me play this because I would like to get a little update because we don't. I mean, nobody knows, but they're going through the streets. Watch.
Seriously injured in this knife attack. And it's important to acknowledge at the very outset the bravery of those members of the public who ran towards danger to intervene and help the injured man. Our position is to provide as much verified information to the public as possible as our investigation continues. This is what we know so far. The incident happened in the Kinnard Avenue area on Monday, the 8th of June at around 10:30 p.m. Officers arrived at the scene within minutes of the report to detain and arrest the suspect and to administer first aid. Colleagues from Northern Ireland Ambulance Service attended a short time later. The victim was taken to hospital with significant injuries to his eyes and serious slash wound injuries to his back and face. The suspect, a man in his 30s, who we now understand to be Sudanese, was arrested at the scene on suspicion of attempted murder. He is in custody, and at this time we are not seeking anyone else in connection with the investigation. And what is believed to be a kitchen knife was recovered at the scene. I share the public's revulsion over the brutal nature of this attack, which has created concern not only here in Northern Ireland but much further afield. And I understand also that there will be questions regarding the nature of the attack.
You think?
Throughout today, we've been liaising with senior counter-terrorism partners. At this stage, we have no information to suggest that this was a terrorist-related incident. However, I must stress, we are still at the early stages of our investigation. This brutal attack has sent shock waves through our communities. And I want to reassure all of our communities your safety is our priority. And we're currently engaging with local representatives and residents to provide reassurance and support. That is why today the public can expect to see an increased police presence across Northern Ireland this evening and in the coming days to help support, reassure and keep all of our communities safe. We understand that there's considerable posting on social media and people have real questions and real concerns, but we'd ask the public to be very mindful of what they share online.
Oh, don't
By sharing
start with
footage, this could risk causing further trauma to the injured man's loved ones and may impact upon the ongoing investigation. So I would urge caution.
What else do you need to investigate here, Lunchbox? What else do you need to investigate, eh? What else? The guy was getting his head sawed off in the middle of a street by a guy that y'all gave asylum to. A violent attacker. Guy from Sudan. You know, which is known to be such a Christian nation, Sudan. Oh, wait, no. Just absolute nonsense. Look, all I know is that they've been closing roads, and we have to know the motive. Yeah, as Kane said, I'll tell you what his motive is. He wanted to kill an Irishman. That's his motive. Look, I did your job for you. He wanted to kill the guy because he's an invader. He's a colonist. And you people are such cucks that you're going to sit here and bend a knee to satisfy people who come illegally into your country and sex traffic your women and your daughters and cut the heads off your men. What are you going to do about it? Jeez, you know, wars were launched for so much less than this. People have gotten soft. It's insane. All right, talking about Iran. So POTUS is vowing revenge on Iran. I read you the post that he had on social media. He said that the U.S. is going to retaliate against Iran after the regime shot down an Apache helicopter patrolling the Strait of Wmoh. He said, I've been informed by our great military that last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling the Strait. And he says that the CENTCOM, 2 pilots were rescued from the Persian Gulf after the aircraft crashed off the coast of Oman. And the president confirmed that Iran was responsible. And here's what they write. Here's the Daily Mail. I'm just going to, I want to punch this computer so bad right now. It says, any U.S. response will likely further delay diplomatic negotiations. You know what? I would say that, these Bronze-aged goat fornicators are the ones who are actually delaying negotiations. I think the whole regime needs to be strung up off a bridge in Tehran. And let the citizenry Mussolini them. That would be a great gift to the Persian people who were colonized by Islamist invaders. And they destroyed a beautiful Persian country and created an Islamist hellhole. So, no, a U.S. response, that's not what would delay any diplomatic negotiations. Again, these bronze-aged goat fornicators are the ones who are deciding to just blow up negotiations. I would be done at this point, and that's it. How much are you going to take? How much are you going to take? How much is anybody going to take? You know, Lorraine's sending me updates about this. She's watching the Ireland story. The loyalists apparently there's going to be a big old riot, and it's getting time. Things are just getting started in Ireland. And remember, it stays daylight way late during the summer months. So things are starting to kick off in Ireland. And I'd say it's deserved. I very rarely do I think that violence as a response must be measured, and it has to be a last resort. Say what you said in Slack, Kim.
We're going to see a purge, aren't we?
Oh, I think it's overdue, personally. No. This is when I wish I was like, just situationally for a hot second, just a young dude. Because I would be out there in a heartbeat. I absolutely would. This is the time when, there are times when you need to take to the streets, and I would say in Ireland, this is absolutely one of them. I look at what's happening in Iran, people are like, well, you know, the United States can't respond. At what point are you going to respond? At what point are you going to allow Iran, which doesn't have the power here, but we are so affected by the propaganda because their propaganda is successful. Look how many half-wits are buying into it. Look how many. That's so successful. How long are we going to endure? We're just going to allow people, and I think, sorry, I'm going to say it because no one else apparently in the conservative sphere wants to say it. I question how much, if it's the Vance sphere that's trying to influence the president to drag it out with this misplaced caution or what. I think it's a legitimate question to ask. A legitimate question to ask. So I don't know. They say it's unclear what the U.S. response will be. And this is like the second time. They also lobbed rockets at our troops in Saudi Arabia and assets in Kuwait. So at what point? We're not in. They've already violated the ceasefire. There is no ceasefire. I know everyone's like, oh, we don't want anything to get bombed. I think that their entire compounds and whoever's in it needs to be razed to the ground. This is the downside of war. You don't ever want to have to be violent. But you should never push people, again, who choose to be peaceful to violence. And that's where this is right now. So what's the response going to be? We can't drag this out anymore. This is getting stupid. What is it? Now we're going to drag it out, and there's going to be uncertainty, and that uncertainty is going to haunt elections, and that's going to absolutely just tank Republicans, and then Trump is going to be going through impeachment. And I'm going to tell you something, and it'll be a witch hunt, another impeachment, and it'll be a witch hunt. But don't ask for the public's help if you're not making the hard decisions now. This needs to be dealt with. He was right when he started. He was on the correct path, and I think that he's got a lot of people pulling him in different directions, not actually just one direction. I know he also, and my friend James Lindsay made this point, and I agree with it. I think he wants to be the guy that brings peace to the area, and that's great. But you're talking about a Stone Age Islamist culture that does not know peace, and they do not know diplomacy. All they know is brutality. You are never, ever going to have an everlasting peace with that regime, because that regime is incompatible with life on Earth. It is incompatible, not just with Western culture, but earthly culture. It is incompatible with life. And there's no way you're going to be able to make peace with something like that, because they don't want peace. They reject peace. It is about dominance with them. And this idea, this continuation of this endless spend cycle that we're in, doesn't hurt them, it hurts us. It makes the president look indecisive. It makes the administration look weak. Who would want the administration to look that way? Let's think about this for a moment. Could it be the Red-Green Alliance? Well, that surely would make sense. The Marxists and the Islamists working together to make the administration seem as though they're inadequate to the task of solving the Iran problem. And then, of course, that divides the right further, exploits those fractures. It's on purpose. And he is being misdirected on purpose. And he needs to be very aware of the snakes in his administration. And they're not far from his office. We have a lot more on the way. Headlines coming up as we move. Our partners that bring you the program. It's our friends over at Patriot Mobile, the only Christian conservative cell phone service in existence. Patriot Mobile wants to save you money. Patriot Mobile also is going to bring you the best premium priority nationwide service on all three major U.S. networks. You're going to get reliable coverage wherever you are. You also have a dual network capability, so you can have two separate networks on one device. It eliminates the need to carry multiple phones and provides added reliability. They also have Wi-Fi hotspots to connect to multiple networks. And you also have all kinds of additional services, roaming, business and enterprise connectivity solutions, U.S.-based customer support. Keep your current phone, keep your current device, or upgrade. It's entirely up to you. They have plans for businesses and families of all sizes. And if you're in a contract, paying off a device, then you need to tell Patriot Mobile, because they have a whole program designed to get you out of that. They can buy out your contract. So you're getting superior coverage, superior products, superior customer support. Visit patriotmobile.com/Dana or call 972-PATRIOT. Use promo code Dana for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/Dana, 972-PATRIOT, promo code Dana for a free month of service. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness weren't just written for history books, they were written for you. It's hard to pursue happiness when pain becomes part of your everyday life. A lot of people just accept it, saying that it's a part of them getting older. It doesn't have to be when you choose Relief Factor. Relief Factor was created to help people address inflammation. That is the cause of daily aches and pains. It's 100% drug-free and research-based. No prescription, no masking symptoms, just real support so you can keep moving forward. It works through multiple metabolic pathways to help support comfort, mobility, and movement. As America celebrates 250 years of independence, maybe it's time to reclaim a little of your own. And to commemorate America's 250, Relief Factor is offering a special patriotic price of $17.76 for the 3-week quick start. Visit relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. That's relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF for your 3-week quick start for only $17.76. Relief Factor, because freedom just feels better without pain.
Hi, it's Hugh Hewitt on the next Hugh Hewitt Show. Is Anduril a defense company changing everything about the way the United States defends itself? Christian Brose joins me, as does Matt Continetti, Byron York, Rich Lowry, and Majority Leader in the United States House of Representatives Steve Scalise, and more. There's a lot ahead on the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
He keeps his finger on the pulse in D.C. Hugh Hewitt.
Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450, The Ticket. Keep that dial to the right.
Start saving this summer at AE Door and Window. All through June, save up to 15% off Provia entry doors and sliders, as well as select Clopay garage doors. Save up to 20% off windows by Pella and Provia. Combine and save for another 5% off your total order and get up to $100 off a next generation LiftMaster opener. All with zero down, zero interest for 2 years. Learn more at aeDoorSales.com.
We sell the best and service the rest. AE.
Big Box is back at Popeyes. 2 pieces of bone-in chicken or 3 tenders, 2 regular sides, and a biscuit for just $6. Add a cane sweet lemonade or tea and a blueberry lemon cheesecake to make your meal complete. Need dinner for the family? Get an 11-piece tender meal with 1 large side, 4 biscuits, and 4 dip cups for only $20. Stop by your new locally owned Popeyes locations at 2981 Princeton Road near Bridgewater Falls or 5102 Dixie Highway in Fairfield.
Grab that chicken from Popeyes.
This is Dana Lash. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Beckett's amazing. He's a miracle child. In the mornings, he'll wake up and he'll roll the shades up and, Dada, it's time to get up. It's a bright, beautiful day.
He started getting dizzy. At the first of the year, he started going, I have to sit down, I'm dizzy, Mommy. A month after his 3rd birthday, he got diagnosed with ATRT brain cancer. All you can think of is, the kid's not gonna live. The fact that St. Jude doesn't bill is a godsend. And the fact that we don't have to ask for help here makes things a lot easier to go through what we have to go through with Beckett. The fact that they are researching and they are saving these children, it's so important. We wouldn't be where we are without St. Jude, and in turn, we wouldn't be where we are without those people that have donated. They're the reason why my son's still alive.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
It's mosquito season in Ohio and time to fight the bite. Some mosquitoes can carry diseases like West Nile, lacrosse, and Zika viruses. Protect yourself and your family this season. Wear EPA-registered repellent when you go outside. Stay indoors during peak mosquito time, and remove standing water around your home where mosquitoes breed. Also, wear long sleeves and pants when possible. Tell mosquitoes to buzz off and fight the bite. For more information, click on ohio.gov/mosquito. This message brought to you by the Ohio Department of Health.
High School Tournament Baseball, installed by AE Door and Window.
Into the outfield for a base hit. Derek Ogden continues his hot hitting like a gazelle out there. Chandler Taylor covers a ton of ground, runs that one down. Got him looking. Caleb Treason, a complete game 3 hitter, and the Baton Rams are heading back to Canton.
Thursday, Baton plays Padua Franciscan in the Division III state semifinals.
Swung on and missed.
Coverage begins Thursday at 3:35 on 1450 The Ticket and on WMOH.com.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see showers and thunderstorms today with a high around 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Chance of thunderstorms on Wednesday, hot and humid with a high 90, heat index 103. Chance of thunderstorms late Wednesday night with a low 72. Sunny with a chance of thunderstorms Thursday, high 90. Cloudy, chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Partly sunny on Friday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 86.
Now, back to Dana Lash on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
And now, all of the news you would probably miss. It's time for Dana's Quick Five.
Okay, let's see. I'm going to have to restart this because we got a little technical glitch here. Of course, can I just say that I hate Safari? It's the worst browser ever in the history of the world. We're following, like I said, all of the latest as it pertains to Iran, the Carmelo Anthony thing. Okay, I got it up now. All of that, so just stay tuned. And the stuff that's popping off in Ireland right now. FIFA is banning...
Vuvuzelas?
No, it's Vizu.
No, it's Vuvuzelas.
I thought it was pronounced differently.
Vuvuzelas? Oh.
You know what I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of something different. Vizu. What am I thinking of?
I don't even want to know what you're thinking of.
Say it again.
Vuvuzelas.
That's how it is? That's such an awkward word.
Am I wrong on that, Steve?
They're like the horns. Steve, is that how you say it? Vuvuzela? I thought it was Vuvuzela.
Not Vuvuzela. That sounds like a
Say it again.
Ancient deity.
Vuvuzela?
Vuvuzela.
That sounds weird. Okay. Anyway, they banned them. Long story short, they banned them. They banned the things. It's a long plastic horn that they blow for South African soccer or football fans. But they said it's excessively loud, according to the Global Football Body's Code of Conduct. Juan, do you think that's excessively loud? I don't either.
We're supposed to be celebrating at games.
You're supposed to be loud. What in the world? And you know what? They're like little fun things that people can bring in. It's not like obtrusive. Stop ruining everybody's fun. Somebody complained about that. Somebody absolutely complained about that. What am I thinking of? The Venezuela? There's something that I'm thinking of that, like, sounds like it, but it's not like it. Anyway, we also have a teen who was injured after falling from a ride at a Butte Carnival. This sounds like why I don't ride the big rides at like some of the smaller carnivals.
I have a hard time when seeing a carnival ride by me on the highway, and then 30 minutes later, it's up on a 2-acre lot.
Yeah, it's a boy who suffered serious injuries in the fall. He fell off a ride, and they shut down the ride. I mean, thankfully he's okay. But he's got serious injuries. They had to ambulance. They had to take him to the hospital. They didn't say what his injuries were, or if he was like restrained, or if there's any kind of liability issue. I don't know, but he was seriously injured. Teenage boy, seriously injured, 13 years old, and it was the Midwest Amusements Carnival. They didn't say again what ride. They have like a weird Ferris wheel looking thing that's pictured, but I don't know if that's the ride that he was on or not. You know the Highland Swing or Highland Fling at Six Flags? I always thought that's the one that I'd get flung off of, but it never happened.
He probably fell out of a rusty ride. Whatever it was rusty.
Yeah, I've never fallen out of a ride. There was a woman mauled to death by dogs that allegedly terrorized the neighborhood. The owner was charged. Absolutely charged the owner. Because if a dog's mean, it's typically because the owner's dumb and is an irresponsible dog owner. We got more on the way. Stick with us. So, I've been talking about human supplements for years, and not just because they make the #1 best-selling Super Beats, but because when it comes to cardiovascular health, they really stay ahead of the science. And if you're anything like me, you're focused on health. But cholesterol, for a lot of folks, can feel confusing. So this is what I've read. About 80% of your body's cholesterol is actually produced internally, and it plays a key role in things like cellular health, hormone production. So this is why Human created Cholesterol Health Daily. It's a very simple 2-capsule-a-day routine, all designed to support your cholesterol from multiple angles. It's made with plant-based, clinically studied ingredients, including aged black garlic to support your good HDL cholesterol without the garlic taste, plus patented Italian citrus bergamot for healthy triglycerides and lipid metabolism. It's about keeping things simple but effective, and it fits right into your daily routine. Right now, for a limited time, you can save $5 on human cholesterol daily at Sam's Club. You just head to your local Sam's Club and do more to support your cholesterol health with the Science First brand that you know I trust. But the $5 savings for a limited time only.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. There are 16 Butler County projects getting money in the state capital budget, passed by the Ohio Senate. State Senator George Lang was a yes vote, but he warns local governments are doing way too much spending.
And every time we put money in for a park development, a splash pad, every time we do that, we are adding to the long-term negative impact of property taxes.
The $3.7 billion bill now goes to the House. Hamilton police detectives are trying to solve the homicide of 65-year-old Vincent Singletary. He was found dead of a gunshot wound at a home on South 12th Street last Friday. Dave Chappelle is once again holding his popular outdoor stand-up comedy shows in his hometown of Yellow Springs. Tickets for the shows in July and August go on sale tomorrow. There were 29 canine attacks on letter carriers in Greater Cincinnati last year. I'm Steve Vaughn.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International. Imagine a child in extreme poverty waiting over 365 days to be sponsored. End their wait today. Become a Compassion sponsor now. Text radio to 83393.
This is your ticket to high school football.
Norman makes a move at the 40. Look out. 30. He's going to the end zone. Touchdown. 61 yards. Welcome to Friday Night Lights, Kenyon Norman.
Basketball.
Cunningham bounce pass inside, and the bucket is good. Nice dime by Cunningham.
A lot of heart. Big Valentine under that jersey.
And baseball.
Swung on and ripped into left center field. And it is 2-0. Cade Cummins delivers with a 2-out base hit.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
Bienvenidos, amigos. That's how you are welcomed at the area's #1 Latin American foods supermercado y restaurante. And you don't have to speak or understand Spanish to enjoy all that El Gran Valle Verde has to offer. All of your favorite Latin American grocery needs are in stock, and delivery is available too. And if you're not in a cooking mood for groceries, El Gran Valle Verde has a full-service restaurante with all of your favorites. El Gran Valle Verde, nearby in the Hamilton Plaza Shopping Center on Dixie Highway in Hamilton. Nos vemos pronto.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Presented by Private Gym. Private Gym, made for your brain. The San Antonio Spurs responded, and they won Game 3 last night at Madison Square Garden. Victor Wembanyama had 32 points. The Knicks still controlled the series. But last night, they saw what happens when San Antonio hits shots late. They don't turn the ball over in the final 2 minutes. Game 4 is Wednesday night. I'm Chris Black.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today, and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 motor oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is your ticket to Miami University football.
Goodbye and good night. See you later. Touchdown.
And basketball.
And he slams one home. Tomahawk dunk.
WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
From the WMOH Weather Center, showers and thunderstorms are likely today with a high 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Showers likely early Wednesday with a chance of thunderstorms, hot and humid with a high 90, a heat index 103. Wednesday night, partly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms late, low 72. Mostly sunny Thursday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 90. Chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Chance of showers and thunderstorms Friday, high 86.
This is Hugh Hewitt. Join me today at 3 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
With insightful analysis whenever you want, straight to you on YouTube, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts.
So Gwyneth Paltrow is getting some positive responses because she did an advertising campaign for an apartment complex project in Israel. And she apparently does not care about the woke cancel culture. Someone said, who was it? I retweeted it yesterday. Someone said that to say that you're supportive of Israel is like saying all lives matter back in 2020. Mm-hmm. To say that you're supportive of Israel now is like saying all lives matter back in 2020. Yeah. It is very much like that. Very much like that. I mean, just go and look at any social media comment. Half of it's botted. But then the other half, I think, is organic. I think it's legitimately organic. And that's really kind of crazy when you think about it. Who was it that said that? It was a friend of mine. I retweeted them, and I want to make sure that I get it. Because it was actually, Frank McCormick. He said being pro-Israel in 2026 feels like it was to be like, all lives matter, and yes, white people matter too in 2020. Yeah. It's true. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. So I think that is something there. There's something there for sure. But she's getting a lot of positive feedback. I don't think that she cares about the cancel culture woke scold. She said something very interesting in an interview. And I want to, 22, play this. This was interesting. Listen to this.
I noticed with my own husband, too, who's the best person ever in the world. He's so progressive. Like, he has such a sweet heart, and he wants to make sure everybody's looked after. I'm pretty centrist, and my husband thinks I'm a Republican, which I'm not a Republican. I don't feel anything right now, to be totally honest with you. I feel like I'm completely an independent.
You have interesting. She's an independent. She is not a lefty. If you say that in Hollywood the way that she said that, homegirl is not a lefty. I feel pretty confident with that, Kane, right? Yeah. I'm not saying she's like a hardcore MAGA or anything like that, but she's definitely not a lefty. That's for sure. That's for sure. Kudos to her for that. Yeah. You know what? I forgive her for that vagina candle. Because she came out with that candle. You know that was just to grab headlines and get people to go to her website. It worked. She knows marketing. But good for her for saying that. Good for her. I mean, yeah. I mean, why not? And I think that she was very generous of mind in how she described that relationship. Look, I do think some progressives just are, what do they call them, bleeding hearts? I think some progressives, not all, I think some of them are dirty, evil Marxists. I think most of progressivism is that. But I do think that there are some people who feel so much and are very emotional, and they want to do good, but I don't think that they realize the end result of the options they want to invoke to do said good. Does that make sense? They don't realize that something might actually be more hurtful than helpful in the doing of the good. And I think that does apply to some open-minded original thinkers that still call themselves progressive, for sure. I think it, but by and large, that's not everybody. That's not everybody on the left. Yeah, because it's like virtue, and you can signal virtue, and you can talk emotions, but you have to have actual practical solutions, and that's really, ultimately the only thing that's going to do it. So, that was good. Yeah, that's good. So I'm still not I forgive her for that candle. In the phrase unconscious uncoupling. Decoupling, unconscious decoupling, I think is what she said. Yeah. All right, yeah. But anyway, so those are all good things. Now, as it relates to, the jury's got the case in the Carmelo Anthony trial, and everyone's waiting for them to see what they do. In the meantime, POTUS was at Madison Square Garden. Let's play cut 1, please. He was at Madison Square Garden. This is audio only. He was booed by the Marxists in New York. Listen.
Whose brush stripes and bright stars.
Can you imagine they show the president while the anthem's playing and people start booing? That's ridiculous. What were you saying on break about Trump in New York, Kane? I thought it was actually really good.
Trump has the left would like you to believe that Trump has no connection to New York, or that people in New York don't like Trump, or that he doesn't have a history in New York, or that he hasn't contributed to New York's timeline, or any of their real estate, or any of the positives that New York has experienced over the decades Trump has been a developer. And they want you to believe that somehow he doesn't have any connection to the Knicks when he's been going for decades to these games, center court, right there, even more distracting than Spike Lee out there yelling at refs.
He looks like a crayon box with all his Cosby gear. Exactly. He sits there courtside.
So the left and the media would like you to believe that for people who haven't paid attention for decades like we have, that somehow, there's some animus against Trump as it relates to New York, and that's not true.
Yeah. He, POTUS said, this was him talking about the NBA. Cut 6. Listen.
He knows a lot about basketball, but it's good. It's good for the game.
You think the NBA
it's a tougher game.
From the left-wing stuff that they were getting criticized for?
Well, it's a little left-wing. Yeah, I think so. It tends to be a little bit left-wing, but it's great entertainment. Great.
Is there an oil or gasoline price or in this?
Oh, and then they go right into the. I don't know. He, by the way, was asked also about Iran, and he said this. Iran and Israel. I say Iran, even though it has to do with Hezbollah, but it was asked about Lebanon. This is cut 8. Listen.
Immediately upon signing, which could be in 2 or 3 days. No, I said do what's right, but I want you to stop as quickly as you can, because they have to stop. It's had to do with Lebanon, and it has to stop. We want to get it finished.
No, they don't have to. I mean, you know who has to stop? Iran. They have to stop. They have to stop. If you're defending yourself against a terrorist regime, you don't need to stop defending yourself. They need to stop attacking you. That's how that needs to operate. This is going to be very tricky here. Very tricky. This is cut 7. Trump was speaking about Netanyahu directly here. Listen.
I don't think he does, actually.
What did you say to Prime Minister Netanyahu?
We had a very good conversation, and he was hit, and he hit back. And I can't blame him for that, but he was hit. He hit back, and now they've called it quits, so they're going to just leave each other alone for another week or something. It's been going on for a long time. You could say about 3,000 years if you really want, but certainly it's been going on for 47 years. But no, he hit back. They were going back and forth, and now they both agreed through me to stop. And we're in the final throes of what will be a very, very good deal that will not allow in any way, shape, or form nuclear weapons, etc. And the Strait will open up right away. It'll open up immediately upon signing, which could be in 2 or 3 days.
I mean, this is all good. But at the same time, what is that deal going to look like ultimately? What is the deal? And I know he wants to be the guy who brings peace to the area, but you don't want to do it at the expense of your legacy and end up with another Obama clunker, another Obama-type deal. And that's going to be the issue that he's got to navigate. But it can't be something that, well, Israel has to stop. Iran has to stop. They violated the ceasefire. They also violated it when they took down one of our Apache helicopters that was patrolling the Strait of Wmoh, which he confirmed in a post earlier this afternoon. I mean, why we're still pretending that we're having to drag them like they're children, kicking and screaming to the negotiating table. I don't have the patience for this. I just don't have the patience for it. And you're going to have a lot of people in POTUS's ear that are going to be whispering and trying to derail him from, I mean, his original approach and his original focus was unassailable. But now all of the other people are starting to weigh in. That's the difficulty. That is the difficulty. And so I will see how it goes. But there isn't a ceasefire anymore. They've already violated that. Oh, in Ireland, people are in the street. It's already starting. I'm starting to see video, Kane. Starting to see the video of this. There's lots of videos. People are assembling. And it's getting close to being, 8 o'clock p.m. And so far, a lot of people out there. And so one of the things that Lorraine noted, too, is they said that loyalists planned a massive riot. Businesses were instructed to close by 5. It's being shared on WhatsApp groups across Belfast. They're saying, please forward to all men over the age of 18 or over. And they were saying, be prepared, wear dark clothing, and be prepared to fight or be arrested. Oh, my gosh, there's tons of roads that are closed. So, interesting. I mean, we'll see how it goes. We'll see what happens. But people are, and they're marching in Britain, too. They're marching in Britain. People are done. This is, I understand the anger and the rage. I completely get it. I don't have any condemnation for their reaction. I think it's at some point, I mean, it's, awful that it comes to this, but what are the choices that people are left with when their government has forsaken them? When the government has made them victims? This is some of the video Juan has right now of, this is just like this was maybe a half hour ago outside of Belfast. It's already starting. People are amassing. And this was all after the video emerged yesterday. The attack took place yesterday. A Sudanese Islamist decided to try to saw the head off an Irishman in the middle of the road. And thankfully, bystanders intervened. One of them hit him with a hurling stick, the other with a shovel. And the victim is in critical condition. Don't know anything else about his condition. And immediately they were saying, well, we don't know the motive. Oh, what do you mean you don't know the motive? How do you not know the motive, King? I think we can pretty well guess the motive, can't we?
I think it'd be more accurate for him to say, I can't say the motive yet because
I can't say the motive
isn't complete. And people, I think, would get that. But acting like you don't know what the motive is, just say you can't say it until the investigation's over. Don't act like you don't know.
And this also is, as I told you earlier, like one of a string of attacks. Now, the guy who was on camera, pictured, had the guy in full mount cutting his head off, trying to cut his head off. He had come over to Ireland, if I'm remembering the reporting, went through Paris, then went through Dublin, and then in September of 2023, so he came in through Dublin from Paris in February of 23. And then he went to Belfast. And then in September of 23, he was given 5-year amnesty. Ew. I know. So, yeah, that's where we're at. So, wow. And that's not the first, second, third, fourth, or fifth time. There's like a string of like stabbings and violence and all of that from people who are coming in to get asylum. What is this guy getting asylum from? We asked that in the first hour. What would you, and we're not going to show you the video because, man, it's bad. But that's just a still, and that's as much as we can show you. And that was yesterday in Belfast. This is why we carry, by the way. I would see that in the street, pop, 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 that dude's down. Immediately. Then I would go up and do a head check. Just to be sure, man. Head tap, just to be sure. Oh, man, this is getting bad. It's getting bad, guys. It's an invasion. It's an Islamist invasion. And this is just at some point you have to ask, if you're not going to resist it, then you're going to accept it. We have more on the way as we move towards Today in Stupidity, our partners that bring you the program. It is the folks over at Webroot. And you guys are familiar with Webroot. It's a cloud-based antivirus. Look, I'm going to tell you, have you seen all of these people that have, I see it every day, whether you get like a weird message from someone on social media because their account's been compromised or something. I mean, constantly there are so many ways to take advantage and exploit loopholes in systems, security systems, to get people to give up private information. And so when you're online with your computer as well, a lot of people don't like to put antivirus software on their computer because it seems like such a 90s thing to do, because most of it's so slow and it makes it super clunky, right? And but you need protection when you're online because it's just germy. I don't know how else to put it. Webroot, this is why Webroot exists, right? You use your computer for everything, but you need protection. And you don't want it to feel like you have a giant clunky antivirus thing on there. This is where Webroot comes in. So the intel lives in the cloud. And Webroot keeps your device feeling light and feeling fast and feeling smooth while actively defending against malware, phishing, ransomware, every modern threat that you can think of, all in real time. So whether you're working or you're gaming or you're browsing or you're streaming, whatever it is, Webroot runs very quietly in the background. Little happy Webroot just humming along in the background. It's security that works for you, not against you. So your computer actually feels usable again. And now we got AI-driven threats. This stuff is getting smarter every day, guys. It's not a question of when your stuff is compromised, or if it's compromised, it's when, right? So Webroot uses advanced threat detection to spot suspicious behavior fast, and it blocks attacks that traditional signature-based tools miss. And this is not a bloated security suite full of pop-ups and upsells. Webroot installs fast. There's minimal system resources used, and it's designed to be a set-it-and-forget-it type protection that you don't have to babysit and constantly check. So make the switch and feel the difference of actual fast, modern antivirus protection, because you really need it. And for a limited time, you can save a whole 60% when you go to webroot.com/Dana. That's a whole 60% off at webroot.com/Dana. Use promo code Dana.
How is your car payment treating you? What if I told you you could make a free phone call right now and reduce your car payment by as much as $83 a month? Look at your car payment closely. You could be paying as high as 20% interest. Rate Genius can help you reduce your car payments by reducing your interest rate to as low as 2.48% APR. We can refinance most existing car loans or leased cars, new or used, and save you money every month. Put more money back in your pocket. The call is free to find out how low we can lower your car payment. 5 minutes of your time right now could save you hundreds of dollars a year. Call Rate Genius now.
800-425-1161. 800-425-1161. 800-425-1161. That's 800-425-1161.
Not all applicants qualify for a loan or rate savings. Actual offer terms, including APR, are determined at the time of your application based on creditworthiness, value of the vehicle, loan term, and other factors.
What's worse than summer heat? Trying to sleep on a mattress that turns into a sauna every single night. So if you're waking up sweaty and kicking the covers off and flipping your pillow over for the cool side, it's your mattress trapping the heat. So that's why I love Ghost Bed, because I notice the difference almost immediately. It's just better temperature regulation, less tension. You don't wake up feeling stiff and sore. And the cooling technology is built into every mattress. It's not some ridiculous upcharge. Some of Ghost Bed's happiest customers are hot sleepers. I mean, just check out the reviews. Life is too short to spend another summer sleeping badly. Ghost Bed gives you 101 nights to try it at home. And if you don't like it, they offer free returns. So that means you can sleep on it all summer long and decide for yourself. And if you don't feel the difference, you just send it back. Ghost Bed is offering my audience an extra 10% off. So visit ghostbed.com/Dana and use promo code Dana. Life is too short to spend another summer sleeping badly. So visit ghostbed.com/Dana. That's ghostbed.com/Dana, promo code Dana for 10% off. This is Dana Lash. We'll be right back on WMOH 1450, The Ticket.
We've got a country to save.
Larry Elder.
Democrats never cease to amaze. James Tallarico, the Democrat candidate for Senate in Texas, the one who said there are 6 genders, guess what he now says? There are just 2 genders. What happened to the other 4? And Tim Kaine, who said our rights don't come from God, got hammered and then said, oh, I know our rights come from God. But But you just said...
The Larry Elder Show.
Join me weekday evenings at 6 on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
At Bigby, we know it's more than a bagel. It's love at first bite. Cue the fireworks. Bigby makes it better. Whew. At Bigby, we know it's more than a matcha latte. It's your midday MVP. You got this. Bigby makes it better.
Your local Big B Coffee, 2874 Joseph Drive, right off of Princeton Road near Bridgewater Falls in Fairfield Township.
Mark your calendar for June 13th through the 21st for the Friendship Flea Market. The Friendship Flea Market is very unique with nearly 500 vendor spaces selling a wide variety of new, used, primitives, and specialty foods. Bring the whole family. Roads are blacktopped and are stroller and wheelchair accessible. Admissions free, parking $3, and camping is available. Located in Friendship, Indiana on State Road 62, just a mile east of town. Call 812-667-5645 or visit friendshipfleamarket.com.
Looking for a friendly, fun tavern? Nick and Norm's Tavern on the west side of Hamilton has a friendly and entertaining staff, great food, and a large drink selection. At Nick and Norm's Tavern, you can play pool and darts inside, or you can sit in their outdoor area to enjoy your food and drinks. Singo and Bike Nights with Queen of Hearts drawing are on Wednesdays, Thirsty Thursdays, a DJ and karaoke on Fridays, and live bands on Saturdays. Stop in to Nick and Norm's Tavern on Millville Avenue at Wasserman Road on the west side of Hamilton. Nick and Norm's Tavern, a proud supporter of local youth athletics.
High school tournament baseball. Installed by AE Door and Window.
Into the outfield for a base hit. Derek Ogden continues his hot hitting like a gazelle out there. Chandler Taylor covers a ton of ground, runs that one down. Got him looking. Caleb Treason, a complete game 3 hitter, and the Baton Rams are heading back to Canton.
Thursday, Baton plays Padua Franciscan in the Division III state semifinals.
Swung on and missed.
Coverage begins Thursday at 3:35 on 1450 The Ticket and on WMOH.com.
From the WMOH Weather Center, we will see showers and thunderstorms today with a high around 83. Showers and thunderstorms likely tonight with a low 70. Chance of thunderstorms on Wednesday, hot and humid with a high 90, heat index 103. Chance of thunderstorms late Wednesday night with a low 72. Sunny with a chance of thunderstorms Thursday, high 90. Cloudy, chance of thunderstorms Thursday night, low 73. Partly sunny on Friday with a chance of thunderstorms, high 86.
Now, back to Dana Lash on WMOH 1450 The Ticket.
Subscribe to the Dana Show podcast, because who says you can't make fun of people while staying informed on your own personal time? Subscribe on YouTube, Apple, or wherever you get your podcast.
So I got to tell you, there's like this journalist that's in, where did we say it was? Because my computer just decided to close. Where did we say it was? Auburn?
Yeah. In Alabama.
Alabama. And apparently Lionel Messi is currently in a Buc-ee's eating a brisket sandwich.
Yeah.
Comes from a pretty reliable source. People are freaking out. I got the Buffy's beef jerky because I had to drive from San Antonio to Dallas Saturday night because my flight was canceled after the Young Women's Leadership Summit. So had to do a Buc-ee's stop. But best beef jerky on God's green earth. They're not advertising. I just want to move there. I want to live in a Buc-ee's. You walk in there and it's joy everywhere. I hope someone has video of Lionel Messi in a Buc-ee's. I need that in my life. Kane and I were talking like, it's just pure joy when you're in there. All right, I'm going to take up all the time today in stupidity.
All right, Juan, let's just do cut 14 because Low T Tallarico in the past has talked about how, he really thinks about trans kids a lot. And then he goes out after all the backlash from that and says this.
James, I hear consistent tropes about you being way too liberal for Texas, that you're pro-sex surgery for minors, and on and on and on. How do you respond to that?
Well, just on that particular accusation, I oppose gender reassignment.
You do not oppose it, and you're stupid for saying so.
Right, exactly. Folks, that does it for us today. Make sure you find the podcast, but Substack, Chapter and Verse, YouTube, Facebook, like and subscribe. Back with you.
1450 The Ticket.
We've expanded our family to better serve yours. Anthony Munoz here for my friend and automotive partner Ed Larkin. We've expanded our roster and added to our team. Rose Automotive in Hamilton and Larkin Cobb Chevy Buick GMC in Eaton welcome Larkin Greenwood Ford in Connersville, Indiana to our family. We've expanded our family to better serve yours. We've always wanted to be your everything automotive partner, and now we can offer Ford, Chevy Buick GMC. Larkin Greenwood Ford in Connersville, Indiana. Larkin-Ford.com.
Larkin Ford.
Have you recently opened a brand new business and want to get the word out that you're open? Have an existing business and looking to increase profitability? Or are you looking to staff your new or existing business with employees? This is where WMOH Radio can be of help to you. Advertise your business to reach WMOH Radio's local and loyal listeners with your message that your business is open and ready to serve or looking for workers. Give us a call, 513-863-1111, and let us put the power of locally owned and operated 1450 WMOH Radio go to work for you.
This is your ticket to high school sports. WMOH, Hamilton, Fairfield, Westchester, Cincinnati. 1450 The Ticket.
Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. California voters now have a clearer picture of this year's race for governor.
Republican Steve Hilton has secured a spot in California's governor race, setting up a November showdown with former Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra. The results give California voters a clear choice heading into the general election after years of Democratic control in Sacramento. Hilton says his campaign is focused on affordability, public safety, and economic growth. Willie Nelson, the White House.
In Maine today, the primary will determine the nominees in the governor's race in a high-profile Senate contest targeting Susan Collins' seat. She's the Republican incumbent there. South Carolina spotlight race, a multi-candidate Republican primary for governor, where the fight to replace Henry McMaster could stretch into a runoff. And in Nevada, the primary features pivotal statewide contest led by a competitive race for governor. 3 more cases of the New World screwworm have been confirmed, including one outside the state of Texas now, something that could potentially devastate the U.S. cattle market. But Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins says they've been preparing and have taken a number of steps.
Expanding sterile fly production and dispersal capacity. You all are probably tracking that we launched that last year, but earlier this year opened both a dispersal facility, but also invested tens of millions of dollars in refitting the fly at the top of Mexico beginning last year, which those sterile flies will begin to come online this month. So very good timing.
Decades ago, the screwworm used to terrorize the cattle industry before it was nearly eradicated in the 1960s. On Wall Street, it's a mixed bag right now. The Dow is up by 77 points. More from townhall.com.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
1450 WMOH News. I'm Steve Vaughn. Hamilton police detectives are investigating the death of 65-year-old Vincent Singletary as a homicide. He was found dead of a gunshot wound at a home on the 400 block of South 12th Street last Friday. Fairfield city leaders are applying for a FEMA grant that would allow the city to buy 71 sets of new turnout gear for the fire department. The protective clothing and equipment would help alleviate the risk of exposure to carcinogens that have been known to cause cancer. It's the 100 deadliest days of summer. The period from Memorial Day to Labor Day is especially dangerous on the roadways, according to the Ohio State Patrol. Last year, 384 people died in 68,000 crashes in the Buckeye State. A month-long awareness campaign for dog bites from the U.S. Postal Service. Cincinnati is ranked 11th in the country for the number of letter carriers attacked by dogs. I'm Steve Vaughn.
High School Tournament Baseball. Installed by AE Door and Window.
Into the outfield for a base hit. Derek Ogden continues his hot hitting like a gazelle out there. Chandler Taylor covers a ton of ground, runs that one down. Got him looking. Caleb Treason, a complete Game 3 hitter, and the Baton Rams are heading back to Canton.
Thursday, Baton plays Padua Franciscan in the Division III state semifinals.
Swung on and missed.
Coverage begins Thursday at 3:35 on 1450 The Ticket. And on WMOH.com.
Looking for a fun, rustic place to hang out with a classic honky-tonk feel to it? You have found it at the Bearded Saddle Saloon. Under new ownership, the Bearded Saddle Saloon features homemade specials for lunch and dinner, plus line dancing on Wednesdays, open mic Thursdays, DJ and karaoke on Fridays, live music on Saturdays, and Sundays, delicious breakfast. The Bearded Saddle Saloon is on 2 acres with beer garden and outdoor picnic area on State Route 73 at US Route 127, just minutes east of Miami University in Oxford. Your entertainment destination, it's the Bearded Saddle Saloon.
In Kentucky, northbound 7175, an accident on the Brent Spence Bridge that's got the left 2 lanes blocked off. Traffic is backed up from Buttermilk Pike, about a 30-minute delay. There's also an accident northbound 75 after Davis Street that's got slow traffic from Galbraith. I'm Eddie Zellick with traffic.
Sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Scattered showers and thunderstorms mainly before midnight. Overnight low 70. Tomorrow, showers and thunderstorms likely mainly before 1 p.m. Then gradually becoming sunny with a high near 90. Heat index as high as 103. Catch high school baseball state semifinal action Thursday. It's Baton versus Padua Franciscan. It's high school game day installed by AE Door and Window. Thursday at 3:35 on 1450 The Ticket.
Matters more than ever. This is where common sense meets conviction. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Morning, Glory, and evening grace, America. Hugh Hewitt here. What a show coming up today. Stick around for hour 3. Christian Brose is coming on. He is the President and Chief Strategy Officer of Anduril, and we're going to talk about the revolution in armament. But how we use those arms is something for me to talk about with my first guest, Matt Continetti. Matt is a columnist with the Wall Street Journal. He's a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. And Matt, I'm sure you've seen this story, or maybe you haven't, that we lost an Apache helicopter today down by the Iranians. They fired on an Apache, and they were picked up by an automated drone. How remarkable is that?
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable, Hugh. I heard that detail just before joining the show, and it just is a fascinating illustration of the way in which robotics, automated systems, artificial intelligence, all of these high-end technologies are being integrated into our war machine. It's incredible. I'm glad they were rescued, of course.
Now, Christian Brose, who's coming on, I mentioned it in hour number 3 today. I listened to him first on the School of War with Aaron McLean, and we are in a revolutionary period of time on the defense industry. Do you think we can move fast enough to stockpile the munitions we need for any kind of war that might come along, Matt Continetti?
Hugh, it's a question of political will. It always is. Can we summon the political will to get the capacity required to maintain an American deterrence in this very dangerous world? You know, we have this $1.5 trillion defense request by President Trump that's sitting before Congress, the largest defense expenditure request ever. And it seems like there's some resistance, especially among congressional Democrats, to it. But I think Republicans need to make the case. They need to make the case that, look, everyone complaining about munitions and munition shortages, including the Democrats, where were they when we had the chance to truly fund the Department of Defense or Department of War? Where were they in the 2010s when Obama was drastically cutting our military? Where were they during the Biden administration when Biden allowed inflation to cut the value of the defense budget? So I would have the question put to the Democrats. If you're serious about confronting our munition shortages, if you're serious about protecting America, you have to support the president's defense request for $1.5 trillion.
Well, let's talk about that request, Matt. President Trump has thought it was going to be a 6-week war. It's now 100 days. It's going to go another 100 days. I thought it would be over in June. It's not going to be over in June. How do you think he's communicating about this war? And what do you hope he says in the days and weeks ahead about this war?
Well, just before we began the program, Hugh, he said that because of the downed Apache, America would be forced to respond. And I hope that the way in which the United States responds is not just another love tap, as President Trump calls it, taking out an Iranian helicopter, if any remain, or hitting a random oil depot. I think we need to show the Iranians that we're serious about reestablishing deterrence, and that they cannot continue to kind of drag along these negotiations, link two unrelated issues, at least to the American perspective, which is Israel's war against Hezbollah and the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. We need to prove to the Iranians that we're serious, that we're not going to allow this phony ceasefire to continue in perpetuity. That's what I hope the president communicates. At the same time, I'm aware he has a different tack. He is definitely interested in maintaining these negotiations for as long as possible in order to calm markets and to, I believe, assuage the Gulf allies who are concerned that if the war resumed, they would be the first targets, in particular their electricity generation and their desalinization plants.
Matt, I haven't had a clearance since 1989, so I don't know anything. I do read that maybe we've used too much of our munitions stockpile, maybe we have a critical gap in Tomahawks or a different kind of weapon system. What do you hear about that? Are we out of weapons?
We're not out of weapons, Hugh. My understanding is that we are running low in some key weapons, munition stocks, including ATACMS, for example, including Patriot missiles, the high-tech air defenses, the technology, the weapons platforms that are very advanced. These are the places where we're running a little bit low as a result of the lack of investment over the past decade, and more in some cases. So that's where I think the concern is. In terms of weaponry, we still have weapons for sure, especially kind of the low-grade bombs, the dumb bombs, so-called. But right now, it's not so much the capacity that's the issue, but it's the lack of will to resume the war at the level we were at before the April 8th ceasefire, which is now, this phony ceasefire has run longer than actual Operation Epic Fury. And so when we're saying it, we're at a war. Well, not really. Only one side is firing, and that's Iran.
Now, my friends at the Pentagon laugh whenever civilians start talking about doing this or doing that, because we don't know anything about the second-order consequences or the third-order consequences. But we know that the embargo is working and that they don't have any revenue coming in or only a trickle of revenue. Isn't it time, or I will make my statement, I think it's time to blow up some of their refineries. And I understand that that hurts the Iranian people long term, but there's no way that we can help them until after this regime has changed, evolved, or been defeated. And one way to make the message come home is with their refinery capacity. What do you think, Matt Continetti?
Well, it'd be a definite step on the escalation ladder. And I think that from the Iranian perspective, they would see that almost as an invitation to target the refineries in the Gulf. And I think that the fear of that retaliation is one reason we haven't gone to that level. My view, Hugh, is the real obstacle to any negotiated outcome is the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is essentially running Iran, the political echelon where they're talking to Trump. They don't run Iran. That's clear. So any new targets, it seems to me, have to start with the IRGC. If the IRGC is the problem, then we should do everything in our power to weaken the IRGC and elevate the political leadership. And so I think that would suggest maybe a different list of targets. And then, moreover, there's still unfinished missile stocks. These missile cities are very deep. They're being reinforced. But we could easily go after them again and show that we're still serious about pursuing the war aims. The war aims were to deny Iran the conventional missile shield to guard their nuclear program. We went a long way in doing that, but we still have more targets that could hit those missiles and, of course, the defense industrial base that produces them. I would go there if they were asking my advice for potential targets.
Have they extended, in your view, has the United States been explicit enough in extending our umbrella over our allies in the Gulf? In other words, if you hit the desalinization facility in Saudi Arabia, it's all-out war again. If you hit the UAE's desalinization or their nuclear facility. It's all-out war again. Have you seen that message communicated?
I'm afraid I haven't. I mean, and those are very high-end targets, but just think of the Kuwait airport. We saw a recent attack on the Kuwait International Airport. Americans could have been killed in that attack. There was damage to this transportation hub, and the response from the United States was kind of meh, to be honest. I think Trump has telegraphed that if an American is killed, he's prepared to go back to war. As I said, this downing of the helicopter seems to have provoked him into some sort of response. We'll see what that is. But I think one problem with our approach at the moment is this kind of ambiguity. Trump likes ambiguity usually because it gives him a whole range of options. But right now I think we need to be very clear to Iran that this negotiating process cannot be allowed to drag out ad infinitum, And moreover, if they use Hezbollah to attack Israel, or if they directly attack our Gulf allies, America will respond and allow our allies respond to reestablish deterrence against this world's worst sponsor of terrorism.
I'm for that. Now I want to switch very quickly to politics. It's voting day in South Carolina and Maine. I know Lindsey Graham will be renominated. I hope Alan Wilson's the next governor down there. But up in Maine, Grant Plattner is going to win. It's just a question of whether or not Janet Mills gets 15 or 20% as a protest vote. What do you think about Plattner in the fall? Is he a zombie candidate, given all that we know?
I'm afraid he's not a zombie.